Okay, let's see how this goes. And let's get somebody else on here as soon as possible so they can cover me while I take care of everything else. And by that I mean we're going to get a number of people up in here. Let's call everybody. And okay, getting the earbuds on will help. Let's try this. Okay, get this up here. And then go to our man Pac-1 Morales. Okay. Calling. Oops. And as well, Mr. Isaac Romero. Let's take a look at Isaac. And where the hell is Isaac? Isaac, there we are. Okay, wrong one. And we might as well get our man Jameson on first. Okay, and we do that by using Skype. And 1 minute after the top of the hour. Excellent. So how are you? We are streaming live.
I'm hanging in there. How's my sound quality?
It's okay. It's acceptable. Could you talk a little louder or get closer to the mic? Test that out.
Yes. Let me see if I can increase the volume, and that helps.
Okay.
How's this?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's ask our listeners, and ask our listeners how they think you sound, and that will help us immensely. And other than that, of course, here we are. Let's get this guy and say something.
Okay,
I'm going to need you to cover the whole hour. But that's
all right. So I'm going to start.
And I'll be
going to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just I'll let you know. I'm going to try and bring two other gentlemen and Amanda on as well. We'll see how this works. Let's try that. So
oh my gosh, all right. My internet connection just shut off. They're really. I hate this thing.
Yeah, you mean the fire hydrant? You hate the fire hydrant? Yes.
Yes, the fire hydrant. They fucking whatever they have there, they're continuously letting loose. They don't even care anymore. I'm glad that I'm even still audible at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by checking into the live chat and giving everybody a hello. Please, folks, everyone put a thumbs up. How the hell are there 12 thumbs down already?
Oh, that's automated. We've got an automated 12 thumbs down already from the Kings of Edom, the cultists of chaos. So make certain that you upvote just to stand against them. If you stand for all that is that you treasure in the world, whether that's puppies and rainbows, life itself, anything that you value and treasure on this earth, they are out to destroy it. They're out to destroy it all. So they are your enemies, and my enemies are your enemies, except I'm the only one standing against them. So you'd best stand by my side. And one way you can do that is to make your stance known and present your upvote against the cultists of the Kings of Edom. And that will be the only hope you have for your children's children or the future at all. And so we're going to see if anyone else can come on with us. If they can't, of course, I'm sure you're capable of holding the opening hour on your own. And going to need you to do that with everything that's going on tonight. Just dealing with a lot of things. Just got here, as you might imagine. Got home in time to put up a column and then put up the promotion for tonight, and that's pretty much it. With that, of course, no preparation whatsoever. Going to bring our man Peter Moon on, of course, at the regular time in an hour. So if you can hold till then, that will help immensely. And in the meantime, let's take a look at some of these other notifications from some people here to myself privately. And well, they cut him off. So, of course, we're still streaming, and what we can do is try to get back to our man Jameson Reese. Let's see if this works. And it probably will note him as busy. And let's see. So when we get that sound, what we've got is just you and I, the listeners. And with that, we will see if we can keep you occupied with my mumbling. Because that's all you're going to hear is pretty much fucking mumbling for the next several minutes. And so let's get this message out to him, see if he responds. And as for you and I, today was German Unification Day, or more properly, German Unity Day is how it's called in the proper cadence or semantics of the Die Deutschen Sprache, or the German language. And of course, it commemorates German reunification on October 3rd. And by the way, let me check the chat room myself, see if anyone is in there. Can you hear me? Can all of you hear me? Because we just lost the call. Jesse Balk says, just got in. Hey, Doug JMO. So, hey to Jesse Balk, and hey to Sarah Thomas. Love you, honey. Mwah. She's got 3 pink quivering stars there. And she says, all good, JMO. Thumbs up. Hit the like button, Team D, just before they knocked JMO on his ass with knocking him off of the live stream, knocking him off the Skype call. As a matter of fact, ending our Skype call completely in such a manner that I can't seem to recover it. So it'll be interesting to see if I can call our man Peter Moon later on. So in the meantime, I can always experiment by calling others, and I doubt that any of them will respond, but in the meantime, it'll help to provide what I can, some cover for myself. And let's see here, not responding, then I can call someone else, and you can all hear that horrible ring. And it's not that unpleasant, but it's certainly unpleasant enough when it's loud. And I have to lower the volume quite a bit so it doesn't knock my eardrums out. And it lasts a fair amount of time, giving people quite a bit of time to answer, because unlike a phone call, you can only really hear it when you're online. So Daniel will see that I called, and theoretically that means he can jump on the call later. And what I'll do is call around after that. And let's take a look at this. Okay, so that takes care of that. And okay. All right. Then I can cut and paste that and put that into the message box. See who else is around here. Brendan Zogit is likely at work. He tends to work on the weekdays, but who knows with him? It's a very strange time for him. Oh, sure, she says. Cool. Delightful. Okay. All right. So let's give her a call here. And there you are, honey. So help me out here with the opening hour. I'm going to bring Peter Moon on at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which will be the top of the next hour. And hopefully you can cover me throughout this opening hour. I had absolutely no time to prepare for tonight other than to get the promotionals up and some other necessities up to get the transmission going at all. And the cultists of the Kings of Edom are hitting us hard tonight, right away. And this is because it's German Unity Day, as I've emphasized in the promotional banner for tonight's transmission. And so Jesse Balk is asking, were there just as many issues last stream? Interesting. I forget these things as soon as they're done. If we make it through the night, that's all that matters. So in terms of before Our Lady speaks, what I'm just going to do is just kind of renew everything. See if we can call our man Jameson again. He's asking that we bring him on call. And so this is what I'll do. And there we are. If we bring him on call, then by the time that Penny Bradley leaves, he should be able to hold the call the remainder of the night, if we're able to bring him on at all. So let's see if this works. There we are. So you got knocked off completely, and they knocked the whole call off. I'm sorry, Penny, go ahead. Yes, by all means. Introduce yourself.
I just said hello, Jameson.
They are sabotaging the fucking shit out of me for some reason. This is insane. I've never had this happen before.
Well, the reason that's happening is
I
because
have had so much crap happen the last 3 days that I'm doing a remove negativity candle.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very important. And maybe you should do the same, Jameson. It makes sense.
Yes, I should do the same.
Okay.
Candles at least allow an opening to a ceremony, regardless of what type it is. So let's do that. And hopefully I'll be able to send this shit right back to them.
Yeah, try doing some of the refraction and reflection, and that will help immensely for all of us. So again, I cannot overemphasize to all of you who are joining us in the chat room or simply viewing us, your upvote is a stand against the agents of chaos. These are the cultists who worship the anti-gods of entropy, the people who want to see your universe destroyed. If you are a Christian, they are of the Herodian insurgency. These are the people who hold as their archetype the man who would have killed your God if he could have. And that was King Herod. And the Herodians are, of course, very much the cultists of the kings of Edom and all of their many manifestations. There are many cults within the cult. And what they do, particularly with the help of Stephen Outrim, who is an IT guy, information technology and software systems expert. Of course, he's the stupidest one in the world and worked with all of the advantages of simply having insider trading, according to Michael Aquino himself, that was enabled for him by Michael Aquino so that he could make himself a multimillionaire. That's according to Michael Aquino. And from Michael Aquino's mouth to the reality matrix in which you suffer, Stephen Outrim has at least enough experience to do what he does, which is the moment that we begin to transmit and live stream, he throws up as many downvotes as he can because this prevents the episode from distributing. What happens is that YouTube works on a popularity aggregate, and YouTube will not distribute the episode unless there's at least 3 times the upvote as opposed to the downvotes. So by throwing so many upvotes out the window, by instigating all of these downvotes in an automated fashion using bots, it doesn't matter that many of them get filtered out by YouTube's system later on. What they initially prevent is the episode from distributing. And so the only way to counter that is to use as many IP addresses as you have, as many computers as you have, to hit an upvote. If you've got separate computers in the house, you use them all. Go to all your separate computers and throw an upvote to the episode, because that's the only way we're going to balance their numbers. And they try to match each one of our numbers that goes beyond the original dozen to 15 that they throw up. And so just be aware, this is a race. And the only way you can get the episode disseminated at all is by basically beating the popularity aggregate that YouTube uses in order to decide whether a episode is worth distributing. In other words, the only people who know of this episode are people who subscribe and click the notification bell. No one else is aware this episode is on. Nobody hits this kind of episode by accident because it doesn't show up in any displays. It will not show up in any displays until you overwhelm the downvotes. So always remember that, and make certain to get your friends and relations in on this and have them come in and throw their upvotes in. This is the only way we're going to beat the system, which is the Adomic system, the system of the Edomites, because they run your media machine. They run your reality, and that's why your reality is hell on earth. And why we're in the 6th mass extinction, and why we're headed towards racial extinction and the extinction of all life on earth. This is the ultimate goal, the objective of the cults of the kings of Edom and their entropic anti-gods, to destroy the works of the Creator. And they're winning. Of course, the true loss here is for yourself and any future you wish for your children and your children's children. Understand that many of the people that they threw to quote-unquote assist me in the past, we knew them from the beginning to be Edomites. There was nothing to be done for it, because I had to have people working with me or I couldn't get anything done at all. But they certainly made certain that none of the episodes distributed. There are many of you out there who have discovered me only for the first time because of the efforts of many others, including Penny Bradley. So Penny, how do you want to handle this? Do you want Jameson to kind of describe and kind of rage and vent a bit, cathart about what's going on with himself, with what they're doing to him, and then maybe you can take it from there with what's been going on with yourself? How's that for an agenda so far for the opening hour? How's that? Okay. So
that sounds fine.
Yeah, so I noticed that they've already increased the downvotes to 16. So understand this will go on throughout the night. They'll increase it to half 100 if they have to. What will happen is YouTube later on filters out as many of the bots as it can. It does have a system to do that. And of course, we have other allies in the electronic world that sometimes capriciously step in. But that depends on their whim, and we cannot count on that. In the meantime, it is your war. You have to fight it. They are out to destroy you, your future, and they're out to make your life miserable, which isn't hard. And they've made you...
No, it's not hard at all. All it takes is a couple of little things like messing with your internet connection.
Yes. Yeah, and your ability to use it. So again, this is the German Unity Day, the day when the two Germanys unified on the surface world. And with that, Jesse Balk says, do you have fan settings adjusted, JMO? And I guess what he means by that is, like, I don't know whether he's talking about the fan in your home or the fan.
Oh, it's the CPU fan. Everything I have is adjusted for the computer to run optimally. I'm sort of like a geek like that. Like, I even shut down things that were I even disabled things that were that would have taken up too much CPU space in the task manager, so that I have a total of 13.3 megabytes free RAM right now.
Okay. Cool. By the way, I want Jameson Reese to continue his communications with Marcus Grix in his free time. Marcus Grix actually informed Jameson Reese of apparently a hijacking of his Facebook timeline, perhaps, or something like that. And I want to...
Yes. Yeah. What happened was they had sent... Marcus Grix had opened up his... he had given me a snapshot of his... of our messages. And in my messages was a link to some fucking stupid ass website. And when I opened up my Facebook and my messages, I did not see that message sent to him. So I don't understand what's going on. I don't know if they have hacked either him or I, but whatever it is, it's making it look like I'm spamming people when I am in fact not, because I'm not able to see it on my end.
Understood.
And I would only assume that I'd be able to see it on my end if they had hacked me.
Understood.
Because that would only make logical sense.
Right. So what I want to do before I forget, and do remind me later, Jameson, that there's people I need to credit who have provided money to myself to help with funding my personal needs in life, and also those needs of providing me with information to then provide to the public in various formats. One of the things that I'm working on, that's just an ongoing hobby. I don't promise any productivity here in any immediate sense, but if I get enough funding, of course, eventually I will produce it. But I am trying to produce a new historical kind of time chart or time graph that kind of presents a comprehensive view of history as I feel people need to see it, to kind of emphasize certain aspects of history. But with all the references that I'm making, much of the internet has been scrubbed with the things that I'm working with. As a matter of fact, I contacted some people who did a revision of the histomap that was created by John B. Sparks, and these people could not find it within they actually produced a revision at great expense years ago, about 2014, and they could not find it in their computers. In other words, they could not find the high resolution image in their computers to produce another graph like that for myself. and then they tried to contact the original graphic designer that they had employed, and he seems to have been killed. So that's he died very mysteriously in such a manner that he pretty much disappeared off the map. In other words, there's no body, there's no corpus delicti, but everybody who knows him is convinced he's dead because he's just vanished without informing anybody. So this is the level at which we're working at. And
holy shit, that's insane.
yes, it is. So I'll try to get what I can from them. Hopefully they are cooperative. Otherwise it's going to be pretty hit and miss with trying to reassemble some things which are important to me, because I like to see what people found important enough to put on a historical timeline. So this is something where hopefully that they would at least talk to me and try to remember what was done with that project. But in terms of what we're dealing with today, it's for reasons like this that this is just an ongoing hobby in that regard. But it is an example of what I try to do with money that's given to me, money that I don't have to use for immediate food and resources. So in terms of some of the people who provided myself some money, let's take a look at the people who I need to say thank you to. And then later on, I'll try and remember to say thank you to them again. There was, of course, Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers is our brother from another mother in the heart of New York, Manhattan Island. God bless him. A Blasian, a black Asian. And we have, of course, another individual who came to know of myself through Peter Moon. And so this individual donated what was $100 some odd before the fuckers at PayPal took their cut and left me with 99 United States dollars. So that's a shout out that I need to give to Robert Binda and Bobby Binda. God bless you. And he said, great job. Thank you. I am a friend of Peter Moon, and I know of him, and apparently this individual does some heavy-duty contracting. So by that I mean like some kind of construction contracting, though I think he's had a few defense construction contracts, if I'm not mistaken. So he thanks me, and God bless him in turn. So what I'm going to do is leave Jameson and Penny to kind of explain the assaults they've been going through cybernetically. I'm going to go mute for a little bit and kind of just refresh myself, make myself some tea, grab myself some stuff to make certain I'm hydrated for as soon as Peter Moon arrives. And aside from that, just pretty much not really here. I never am, and there's been a lot of celebrating going on lately, and I'm glad for that. And glad to include my son in the same photograph as myself for the promotional banner for tonight. And I've already gotten comments from people saying that we are beginning to look more and more alike, very identical, even though we're obviously very different in age. But a lot of the, back when he was a she and physically intimate with myself, that was a lot of exchange of bodily fluids, and a lot of my nanosperm went into her, and that had a profound effect on really rendering her looking a lot like myself. That is the theory that is held by everybody who's been investigating this, and by investigation I do mean that his husband at this point in his life has been paying to try and investigate quite a bit of what's been going on with the way everything has been changing with the harem of blood boys, etc. A congenital, how would I call this? Trait, a congenital trait, Kawasaki syndrome, which is not a condition as far as I'm concerned. It's just a manifestation of red eyes. Otherwise, I'm asymptomatic.
It's a phenotype.
Thank you. But it's been spreading among, not just through manifesting in my son at times, but also in the blood boys. This should not be happening, but it's the nano sperm that makes it happen. Of course, I'm not really exchanging fluids with them other than drinking their blood, but that is apparently enough. And this is what we're beginning to theorize, is maybe it's through my saliva as well into their blood, or exchanges from my son having sex with them, which he does to excite his husband, which is understandable. His husband can afford to have a wife and concubines. So that's not something that's unexpected, but it's unexpected is the result of the spread of the phenotype. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. But the funny thing is, every time I mentioned that, like I show the pictures of the young lads with red eyes, myself with red eyes, I get these people writing me about how they're praying for us all, as if we were deathly sick or something. So no, it's not like that. But other than that,
you could, in a real sense, be producing a new mutation that will survive the catastrophes to come and be a sort of sub-race in and of itself of the human race.
We can only pray. Oh my God! At any rate, my love for you, son, with your positive thought and outlook in that regard, and my love for Penny Bradley for coming here to kind of help us. So, Penny, it's nearing the bottom of the hour. Why don't you and Japeson take over now and hold us till the top of next hour. And God bless you for coming in right now. And we certainly need you. Both of you, keep it going. Run a conversation. I'm going to do what I need to do to just kind of decompress, restabilize, and tether myself back, anchor myself back into this matrix of reality. And you know where
it's always nice to have at least one foot in 3D.
Yes. And of course, all of you know where I would rather be, but I'm not there now, and so let's make the most of it. And in the meantime, I'll go mute, and you'll have the guidance of both these wonderful people, and thank you both. All right, I'll be back.
So, let me know.
What happened to you, other than your profile being hacked? By the way, the solution to that is to change your password and to clear out all your cookies, and then the hacker will be unable to come back in.
I did all of the above. The thing is, it doesn't seem like they actually hacked me at all. It seems like whatever occurred was, it had to have been someone who is inside on Facebook doing this, because again, they banned me for.
When you get one of those video things, because that's what they usually are, there's a virus attached to it, and so if you touch that in any way, it spreads the virus through your thing. It's not like there is a hacker that can access your place. It's this virus has spread, and the way to get rid of it is to get rid of all of the cookies that you've got and change your password. And then when you go for, if you still are getting problems, you know, your friends are telling you, what the fuck are you doing? Then you run an antivirus. It's not that big a deal.
Gotcha. Aside from that, my therapist who works with me, his desktop computer at the workplace has been completely disabled. So that's interesting in and of itself. I was not.
Is it to the point where that he's having to reboot it to factory specs?
I reached a point where he had gotten a technician to come in who tried to reboot it to factory specs, and they were unable to pull it off.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
a fried machine. You need to start over. I had that happen before they had the setting to put it back to factory specs. I was doing a Google search for a operation name, and they didn't even like me doing the search on Google. They fried my C drive. So there are some things your machine cannot come back from.
Yeah. And apparently, why they targeted him would probably only be his proximity to me. Why they give a crap about me would be my proximity to both you and Douglas Dietrich. That's the only thing I could come up with. Because
the two of us are definitely on somebody's radar.
Because I myself am not what you would call a major player in any of this stuff. I'm more or less just a go-between, or so to speak. I'm a break. I'm someone who allows Douglas to take his breaks and, you know, do what he does. Even before that, there's been a lot of weird shit happening in my life that that there is no explanation for. So apparently things, I might be selling myself short. I don't know.
The feeling that I've got is that you have not yet awoken to your talents and purpose.
Yeah, that's.
Remember, I was in my 50s before I did, so it's not like you have to be in your 20s and healthy and all that shit to figure out what you're here for. You wake up when it's time.
That's true. I mean, only in the cartoons does everyone wake up and all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, we have to save the world. All that.
When I woke up, I sat and sobbed for 3 years.
Yeah.
I just, tears ran 24/7. I was not sleeping. I was obsessively eating. I ended up with stress issues. My ulcer came back. Yeah, I was doing a complete meltdown for 3 years. And then they started shooting at me and it was like, okay, Lou, are we going to go public with this? And he says, that seems to be the general consensus. So we did. And he used to be visible in the background of my videos until people started bitching about what he was doing on his computer while I was videoing. So now I have a green screen.
That's kind of cool. I wish I had one of those. Have you had any intensifications, or have you and your outlet have any intensifications of attack?
Okay, I've had weird shit happen the last 3 days. Okay, and I'm not sure I can chalk it up to attacks, although it felt like a spell, for lack of a better term. On my birthday, I had a wonderful, wonderful day. We went out to my favorite restaurant. We were met there by friends who had already paid for my meal, and they brought me a cup. They brought me a blanket and a pillow for post-op, and we had a really great time. But on the way home, a deer and her baby jumped in front of the car, and we ended up hitting the baby. And now I'm having to replace it's basically the radiator for the transmission. So my car's broke down right now, and I have 2 doctor appointments this week, and another thing I have to do on Wednesday, and no car. So I do have the money to pay for it being fixed, so at least that. But it's like throwing a monkey wrench in. And so that was number 1. Number 2, I go to do my show on Saturday, and my producer, Daryl, was not to be found. And I did some checking with people he lives with, and they didn't know where he was. He had just, as far as they knew, he had just disappeared. And so today he pops back up and announces that he had been in the hospital with what they said was COVID, and that they had given him a shot and sent him home and told him to what to do to take care of himself, and that he's actually home being a good boy. Which those who know Daryl will be shocked that he's being a good boy, but, you know, it's okay. It happens sometimes. I'm glad he's not seriously ill enough to have to stay in the hospital. I really wish he didn't have COVID, but, you know.
Yes. I mean, COVID's not something we would wish on anyone except for, you know, the cultists who are staging these attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Those pieces of crap can't die soon enough, unfortunately.
Yeah. My little machine that plugs into the wall, that I have 4 wires coming out of, attaching to different things so that I can have internet and TV. That went out, and the guy showed up Friday morning to fix that. And it's been working good since then, knock on wood. So we had people here that the landlady sent to restain the fences, and they had to do ours twice because they forgot to stir the pigment in the first time. And it's been just one thing after another. It's Sunday now, so yeah, it's been since Thursday. It's been just one thing after another all the time.
This sounds like a very concerted effort for them to, you know, target you, especially with the deer and the that in and of itself is extremely alarming. The fact that they have to fix your radiator, I would say that now you have to be double careful because you have to make sure they don't try to put something in that they can, you know, cause your car to crash or anything.
Well, the mechanic we use has been really reliable so far, so he's not a problem. We did have somebody apparently try to break in because the key lock on the passenger side no longer works. It has to be opened from the driver's side.
Wow! So someone stripped the locks.
Someone stripped the lock on the passenger side, yeah.
That's...
So it's been just this whole assortment of basically little shit. You know, from my perspective, I live in the mountains. Deer are a constant hassle. And we were trying to get home before dark, and we didn't quite make it. And that's the time of the day that the deer travel. Why this mama took her baby across the main highway at that time of the day, I have no idea. But this was what happened. And so none of it was out of the ordinary for here. It was all of it happening at once.
But you understand that all of it happening at once is out of the ordinary.
Yeah. I usually get 1 or 2 things a week on a regular, ongoing, but for all of this to happen at once was a bit. So I have this nice little candle burning to remove the negativity from my world, and if there are any actual curses, to send them back.
Yeah. I've gotten some really bogus friend requests from people, all in the same day, which was today. Like 2 or 3 people asking me questions out of the blue. One poses as a female saying, "Are you single?" And I'm like, "Okay, your account has 1 picture, so you're not real." And then the other one is some dude.
My version of that is they send me a private message and it goes, "Hey, beautiful," and I'm like, "Oh fuck."
And then someone else says, Then someone else. All right, this is even funnier. This person calls themselves Razan King, and they say, "Hello, sir." I'm like, "Hey, I will note your profile is not visible to me. Prove to me this isn't spam." And the person asks, "How can I prove? I need a master to activate my clairvoyance ability." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I told him, "You're reaching out to the wrong person. Go to some Buddhist practitioner or some shit. I'm just some insignificant normal dude."
Oh, that's a really big deal in New Age communities. That you have to be activated. You can't do any of this yourself. You have to submit to a master.
Yeah, they're trying to. Well, that whole New Age thing borrows the idea of the currents of the occult, where one gets one's current from the teacher and blah blah blah, so on and so forth. Which,
well, that's kind of the same thing as passing things on by the laying on of hands, which is practiced in Christianity.
Yeah, and from my knowledge, none of that stuff is necessary.
I don't think so. No. There is one thing that I practice that does require being passed on, but it doesn't have to be a physical touching. It's done telepathically. I do receivings. It's similar to Reiki. I feel receivings. I have never felt Reiki. And the guy that activates people, he liked me, so he did it for free. So he's a pretty good guy. Michael Pagel. He's out of Boston.
Interesting. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing of Reiki, but that sounds more like Peter Moon's field, who will be coming on in 19 minutes, I suppose. I have noted people getting close to me for no apparent reason, other than to try to see if they can tick me off, and I've reached a point where I decided at one point to start talking to the guy. So I'm on the ferry going home, and this dude in white decides he's wearing all white, which I found peculiar. I'm like, okay, no one in their right mind is going to walk around in all white.
All white in New York City?
Yeah, that just doesn't happen. This person is obviously, they're trying to present themselves.
Hard.
Yeah, they're trying too hard, too hard. So they sit down right next to me, and they're like acting as if they're on their cell phone saying stuff. So I decide to, out of the blue, just break my silence and say, "Hey, sucker, beat it!" And I was like, "Get out of here, scram!" and the guy, "I'm listening to headphones. I can't hear anything," which I think is bullshit, because I'm fairly certain he heard what I was saying, because he was texting something. So I told him, "Yeah, tell your superiors I know each one of them and who they are." And that got him texting quite a bit. And eventually I started eventually I stopped saying anything, because the guy was just he was just acting hard. He was just going into this act. So I'm like, just fuck it, whatever. I just got up and left and went somewhere else. On the other occurrence, all right, things get even more interesting, because, all right, let's see. Oh my gosh, my brain just, I just moments, the brain just goes. See, apparently something's happening where they're triggering something to forget. But
you there?
I've started to notice. Hello?
Yeah, there was some breaking up there.
Breaking up.
Yeah, just got back just in time for that. So, at any
That
rate,
just started.
yeah, well, thank God. I'd hate to think of that as having been the norm while I was gone.
Oh no.
So there we have that, and it just started because, no doubt, they sensed my coming back online. So let's, do what they hate, which is keep the show going. And with that, of course, I'm glad to see people are active in the chat room. And let's get back to both of these people. Let's see if you can speak without breaking up this time, Jameson.
Okay. All right. So, let's see if I can remember the second event that happened. I mean, I did have someone come up to me and, they were like, cool, you're drawing something and whatever. That's to be expected around Union Square and whatnot, because people are really friendly in general. But as for the people wearing white, I had someone only try to with their car.
Okay, they're breaking them up again.
Yeah, they are.
Ongoing thing, and
they're breaking you up because they don't want you talking about your gang stalking.
They don't want you talking about the guys in white.
Yeah, they don't want you talking about the men in white, MIWs. Yes, men in white. And so always a bad sign in this day and age. Things are kind of inverted now. Good guys wear black, bad guys wear white.
In my area, the only men who wear suits are the lawyers and top-level doctors. And so anybody that shows up in my personal world wearing a suit, it's like, all right.
Oh yeah, the feds. Yeah, that's one of the things I pointed out about Richard Dolan at the conferences. And of course, everyone attacked me immediately for that. And but after that, he was forced to basically get out of his stupid suit.
I had a discussion with him in 2018 at Contact in the Desert, and he still makes fun of me. But sure. He started asking me questions. Rapid fire. I didn't even have enough time to answer one before the next one was out of his mouth. And he was trying to set me up like I was stupid. And his final one was, if I went and talked to your family, what would they say about you? And I looked him square in the eyes and I said, they would say I was batshit crazy.
And you realize he's stolen your materials when he says there's a breakaway civilization. He basically plagiarizes what you say and just regurgitates it, saying he now believes there's a breakaway civilization and shit. You know that, right?
Oh, I know he has been taking my work, and Michael Sella has been taking my work. The term Nachtwaffen, I was the one who remembered that. And I was on a podcast called Reality Brief, and we talked about it on that show, and we did a Creative Commons copyright on the term with that show. Okay. So the idea was there was another person in the community who I will not give any more advertising to, who was going through and taking key terms for my community and copywriting them, including the one that Bill Cooper copyrighted himself that was SSP for Secret Space Program. Bill Cooper did that in the 90s, and this person was trying to steal his copyright.
Of course.
And so it was a really big mess, scandal. People were screaming at each other. It was nasty. So we were trying to preempt that activity by doing a Creative Commons copyright. Therefore, it belongs to me, Don Piffalo, and Dan Lyons. And we put it out there that anyone in the community can use it forever. But we wanted it known that I was the one who remembered it. So Michael Sala's out there using it, and other people are out there using it, and I'm like, you assholes, don't even acknowledge that I exist. You're using my terminology.
Yes, yes.
You know, and it's not that I want to be on their show. It's just the gall.
Oh yeah. Oh, the chutzpah, to use a Jewish term.
The sheer chutzpah of it. You know, it's like, oh my God.
Yes, they're disgusting. So, is that Jameson? Let's see if you can try again.
Yes, it feels like we're in an age where copyrights mean nothing, where the best thing you can do is attach a nasty servitor to your stuff. That way, if anyone else uses your work, it backfires on them horribly, and they get screwed up.
Right. By the way, Jameson is using an occult term. So go on, honey. What were you going to say? You were just about to respond to that. I would have used the term egregore, which I think is what he means, is servitor. Yeah. Okay, so go on.
A servitor and an egregore are basically the same thing. Jewish people call them golems, but yeah, it's the same idea. I am to the point where I'm not making any money, but I'm infamous in certain regions, being the only one of my community to have been verified by the CIA agent who uploaded my file. So that's a rarity in my community, okay?
Daryl's mother, right? Am I giving anything away?
That's Daryl's mother, Doris, who is a wonderful, wonderful person.
Yes, yes.
And she verified my story, and so I'm out there, I'm verified, people know of me. Some people want to latch onto me and suck every bit of life out of me. Of course! While at the same time denying I exist.
Of course! Of course!
And then I get the other people who cannot talk without saying my name every sentence.
Oh my God.
And there's got to be a fucking happy medium somewhere. Give me credit for my work without being a sycophant about it.
Oh, well, there you have it. And so with that, I'm going to go mute for a few more minutes. We're almost at the top of the hour. We're going to bring Peter on. And at that point, Penny, certainly have your exchanges with Peter, say hi and whatnot. And, of course, remind everyone at that time when he'll be on your program, when I'll be on your program, and then have yourself some dinner or whatever, and then if I need you later tonight, I'll try and reach out to you. You don't need to hang out and wait around to for me, but if you happen to be around, then I might reach out to you later. We'll see if I get into the groove or into the zone, then you'll probably know. And then I'll just be on my own and just take it from there. But otherwise, if I need you to help me buy some more time, I'll be back. In the meantime, I'll be back in a few minutes. Going to pick my tea up and from where I'm, steeping it. And of course, this is much different from your average American making of tea. This is not bagged tea. Understand, this is actually prepared. So there is a little ritual that goes with it, as is proper for Asian.
You're doing it right.
Yes, actual real tea, yes, as opposed to, sweepings from the warehouse floor that go into American tea bags. And so...
I do have a tea ball somewhere.
Well, there you are.
That you screw apart.
Wonderful. Okay, honey, I'll leave the two of you together. I'll be back soon enough. Keep going.
All right. In the meantime, I would like people to check out Skybooks where they can find out about how America really
you're really breaking it bad,
to
dude.
Japan and the in Roswell and the world
Jameson, are you there?
Of all times for this to happen, am I audible? Hello?
Sometimes.
Okay,
Sometimes
oh, audible. I have no idea why this is happening. How are things now?
They're fine for the moment.
Okay, yeah. I was trying to shill Douglas's books, the Truth About Roswell and Demystification of World War II, and the Vampirology book. What the heck is that? Did you just hear that? Are any of you there?
That is my neighbor going to work.
Okay. So that wasn't anything like someone trying to growl on the other side, like, grrr. Okay, that's good to know. I have no idea why my internet is so messed up today. This is insane. It just gets worse, and as it gets worse, I just get more annoyed, truth be told. All right, so
that's kind of the intention of screwing us over. I did talk to the neighbor about his non-functioning muffler.
Okay.
And he says that he needs a part that he has not been able to locate.
All right, good. It seems unclear at the moment, so what I'll do is, again, you can find out by going to Skybooks USA. I urge all of you to purchase Roswell and the Mystification of World War II, and the Vampirology book, which is the most in-depth scientific book you will possibly get on the truth of vampires, not the bullcrap vampires. And Roswell and the Demystification of World War II will show you exactly how the United States lost World War II and how the United States was actually an aggressor to Japan and pulled Japan into the war all the way back from the days of Commodore Perry and Jack London in his novels of exterminating the Asian race. So you get to learn about how genocidal your empire is, which, is no surprise, no surprise at all, considering what they did to the Haitian immigrants, which was on TV for everyone to see how they treat black people. So, the idea that these people are in these other states saying, we don't want critical race theory, is completely absurd, because, if you can deny racism exists after seeing what I saw on live TV, you've got to be out of your fucking mind.
There's racism all over this country, and I keep hearing that it's gone, but it isn't.
No, it's not going anywhere. It won't go away. I don't foresee it going away, and I don't think there's any possibility of it going away unless there are mass casualties and, just mass deaths. And that overall is what we would call a genocide. So there you go. Or that would be what we would call a civil war as well, which tend to be genocidal in nature.
I kind of have this attitude that at some point people need to start identifying themselves as human rather than by where what country their family came from.
Well, the problem...
And in the meantime, we're just going to be killing each other off, and I see that as stupid, wasteful, and non-productive.
I tend to agree with you, but the problem is the system, the entire system has to scrap the idea All right, what has to happen is two things. One, medicine has to acknowledge that there are differences between racial makeups and how people process certain medicines and whatnot
Yes.
to prevent
Yes.
Okay.
genocides.
You have to accept that there are DNA differences between peoples, while at the same time making sure that the law treats us all equally and that we have equal opportunity.
Yes, the equity amongst people when it comes to law and opportunities. And this way people are judged on their individual merit rather than their background or their skin complexion.
Mm. And the trouble is that the entire time since the doctrine of discovery, Europeans have assumed that they were superior to everyone else with no actual empirical evidence to support that.
Well, the biggest problem with medical maltreatment when it comes to some people is not only black people, but also white people, especially Celtic people.
People who have red hair,
Yes.
Predominantly, who cannot take, who anesthetics don't seem to work on.
Yes.
You know, and
I
there are
that group. In the sunlight, my hair glows copper, but I can't have anesthetics because I don't metabolize depressants, and they could very easily kill me, and that by overdosing me. And that's one of the biggest fears I have about any surgery I go into is, will the anesthesiologist actually remember that I said that they have to give me a quarter of the dose?
Well, you have to make enough noise where they do remember, honey. And a handwritten note always helps. A handwritten note on your body. You carry that clutched in your hand going into the operating room.
Or write it on my forehead where he has to look at it.
Yes, yes.
Or you could even get it tattooed.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
That would be.
well,
I don't want to wear that on screen or running around my real world life. My primary already thinks that I have, how was it she put it, the worst PTSD she has ever seen in her whole life. And did I know that means I'm mentally ill?
well,
And
there
I'm
you
like,
have that. And in such a way everyone could hear it. Yes. By the way, Peter Moon is on with us, and so what I'd love you to do, honey, is let everybody know when I'll be appearing with you and when he will be appearing with you, in the order that will happen. I believe we're both coming onto your program this October. I actually believe that he'll be on before myself, yes?
he is scheduled this coming Saturday, October 9th.
Excellent.
And you are scheduled October 30th.
Yes.
And you will be my Halloween show, and I will actually dress up.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
I have this lovely plastic tiara that most people think it's crystals, but it's not. And it looks really good on camera.
Delightful. Delightful. I look forward to that. And
Halloween and New Year's are the only time it's appropriate.
yeah. Well, I mean, you'd be surprised how often it might be appropriate to dress up. There's always an excuse. But at any rate, darling, thank you very much for helping us to this point. But have your exchanges with Peter Moon, and both of these wonderful people will be speaking about our book, The Roswell Deception, and the Demystification of World War II. And Peter Moon, of course, has been exploring some venues that he'll discuss with me in private. All kinds of things are going on in our world. And I
put the link to the publisher website in the chat room.
Oh, bless you. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that profoundly. And of course, I appreciate everyone in the chat room. And I'll take a look at that later, catch up with the people if I can. And what we're going to do now is bring Peter on. And so, Peter, say hello to Penny, of course. And
Hi, Penny.
Yeah.
Hi, Peter.
I'll see you next Saturday.
Yes. In the meantime, tag, you're it.
Yes. That's delightful. And okay then. So Peter and I will take it from here, darling. Thank you so much for accompanying us to this point. And so, Peter, obviously a lot of things going on. And as I emphasized through my promotional banner for tonight's program, today, October 3rd, was German Unity Day. Of course, German reunification on the surface world took place in 1990. And it's hard to believe how long ago that was. But it feels just like yesterday in some regards. Peter probably remembers where he was that day, October 3rd of 1990, when the Berlin Wall came down, and of course German unification officially happened. It was a very different time, and it's amazing how nobody really saw it coming when I had predicted it for so long. But of course, nobody really wanted it. People were scared to death of it. People were frightened of a united Germany. And I spoke with some Irish dirtbag once, and it's very seldom you meet an Irish asshole. But yeah, I did meet one, and they're out there. And he was like preaching to me about how Germany needed to stay divided forever. What was profoundly bizarre about this is, of course, something that I don't believe I don't believe I emphasized it enough. So I'll bring it up now. Very recently, it was the Axis of Nations Foundation Day. And that was, of course, a live stream on which Peter Moon was, of course, on as well. And that really was the transmission before last. The transmission before tonight's was Axis Foundation Day. And so it was only 6 days agone. And so you can go back and review that transmission. It's dated Sunday, the 26th of September. So it's really just last Sunday's transmission was the Foundation Day of the Axis powers, one of which, of course, was Germany. Now, one of the things people may not know, and I'll bring this up so Peter can respond to it, because I'm sure this will fascinate Peter if he didn't know it already, was that the Axis of Nations acronym was AON in the English language. And this was intentional because in the Gaelic language, AON is pronounced more like AYN or AIN rather than Aeon. And it infers a very nuanced meaning in the Gaelic language, dependent on context. It can mean a lot of things. It's an incredibly multi-defined word in the Gaelic language, but essentially, in and of itself, standing alone, it means something akin to fearful oneness, as in a frightful united front, a united front that provokes fear in the enemies. And so the reason that it was an acronym that in the English language would actually have meaning in Gaelic was because Ireland was a quote-unquote neutral nation, but it was very much pro-Axis. There was an Irish Nazi party that was very active, and the day that Adolf Hitler quote-unquote died, when it was printed on the headlines that Hitler was dead, that he had killed himself, the Irish dispatched into the middle of wartime Berlin, under siege by Soviet forces, an Irish diplomat to send his regards to the new German leadership, which of course at that point was the Gross Admiral of the Kriegsmarine, Gross Admiral Karl Dönitz. And so Dönitz was congratulated, and condolences were given for the death of Hitler, as it was related on the surface world. So the Irish were an unofficial ally of the Axis powers, one of their most important allies. And it was for this reason that acronym was created, so that it would have that nuance in the Gaelic language. So when I run into Irish people these days, it's profoundly disturbing and sad to me to see the number of Irish idiots that are anti-Axis. Like, are they so crazed or so ignorant they don't know their own history? They were the subject to genocide for centuries by the Brits. They certainly helped the Germans whenever they could in World War I and World War II, and the French throughout the Napoleonic Wars, when the French actually invaded Ireland. For those of you who do not know, you can look that up yourself. And all of this is profoundly disturbing to me. That what the fuck are they teaching in Ireland these days? That Irish people would be so stupid as to be teutophobic or fearful of Germans or hateful thereof. Like when I went on Coast to Coast AM and was speaking of World War II, there was some Irish guy who was the only attacker I had on Facebook. And this Irish son of a bitch turned out to be a piece of shit living in Romania, where he had retired cheaply. And when I took the trouble in that case, because I figured, what the hell, I was new to Facebook and had the spare time, I asked him afterwards what his problem was, and he just came up with some lonely guy bullshit about, oh yeah, it was like I served in the United Nations peacekeeping forces, then I retired in Romania, and I was like, at the point he started talking about his own life and shit, the life story angle, I just, blocked him. There was no point in continuing conversation with this individual. He obviously was just seeking attention. But this is the kind of nonsense that I run into. Where it comes from, I don't know, but it shows a profound auto-destructive tendency among certain Irish people towards self-loathing. If they are hating the Axis, or they hate the Germans, they hate themselves. This one guy was profoundly pro-Allied who was living in Romania, and the crazy shit about it is he's living in a Axis nation. The Romanians, of course, were the largest Axis nation in Europe after primarily Germany and secondarily Italy. So the third largest Axis power on the continent was Romania, with one of the largest armies in Europe. So the idea that this idiot, is living in a former Axis nation and he's Irish, the subject to genocide by the Brits for hundreds of years, and spouting off all this pro-Allied shit, it goes to show me there are truly maniacal, auto-destructive, self-loathing people out there, and they're among the Irish as they are among anyone else. So do look up the Irish Nazi Party. Do look up the fact that they sent diplomats to Germany, to Berlin, in the middle of in the middle of its siege by the Soviets and overrun by them, to do their duty in terms of what they felt was right. And know where Ireland fucking stood. And it stood on the side of right, and at some point will be smart enough to fucking take some pride in that. They certainly got their just rewards in that they certainly have been a very fast growing economy, because very cheap labor and office space, etc., and they all speak English. So it was a good place to go to within the European Union. And of course, it's still in the European Union and will likely unify with Northern Ireland very soon, because Northern Ireland doesn't want to go through all the crap of starving to death with England, which is going through I don't know if I shared this with Peter Moon or if he's aware of it, but he can let us know. Right now, of course, England's going through hell on earth. They've brought army trucks out to try and bring fuel to people, because basically they've run very short on petrol, as the British call it. And this is all because of Brexit, and they're short on food. And as a matter of fact, Peter, our dear friend in Romania made that point, Mr. Ungurianu Iulian, last name spelled Iulian. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And so he pointed out, speaking about England, the Brexit is now in full effect. No lorry drivers, petrol stations are empty shelves, gas prices going high, the winter's going to be tough, and Boris wanted to be like Winston Churchill. And of course, he was kind enough to donate to myself 100 United States dollars, which, as Peter Moon calculated from the Romanian currency, would be something like about $150, maybe $200 Romanian. I don't know. Is that about accurate? So I'll let Peter take it.
It would be, you can equate it, because, it would be 400 lei or 400 Rome, as it's sometimes referred to, but that's, that doesn't mean $100 here would, it's a different system. $100 is going to buy you more there, the equivalent there, than it is here, but not 4 times. Right. It's not the way to measure the disparity. But yes, it's a lot more it's a very generous donation from somebody in Romania, for sure.
Yes.
No, I had not heard of these things you mentioned. I had not heard that from anybody that I know in the UK that things are so negative. I will certainly try and find out. And of course, with regard to the German Unification Day, I mean, I just remember watching on TV all these people going on top of the Berlin Wall, right, and just chipping away at it and sitting on it, as if it was, they were just sitting on it, and it was like nobody could believe it was the end of the German, because I mean that stuff was fought over in 1960. People trying to escape. The East Germans under the power of Russia putting up barbed wire and whatnot, and it was a big deal, and it looked like the world and communism was falling. It looked like the world was going to unite under one big peaceful umbrella, and the evil empire, as Ronald Reagan called it, had folded. It became very quickly observably to me, who didn't really have I was not involved in any of this stuff. I just watched it on TV like everybody else. And then came the Persian Gulf War and George Bush. And it certainly, the axis of evil switched over to the United States, and it appeared. And the great I, the interesting thing, what you say is iron, A-Y. I mean, the way you would alliterate it in English spelling, A-Y-I-N, is the Hebrew word for I.
Interesting.
I-N. So it means I. And I think you referred to it's like all is under one eye.
Right. Interesting.
And of course you cannot, the Celtic, I don't know what analysis have done tiling the Gaelic language to Aramaic or Hebrew, or even Romanian for that matter, the ancient Gaelic language, because the Gauls are said to come from the Gete, or they definitely come from, historic conventional history will tell you it comes from Central Asia, but the Romanians will teach you that the Gete people are the Celtic people that migrated. Some went east, some went south through the Nile, and they went through the Danube and became the Don, the tribe of Don, and then Denmark was known as Jutland, as in Jew, Jutland. And we have O'Neill, names like O'Neill or Neil is Nile, from the Nile. My matriarchal or maternal name is Sweeney, which is Soane, which is a contraction of Soane, Solomon. Same with Sullivan. Sullivan, Sweeney, they both derived from the name Solomon, or Suleiman. And there are other names that you can take with the Irish. Very strong sense. And the Celtic people, too, have a very strong sense of identity with the original diaspora, although it's kind of hidden. It's hidden, deeply hidden. And the language, I don't know that much about the Gaelic language. It's so foreign to me. Chinese is less foreign to me.
I can understand why, to tell you the truth. But then again, I have Chinese blood, so. But I get what you mean.
Well, I don't. But it's like, okay, what is this? Because Chinese is something you hear about every day. I've seen signage for it. Growing up in L.A. or San Francisco, you see the signage, or you see Chinese signage. It's I never see Gaelic signage.
That's right.
And then the Welsh language is, harder than a wall. But I don't know how it relates to the Picts, who were the earlier people there.
Oh, they were all Celtic. They were all Celtic, and the
Picts aren't considered Celtic. They're considered indigenous. The Celtics are considered immigrants.
Oh, good point. Yes, good point. That's true. That's true.
All this might not be exactly right. It's what conventional history has taught us, but it's I mean, right as can be as far as conventional history goes. But the original language of the Druids, who were not originally Celtic, they go back into the Picts and into, I mean, there were Druids in France, but the Druids were of the trees. And you were talking about this in your tape about shamanism. You weren't talking about Druids, but you were talking about shamans. These people were so aligned with nature to the point that they would repel you if you were a quote-unquote normal civilized human being. But they went, and this is from the work of Robert Graves, The White Goddess. He will teach you that the original language was based upon trees and the shape of trees. So, and then that would turn into a written codified language, and it was known as Ogham. And I knew somebody who spoke this. He studied with Robert Graves. Wow. This was a man named Mark Roberts, featured in my book, Montauk Book of the Living. Mark Roberts was the cameraman for Dan Rather at the time of the Oswald assassination, when Oswald was assassinated by Jack Ruby. And Mark Roberts would see Ogham. He could read it, and he'd see it in conventional scholarship will say, oh, there's no Ogham in America. He'd see it all over the world. Ancient speech, which would be identified with Ogham, Ogham. So that's a bit of the indigenous, what little I know. The White Goddess is a tome. It's a book that will, can send you on a whole other pathway.
Could you tell us, disambiguate for us the difference between the White Goddess and the White Bat? What would be the difference between the spirit of the two?
Tremendous difference. So the White Goddess is a book by Robert Graves. The White Bat is a book by Peter Moon. And they don't necessarily, at least on the surface, connect. The White Bat, I learned something about the White Bat the other day, that I realized something about the White Bat, because one of the aspects I've talked about in Romania is that the people are like the Solomonari. They will bring you into the caves. And this is actually what sold me on going to Romania to meet with Paula. I'd already met her, but I ended up having, I guess, what you would call our honeymoon. And this was not, the intention of the trip. It just fell into place that way. But she had told me, connected with me on Facebook, and told me that the White Bat is the mascot of the goddess Mashande. Mashande is a blue goddess who appears in Radu's second book, Transylvania Moonrise in English. And Mashande is a goddess in the Hindu pantheon, but she's given a whole new different aspect in Radu's book, where she is a blue goddess that he meets in the mountains of Tibet. And he's brought there by teleportation that's affected by a Tibetan Lama with a yidam, which is his assistant for maneuvering metaphysical matters.
Is this something like a witch's familiar? Or?
No, it's not a familiar. It's what a yidam is. You can look up yidam, and they will define it in certain ways on Wikipedia. And Wikipedia is just mirroring what's standard Tibetan stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be very jaundiced about standard Tibetan stuff.
Right.
Because it's not necessary. It's for the multitudes.
Yeah.
This is all you need to know if you're a Tibetan junkie.
Yes.
But it's not necessarily, you know, if you penetrate past the layers of wisdom where they'll say, well, yeah, this is what we tell the junkies, but this is the truth. So in any case, the white in Tibet, he goes into this. Well, to answer your question about the familiar, a yidam is something that a Tibetan Lama creates. It's a manifestation. It's the actual way to create it is with one of these beautiful sand mandalas that they make.
Mm-hmm.
Now, these things take a long, long time.
Yes.
To make.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of like disperse them or blow them away, or, you know, and ruin them or destroy them.
That's right. I've seen some examples where they've actually done these kinds of sand pattern designs on the surface of water so that it will dissolve within a period of time. Incredible. Go on. Yeah.
Well, the purpose, according to Radu and his Lama, is to create a yidam. Now, I wouldn't say that every Lama making a sand mandala is creating a yidam. Or it could be that one higher Lama is orchestrating all these other mandalas to create a yidam. I really don't know. But this is just what Radu is spouting in his book, saying that the purpose is to create a yidam. And a yidam is a creation. It's a mental creation by the Lama, which is an extension of himself. In that case, it is a familiar, but it's not an animal. It's not a golem created by man but is not man. It can manifest in this world. Mm-hmm. And it is created in the image of the Lama, not necessarily looking like the Lama, but what the Lama creates it for. So it's what it's used for is to interface dimensionally or interdimensionally, like you were alluding to in your talk about
gates,
portals, anti-gods.
Yes.
Yeah, gates and exploiting these. The yidam will. So in other words, you could create a yidam according to your personal fancy or your personal taste or your personal predilection. It could be a fairy. It could be a leprechaun. It could be a Wookiee or something like it. And the one Radu meets, reminds me of Lurch or Frankenstein, the way he described it. But it's more human than Lurch or the Frankenstein monster. And it's very big. It's very large, and he communicates. I don't remember if he communicated. I think he communicated telepathically. He says a yidam can use language, but it takes a long time to teach them. Something like teaching a biofax simulagra to talk or something.
Right.
Maybe not that hard.
Right.
I don't know. But so you're teaching this creature to talk. You can, and some I don't remember what this one talked, but he definitely communicated with Radu. And he was brought into Eleanor's house in Bucharest so Radu could be familiarized with him, because he didn't want to freak Radu out the first time he saw him. And he basically explained what this creature was. And he was very high, about 7 feet tall or something. Now, where he comes into play is when they do the transfer from Transylvania to Tibet. The space starts to get really weird. It's very well described. The way, the space kind of turns and turns, and they're going into another dimension. And the yidam is there before he appears. And he's there to negotiate the weather and any situation. So when they actually get to Tibet, he's making it possible for them to breathe air in this high
atmosphere,
Tibetan plateau, which is really not suitable for humans. And he's negotiating this, and then they go into a cave where he meets Mashandi, who gives him a parchment, which becomes Book 4, the secret parchment, or the main subject of that book. So anyway, the Yidam, this is what the Yidam actually presents, and what it is, and and so, you know, that's an interesting thing from Radu's books. Now, how did I get off on the subject of Yidams and Radu?
We were speaking of the Gaelic language and how alien it is. Yeah.
Yes. And the Gaelic people, and yeah, I was talking about Ogham and it being, I guess that's where we digress from. We were
Right. But another question bears asking is, of course, the first thing that comes to everyone's mind. It certainly came to both Jameson's mind and my own when you spoke of this Yidam, was tulpa. And perhaps if you could disambiguate the Yidam from a tulpa, that is very common in the conceptualization of the Tibetans.
The Turpa is let me get my, I want to get my notes out on this.
Sure. And in the meantime, Peter was kind enough to listen to what I had said about shamanism. Depending on what he wants, I might go into more occult things tonight. And of course, I'll be happy to talk about some geopolitics. Obviously, this is a night when it would be appropriate to talk about Germany, because it is, of course, German Unity Day, when Germany reunified on the surface world. And there's still much left to be done with the changing of the maps in Europe. We are far from a stable or balanced map of Europe right now. And of course, the Soviet Union is still collapsing. When the Soviet Union began to collapse, an empire of that size, its collapse goes on for generations. And I am happy to relate to everyone that when I did a bit of search because of when I published, and I hope Peter does take a look at this later, what I did was I tagged your timeline, Peter, with just before the tag for tonight's promotional banner. You should be able to find beneath that a column that I wrote on the unification of Germany. And it's a very long column. It pushes the limits of what Facebook will tolerate for how much text it allows. But it's about 20 pages worth of text, maybe a little over, maybe about 23.
Wait, this is on it's on your timeline?
Yes, and it should be on yours as well, because I tagged you. But just scroll down from tonight's promotional banner and you'll find it and you'll recognize it, because you'll see a photograph of the Kaiser of Germany. Of course, he is not officially the Kaiser because his great-great-grandfather abdicated the throne. But this is the man who will be Kaiser if the Kaiserdom is reinstated, at least constitutionally, in Germany, which I advocate in that column, of course. But he did indeed have a royal wedding. And so this royal wedding was on April 26th or 27th back in 2011, the very year my mother died. And she had died in March of that year. And I was seeking to cheer her up, and what happened was my son arranged with the Kaiser coming to San Francisco for his bachelor party to have myself contracted as a buck smoker, which was a male stripper, by the Kaiser's friends, because they wanted to play a joke on him, a practical joke. So the photograph is myself sitting on his lap, which is right across the photograph of him with his wife, or his fiancée, who is going to become his wife through the marriage that they had very shortly after the other photograph was taken. Of course, he was taken aback, and that's quite visible. So this is on the column I wrote about the unification of Germany, and that was right around that time almost, really. So things have changed a bit since that column was written, but the column still holds in all of its in all of its relevance. And so hopefully Peter will have some time to review that, because elements of that.
But Douglas, this picture of you with the blue thing,
yeah,
that's the Kaiser grandson, great grandson?
Yes, yeah. He's in both photographs. That was before he got his haircut.
How come both of you look like biofaxes? You both look like biofaxes. It doesn't look, I mean, it looks real, but it doesn't look real. There's such an unrealistic look to this, particularly him.
Oh, that's so funny. But
you see what I'm saying? You're a visual artist. Do you see what I'm saying?
It's I can see what you're saying. Yes. There is that. There is that look. Probably because what had happened was just before I sat on his lap, a bunch of makeup artists were tending to him. So he's quite heavily made up because they wanted to take a photograph, and that's when his friends let me loose to sit on his lap. By the way, you might notice that I'm certainly refraining from touching him. I want to be very careful about not triggering a violent response, because men will hit. If you do something like touch them just when, especially when they're confronted with somebody who's of the same gender, and this is a practical joke where they're just being confronted with an uncomfortable moment like that. I grabbed his hat off his head and put it on my own, but that was an uncomfortable enough moment to do that. But you have to be swift about it. You've got to do it just right, or otherwise men will just lash out and punch you. Just something.
Did you know you were a man at this point?
He did. Which should be obvious by his expression. Yes, he's not happy. No, he wasn't happy. And so that's but it was definitely, his friends were very much amused, and it definitely, worked out well enough. But I seriously wonder if he would even remember me if he were to encounter myself again. He got pretty drunk that night, so it's hard to tell. But that would be interesting if we ever encountered each other again in the future. But I'm glad that you found it, so I look forward to your review of that. There are elements of that may well go into the next book, because of I speak heavily of Germany and how it reunified and all of the implications of that at the time. And of course, he got married to the love of his life. They'd known each other since childhood, and so that was nice that happened. And basically because I was just looking through other things that were going on in light of royal weddings because of this, because I was dealing with that subject. Then what I found was that the Russians had a royal wedding. It wasn't all that long ago either. And the reason that that's important is because it does show that the royal family of Russia is still out there. And so it was only on October 2nd of this year. So it was literally, it was like fucking yesterday. And so yesterday there was a royal Russian wedding. Of course, this is one of the reasons my son brought me to the estate to celebrate, because monarchy is very important to his husband as well, for reasons that I'm not allowed to go into. But we can just say business contracts. But the people can look this up. Basically, the Grand Duke George Mikhailovich Romanov and his Italian bride, Victoria Romanovna Betterini, they got married at St. Isaac's Cathedral in St. Petersburg, Russia, which was once, of course, the capital of all the Russias under the Tsar. And so the descendants of the Tsarist Romanov dynasty were married in Russia's first royal wedding in over a century yesterday. And the Russians had to wait over 100 years for it. But the Tsars are fucking back. And this means that there is an alternative to Vladimir Putin. And the fact that they could get married in St. Petersburg and Vladimir Putin didn't dare to lift a finger this goes to show where the future of Russia lies. So there is hope for the future, and I'm so happy to report that. And definitely that was, happy to report the Germans had their monarchy, of course, have their wedding as well back in 2011, the year of my mother's death, which I thought to put the photographs up because of today being German Unity Day, and I wanted to put a column up about it that I had written at the time. And altogether, I think there's good continuity here, and it bodes well for the future. We need a return to constitutional monarchies at the very least, so that people have a sense of identity, which both the Germans and the Russians don't have right now, and they don't have any real sense of purpose. And either one of those nations, even though Germany is, of course, orders of magnitude better off in terms of quality of life, it still has its problems. And certainly Russia's problems are all too obvious, but I think it still has its hopes. And the biggest problem right now for all of us, of course, is communist China. And by the way, I'll talk to Peter Moon more off air about this, but I met with my friend from communist China, Rose, just the other day. I had gone to see V, but before her I went to see Rose, and gave her a copy of the book, and so she was enamored of it. And she said because of what it says about so many communists in the U.S. Marine Corps, and that the Japanese won the war, it explains so much to the Chinese people. So I'll tell you more about some suggestions that she had, and we'll talk about that privately. But it's good to see that that Asian people respond to it well. So people from communist China respond well to the book because it explains to them how the Japanese won the war, and so to the communist Chinese, it explains to them everything about why America is where it's at. So, and to them, it's not an anti-Chinese book either. When we bring up that, when Peter and I are expressing that the United States Marine Corps was so communized, we present that, of course, as a negative. And to most Americans, it should appear so. To people from mainland China, obviously, that looks like something enlightening, and is something that to them is news that is, or history that is to them like a positive. So it's interesting how all of this will be viewed. And what she kept asking me about was, as she was flipping through it and scanning it so intensively, she was saying, "Oh, what do you think about what the Japanese did in China?" And of course she wants me to say how, I told her, of course we acknowledge the Japanese experiments on human beings in China, the human experimentation facilities at Harbin, what the Westerners called Mukden. I mean, this is so important to the mainland Chinese. What the mainland Chinese, of course, are obsessed with is Japanese atrocities in mainland China. Very much she confirmed that the Chinese should be very interested in this. So anyhow, Peter and I will speak more about that later. But
we'll get back to the question of Jameson.
Sure.
And the tulpa, because I had to disambiguate with all these terms from terma and terton. Well, yeah, he's asking about the tulpa because it's basically in metaphysics is a type of willed, imagined being which practitioners consider to be sentient and relatively independent. They have thoughts, emotions, and personalities separate from their host. Well, the idea of what I'm presenting here is different. It's similar to the degree that it is being created by an individual, by a lama, but this would be, I wouldn't call them identical. They're very similar, but a tulpa could be anything. With the Tibetan heritage, you would get the idea of something that's more refined and isn't something that's, created by some occult magician, which might have a lot more anti-God or wild aspect to it. Mm-hmm. I would, in the context in which it is presented, it seems much more hygienic than your ordinary tulpa, which is what, the beast from the Montauk Project has been referred to, and might indeed well be. But there is, and what I was thought he was asking me was a terma. Is the secret part, the parchment that Mashande gives to Radu. It's called a terma. It's one of the sacred treasures hidden by Guru Rinpoche. Accordingly, he came on our the Guru Rinpoche was the Padmasambhava, the second Buddha who founded Tibetan Buddhism, and he dispersed all these termas or sacred treasures that would be revealed at certain times on the planet. And this was one that would be revealed, and the one who would get the treasure or uncover it would be called a tertan. This would be Radu, would fit that definition of a tertan. And I was the, I guess what you'd say, the translator of the tertan, or had it translated. I didn't do that translation. I certainly edited the translation. But
But you can translate entire books.
I can, but at that time, I had hired somebody to do it. Right. And of course, very nice lady. I lost her when she got pregnant. She couldn't translate my book, Inside the Earth, so I ended up hiring somebody else and had to do half of it myself because the translation wasn't adequate, and she wasn't a real translator. But in any case, the term, this was recognized by one of my friends, and he recognized that this is what it was, and that it had a historical context in Buddhism, and this is what it was so important to him that he, introduced me to the Lama at Woodstock, and the Lama granted me an audience because of this. And keep in mind, it was his birthday, and there were 300 people waiting to see him. He couldn't possibly see all those people. Jesus. On the day I was there, and he saw me. They all had gifts for him.
That's incredible.
I think I gave him some books.
And what was the significance of why did he want to hold it at Woodstock? Just because that was considered hippie central, or?
No. There's a big lamasery up there. Mm. It's near Woodstock, I think. Okay. It's called Woodstock, but it's really right outside of Woodstock.
Okay.
No, they have a big Buddhist lamasery up there.
I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, and it's you go in there, and I bought some Buddhist paraphernalia, very beautiful. I don't know what you call them, not pieces of cloth, and very beautiful.
Wow. I forgot what you call. I know what you're talking about, and I forgot what it's called.
Yeah, it's like I bought one, and Paula used it for a table that she uses for sacred stuff. Okay. She used it. It's very beautiful. I think it's in our bedroom now, but it's very colorful. Yes. And then I bought something that you hang on the wall. I don't know what the name of it, just because it was beautiful. But anyway, I saw him a second time. He passed away. This previous year. So anyway,
the Lama did.
The Lama, yeah, he was the resident head Lama. The resident head Lama, I think, he was filling the role there. He was he was very interested. He was really interested, more than anything. I said he was interested in David Anderson and the time travel. He said he'd like to take advantage of it himself. Get younger.
Yeah, wouldn't we all?
Yeah. He passed away 93 or something, 94. But in any case, it's like, and they have all sorts of, scrolls and stuff in there, ancient scrolls that go back thousands of years. And he also accepted to see my Romanian relatives. They were not keen on going there at all. They weren't keen on going there, but because they were visiting my friend in Woodstock with me, I I didn't even know why we went up there, why they wanted to go up there. You know, Paula had been there before, but we took them up there, and they were fine to go there, but they weren't keen on going to the monastery. It didn't excite them or interest them. But they did go, and they really enjoyed it. They really liked it. And the Lama saw them, visited, spent time with them. You know, both, and then we also got to go into the sacred scroll room and all this sort of thing, which people aren't ordinarily led into. They are led into the temple. We went into the temple and all this sort of stuff, and it's all very, you know, what was I going to say? I was recently in a church.
Mm-hmm.
Can't even remember. Oh, I was in the Egyptian church. Yeah, I was in the Egyptian church.
Coptic.
On Long Island. Yeah, so I would say, yeah, I was in a church somewhere else. It's the one thing I noticed about the Egyptian church, though, God, they don't have any oxygen in there.
Any oxygen use?
There's no oxygen. I mean, there's a lack of oxygen.
Right.
You know, it's like if you're in a stuffy house,
yeah,
and you got to open the windows.
Yeah. I get it.
It's like really a lack of oxygen in church, and this is the way with many churches.
Right.
Not all churches, but many churches, they have no oxygen.
Interesting. You know, that's true. That's true. I understand what you're saying. And by the way, just to put this into some context for people who, you know, Peter brought up that Paula has a kind of a table that she has sacred objects upon, and she was using this Tibetan cloth for that. And of course, people might wonder how this young lady from Romania appreciates Tibetan spirituality. This wasn't part of some new age wave of popularity. Her brother is actually involved with Tibetan spirituality. Am I giving away too much with that? You can share what you will.
No, that's very true. I don't know that he's had much time to deal with that lately, because they're dealing with the Wisdom School in Transylvania, of which he is a facilitator. So they've been very busy.
Wow. And
very occupied. I mean, I've been looking forward to him taking this trip to Tibet, or not to Tibet, to Siberia,
right, via
Siberia. And I just don't know when that's going to happen, because he's just been so busy.
Right.
And it's good busy. It's I guess you'd say success busy from that perspective. And there's some projects he's very much involved. He's doing very well, but he's very stretched out, so he doesn't have time to worry about that. But there is a great, according to Radu, the Tibet and Romania, Transylvania in particular, were both alive during the Ice Age. Both of those, you know, because they're both very high, and they were able to withstand the onslaught of the ice, and then they both have conduits into the underworld, inner earth, subterranean passages. They're loaded with caves and whatnot. So that there is a commonality of the two cultures, and they are united more anciently than modernly. And of course, these books sort of, you know, make the connection of these ancient connection. It's sort of like always there. L. Ron Hubbard said something very interesting about the Roman Empire, and he said this in the context of what he called an org board, or an organizing board, and he had his mind worked in the image of his organizing board, which he called a philosophical machine.
Mm-hmm.
He said the Kabbalah is a philosophical machine. You know, it's got its own pathways and whatnot. He says this is a different philosophical machine. Don't know where the hell he came up with it, but it's really quite brilliant, and it works. And he would organize his organizations based upon this.
Right.
And he says it's constantly fluctuating and changing. You have to change it. But he said that every entity, meaning organization or group, operates on this principle. It doesn't matter if it's delineated. It's operating on an organization flowchart. And how well you make the org board is how clever you are at analyzing and seeing all the different intricacies. And he said that the Roman Empire is still extant. He said its organizing board is still extant. It's still the old Roman Empire. It's still there. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't, like, well, for example, the Appian Way. Mm-hmm. The Appian Way is a ancient road that was built, that the Romans traveled on for their troops. And you can look at how it's constructed. Ingenious construction. Right. With certain levels of rocks, and it's so sturdy. You could take an elephant on it. Yeah. You could take tanks on it. Right. And it was so sturdy, it's still there after 2,000 years. But anyway, there are other functions that the Roman Empire is still operating. Of course, not to the full extent that it was. But this is the way. So you could say that the British Empire, very much in operation, even in America. Yes. Even in the financial networks that are, hidden and that we don't see.
Yes, these are shadow empires, and the shadows of these empires, because they're so large and they're so monumental in their repercussions. This is the kind of echoes that go through time. This is something that probably David Lewis Anderson could possibly speak to. I believe it's far more than metaphorical, because these empires still are with us. This is something that what these people are seeking, who have this kind of sub-cult of QAnon, are pushing this quote-unquote Tartarian empire concept. They're kind of operating on that morphic field resonance kind of idea, but the real historical empires are far more interesting than what these people are cobbling together, which is fascinating in the sense that it's aesthetic, that they're obsessed with the aesthetics of architecture porn, and all of it traces back to that book that was published by I always confuse the twain, so you'll have to help me here. If it's not Jim Marrs, it's Tex Marrs, who put this big book together on symbolic architecture and its secret cultic symbols, I believe. Jim Marrs
was probably Tex. That was probably Tex.
That was Tex, yes. Tex Marrs, I'm sure. Tex. Yeah, thank you. So when Tex Marrs put that together, that's the real source of this Tartarian empire concept. But believe me, as much as I appreciate the fact that they're digging up all these old quality architectural photographs, and it is mysterious as to why certain buildings disappear. I mean, they're obsessed with concepts like the Singer skyscraper, which was built out of stone, so it was as monumental and as permanent as the Empire State Building, and then it was taken down. So they're obsessed with buildings like this that rise up and go down, and they think it's all part of this secret Tartarian empire. So they're taking things to a new level of morphic resonance. But honestly, the real historical empires are just as mind-boggling in the way.
Ask a question. Yeah. Did you ever hear of the community in Tuscany, northwest Italy, called Damanhur?
No. What's it about?
Damanhur. This was a community that was based upon time travel.
Interesting.
I covered it in my newsletter, but not extensively, because I didn't have extensive knowledge. I wrote what was written about it, and it was introduced to me by my friend Maya, who appeared in one of the documentaries on Montauk with me. She's the only person I've seen travel in time. And she had met somebody, I think, up in the Catskills when she lived in New York, who was a comedian. I think he was from the Damanhur community, or had been there. And he actually told her about it. And then she sent me an article that appeared in sort of a New Age type magazine. Mm-hmm. And it was a time travel community in Tuscany. And it was really funny because you couldn't find out much about it. And one of my friends was going to Tuscany, and she was Italian, if I recall. But I don't know if that had anything to do with anything. She's going, and I told her, I said, please check this place out for me. See if you can find it. She couldn't find it, but it was all very hidden at that time. Because what had happened is they built these ornate, beautiful temples under the ground.
Mm-hmm.
They did it all secretly.
Right.
They didn't permits for it. It was all done, and they were beautiful. They were esoteric, supposedly esoterically correct. This would be showing up any Masonic lodge that knew its stuff. It'd be showing them up because of what they're doing. And it turned out the guy behind this was a guy named Falco. That's what he called himself. He was Italian. So a lot of the stuff was Italian, in Italian. Now, I was once, David Anderson tried to introduce me to somebody from this community.
Wow.
I think it was coming. I was conflicted with it schedule-wise, and I was a little, annoyed that he didn't tell me who this guy was. I didn't know he was from Damanhur. I would have, gone out of my way to try and meet with him.
Right.
But I was going out of town, and I wasn't, jumping to meet anybody.
Right.
But I mean, if he would have told me, I would have tried to gone out of my way or to meet him. But it didn't happen.
Right.
Now, David was networking with anything time travel at that point. That was this 20 years ago or something. And more than 20 years ago. But anyway, I wouldn't hear too much about Damanhur. But eventually, the town went after them because they didn't have permits and whatnot, and there was a big standoff. And eventually, they were allowed to continue. But then, when I went to Romania, one of my friends who was come with me, same one who introduced me to the Lama, he had spent extensive time in Damanhur, and he got into the inner circle. And he didn't get into the inner circle because he was one of the cult. It's because he was healing people, and he was useful. He was a useful healer. So, just like my Chinese doctor friend, she would work on the Dalai Lama. She would work on the president of China because she had ability. Right. And, I got a pain in my neck. And she would, be sent to work on these people. Oh. So I found out a lot more about the community. And he was telling me one time, it was all kind of like he saw this guy like bulldozing down this temple that was built. I think he was just bulldozing it, destroying it. Mm-hmm. And he found out that the guy running the bulldozer was the priest. He was the priest who was doing this ritual in the temple. He did the ritual, and then he bulldozed down the temple. Jeez. It was like, I don't know all the money behind it, but there was definitely money behind it. Mm. Falco eventually died. And then on one of my trips to Transylvania, mm-hmm. This one woman who'd read my newsletter, I said people were welcome to, tag along if they wanted to. Mm-hmm. This was on the trip I went to see Paula. Right. Because I was thinking I was going to, I never finished the story about Paula. Paula had said to me, she says, the white bat is the mascot of Mashandi. And she appears in this cave every May 23rd, Mashandi's cave in Transylvania. And I wanted to go to that cave. And it turned out, because a girl I had met the same day I had met Paula, she had seen the white bat 2 days earlier in that cave, accompanied by a friend of mine, a Romanian friend of mine, who denied it was white. And she told me, she said, that's because his heart is black. I don't think he has a black heart, but anyway, I just heard from him today, as a matter of fact. But in any case, she had said that there was this, Mashandi's mascot was the white bat. Now, then she turned around and told me she didn't say that. She said she never said anything of the kind. And I only realized that Paula was playing the role of a Soliminari. I mean, I don't believe for a minute she was deceiving me in trying to get me to come to Romania. I don't believe that for a minute, but something spoke through her. And when I did go, it's too muddy to go in May. I mean, you can go, but it was like an 8-hour hike, and my mother-in-law had to give me special permission, and I just said, you know what? I don't need to do this. It's too much. You know, it's almost like playing a game of tag.
Right.
Do I really need to go up there and, see the white bat? I would like to, but it's okay. I don't have to. I don't have a obsessive compulsive disorder. I mean, it's phenomena that came to me, and now I'm more interested in chocolate being a cave, where I saw plenty of bats, but none of them were white. And this was to disambiguate the white bat from the white goddess. However, we were going up that was the original thread we were on. But anyway, this woman who came to see me, she needed some help. She needed some deconstruction of her life. And she ended up working mostly with my mother-in-law, although I worked with her. And she had worked her way up into the inner circle of Dom and her herself. She got further than she should have, because this Falco guy had an interest in her, a sexual interest.
Interesting. Yeah.
So that was kind of like, the ticket.
Right.
And then there was some point where she had to kind of shit or get off the pot. Not so much on the sex, but on the cult. I don't think she ever had sex with him at all, because it's kind of like, and then she had some really weird, it's too personal to go into, but after she left, she was being tagged she had a boyfriend in another country, and he started tagging her and started putting weird stuff on. It was almost like he was posting biofax simulacras on her Facebook timeline that looked like her.
Interesting. Okay.
And it was like, it was horrible. It was horrifying to her,
right,
because he didn't believe he wasn't the type to do that. It's almost like, I'm trying to think of some innocuous character in your life, if you have any.
Good question.
I'm trying to think of somebody, Beavers had too much experience to be a good example.
Right.
With weird stuff and trafficking biofax simulacras or whatever. But I'm trying to think of somebody,
It's hard for me to think of anybody who would fit into that. You remember there was that one lady.
It's just well, it might be kind of like, your friend in Hawaii.
Okay. Judith Ager, maybe. Yes.
And then all of a sudden she's like, posting biofax simulacras or something similar to them, and that look like you, and is just gone ape shit, right, in a way that isn't inconsistent with her previous behavior.
Right.
And so it was like she was being haunted.
Right. And by the way, in a sense, I had that happen with the closest person who came to a normal person in my life was Esther Fishman, who was my representative payee for a year. I had to have a representative payee. The judge insisted on that. And as I said, before half the year was through, she went stark raving mad. So it's something similar to that. I understand the sudden dislocation where you have someone who you consider to be like the Rock of Gibraltar in your life, the only, sane tether or anchor within a chaotic matrix, suddenly disassembles.
I don't know how the boyfriend was, because she split up with him, but then he started laying, it's as if he was just a regular boyfriend and it didn't work out. But after they broke up, it was as if he became, Renfield or somebody, some crazed person that was now haunting her. And the last time I spoke to her was by phone, and she really had a, paranoid outlook on the world. And, I was trying to talk her out of that.
Right.
And it's very hard to talk her out of it. Because,
do you feel that was their intention, was to drive her into that paranoid paradigm of the world? That might have been the boyfriend's intention and those who were manipulating him. He sounds kind of like a puppet for other interests.
You know who put these moves on her? She needed to talk to me about it. Richard Dolan.
Interest. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Yes.
He invited her up to. He says, "Oh, I'd like to talk to you," and he wanted her to come over to his place, and this was in UK or something, and she says, she was. Before we could meet, he says, "Well, I don't want to talk about it on the phone." I don't want to talk about it on the phone. It was bullshit. And so she had, she was pretty heavily wired. I mean, I liked her. I liked her, but she had some heavy shit going on, and it seemed to be getting worse. And as they say, when you do qigong, people don't stick to you.
Yeah,
they just don't stick to you because you breathe
begin
them away.
You begin to repel them. It's kind of like a repellent shield against cloying or needy leech type people.
Well, yeah, because you say if you want to get rid of your problem, breathe and do this. If you want to get rid of your problem, stretch and do this. And this is very relevant to what we've been exposing or dealing with in dealing with this phenomenon. When you're talking about when it gets heavy with the anti-gods and all this negative stuff, I have a friend who's a very dear friend, and he's very much on top of all the contradictions that are being promulgated by the narrative about COVID and vaccinations. Very on top of it. I don't have the time to read it. Right. I can listen to the narrative or the general thesis of it and say, okay, this, and because I told him, I said, I cannot fight this. I have a better platform than he does. I can't fight this because it's, it's running a course of its own. Right. It's running a course of its own. So he said something about, people look at things from their own perspective and selfish perspective, and it's like, to deny the bigger picture and doing something about the bigger picture. Well, in actual fact, I'm doing something about the bigger picture by working with you.
Thank you.
The other work I do, it's working on a very big picture.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese says that we're sounding crackly, so I just want to, he says it sounds like there's radio static over us, but I believe that's only because he's all fucked up by the fire hydrant near his home, so I do want people to report if they're hearing what he's hearing. I believe only he is hearing that. But for those...
Well, it would be nice if people would report that and let us know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any... Yeah, I'm not seeing any reports from anyone else, but if anyone else is hearing that, let us know. I don't believe that's the case, but if it is the case, let us know. But no one else has said anything. They'll usually say something in the chat room if that's the case. So with what Peter has said, is he's confirmed of the importance of working with myself, which of course is very exciting to me. So do go on, Peter. Obviously, I enjoy that.
Well, yeah. Well, this is the thing. And so I saw him for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
And this is separately. Mm-hmm. And I saw him walk, and I said, I picked this stuff up very quickly because of the qigong. I said, what's, going on with your shoulders? Well, arthritis. And I said, well, I can show you an exercise for that. Show me, quick. show me. You know, it's like, and I think I've showed it to him before. I showed him, and then he says, I have physical therapy exercise for him. I said, do you do them? He goes, no. Now, and you know, Paula also witnessed his deterioration. This is part of aging,
Right.
but it doesn't have to be that way. So what I saw was that he was neglecting himself,
Right.
and working towards the bigger picture. And this is the important thing. Whether you're working with people out there working with biofacsimilagor, people are working with anti-gods, people are working with H.P. Lovecraft or negative shit, you have to work on yourself.
Yeah.
This is the salvation. It's not, you know, you can't solve the world's I'm talking to people, not talking to you necessarily, because you're a special case.
Thank you.
You're working, I mean, it does apply to you, but I'm saying it's like people have to work on themselves. They have to improve themselves. And this is your challenge. It's not to, you know, it's not to save the world. You have to save yourself. And this is just like they tell you on the airplane, if you have a baby and you got to put your own oxygen mask on first before you put the child or the baby's oxygen mask on, because if you can't breathe, you know, forget the baby. Nothing's going to happen to the baby.
Yeah.
You know, you got to save yourself, so then you can put the oxygen mask on the baby or the kid.
Yes.
You got to take care of yourself so you can take care of the people around you.
Yes.
And this is very important. Neglect of self is so astonishingly
prevalent,
flagrantly violated by people, and it's the most important thing you can do. So this really, in the context of all of this negative stuff that's been laid into the world or laid onto the world, the first principle is to take care of the self. So this is the you know, the paradigm. Now, when we move into the book, the resistance to the book, it's very, what we need to work on is just informing people of the facts. It doesn't behoove me, who's probably been the main promulgator of it, or it doesn't behoove us to tell people how psychological resistant they are, or how resistant the world is. It's to inform them of the facts, because you know, the person I mentioned to you that we will talk about privately, they said that they didn't buy the whole thing about Roswell and the Japanese. They didn't buy into it. In other words, obviously he's heard of it, but he just doesn't buy it. And I said, well, if you look and read the book, and I said, I've carefully laid out everything he said in a way that it's very convincing. And he says, okay, I'll read it. I look forward to reading it. In other words, I said, it's all laid out there. So in other words, listening to talk on the internet doesn't quite do it.
No.
It's like the printed word has its own power, and to get people like this on board, or anybody, it just requires informing them, and
convincing them to invest the energy to read. That's the important part. The problem is people are drawing their own conclusions, and the reality is that because I've been out there for 10 years, people have heard this. People have heard this, but all they hear are fragments of it. And because all they hear are fragments of it, and the cult of the kings of Edom is been so dominant in the media, basically is the media, then you have a situation where they're simply told, oh, just don't buy into this. And if that truly is the term that was used by this individual, that says it all. It's as if, of course, someone is running a sales pitch and you have something to sell them, which is basically taken as snake oil, and they're not going to buy it. It's not an option whether someone wants to buy it or not. And of course, Peter handled that individual rightly. He handled him the way he has to handle him. And of course, knowing what I know about that individual, I also know that individual's imprinted. But aside from that,
I mean, so many people are. But this, I had once posted about on Facebook about FDR.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? What you said about him being a homicidal maniac?
Yes.
Oh boy, did I have somebody take great issue? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
Oh my God! And the emotional investment they must have had, and you wonder why. Why would they be so emotional?
They had read Dorothy Kearns or whatever, Doris Kearns' book on FDR. Very well researched book. Very well researched book. I mean, she's writing tomes about FDR.
Oh, there you go.
And it's all a bunch of crap.
Yes.
You know.
Thank you.
And it's like, and I'm posting stuff on the Butcher of Haiti, and this is who FDR was known as, the Butcher of Haiti.
Yes.
And it's just, I just had to disengage this individual because, in other words, I'm not buying it. Well, okay, you're the buyer of information.
Right.
You're buying info. You're going to buy Doris Kearns,
Right. And just to reinforce this point, because it's so important what Peter's bringing up. So everybody understand this. The problem with Americans in particular, but all Westerners, is that there is this concept that you're an information consumer in the sense that you have a choice of buying what's on the shelf. And that somehow there's a marketplace for information and that you have a choice. Okay, all of this is pure and utter bullshit, and it's why the world...
Democrat, Republican.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of like that.
Fox News or CNN, Fox News or CNN or MSNBC.
It's kind of like that, but it's worse, because when it comes to Democrat or Republican or Fox News or, conventional media, which is the same thing as Republican or Democrat, it's just each has their own media machine. You basically have no choice, because it's bipartisan in the sense that you've got two parties and you're stuck with either one. And
the alternative is more often, not always, but more often worse than the mainstream.
Yeah. But in terms of what we're dealing with, people think they have an infinite set of choices. They think that there's information out there that they can actually cherry pick or pick and choose from, which of course you're taught in any critical thinking course. You can't do that. Okay, so what these people all need to be confronted with, what you, not Peter, but all of our listeners, what you need to be confronted with if you think like that, is the fact that you are allowed your own opinions, but you are not allowed your own facts. There are facts that cannot be denied. So what I present are facts. They're not opinions. They're not theories. They're not hypotheses. They're facts. This is what happened. And so when people say, I'm not buying that, that's like saying, I don't buy gravity. I don't buy the idea of physical limits to...
You also have to understand that, if I present the data that FDR is a homicidal maniac, he has no data to bounce it off of. And then when I do give him data, he fights.
He rejects it. Yes.
And certainly I don't have the tomes that Doris Kearns Goodwin or whatever her name has. She's got tomes of shit,
Yes, and that's an important point. Let's make a parallel there between that woman whose name I'm not even going to bother to remember. What is it again? Doris?
I think it's Doris Kearns Goodwin.
Yeah,
she's she loves to talk about the Boston Red Sox, and that makes her very homey. But she's like a president. She's written books about presidents, and she's very New England.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, so you're talking about an establishment shill. So you've got this establishment shill bitch, and she's really a parallel for conventional media to what Richard Dolan is for alternative media. So these people put out tons of footnotes, and they put out reams of verbiage, but it's all shit. It's like anybody, see, I worked with the Department of Defense as a research librarian, for God's sake. If I wanted to, I could have amassed volumes of information and just present people with info dumps. And so when you present people with just a supermassive info dump of hundreds, ultimately thousands of pages, and people just look at that and they're impressed by the sheer size of it, by the sheer bulk of it, most people look at that and say, oh, I'm not even smart enough to read that. Or, you know, if people do read that, then they'll say, oh, that person must be smart. There must be smart people reading that. And, you know, some people...
Yes. And you get also, and I noticed this in the early days of the Montauk Project, you have what I call head nodding. People nod their heads.
Yes.
So
like bobbing hood ornaments on an assembly line. Yes, go on.
Yeah. Like if she appears on a show, whether it's the Today Show, she probably appears on all these shows, all these NBC shows, and which is, you know, probably got a tied ownership with the publisher. And all these things, oh, you're right, oh, so this is what FDR was like. Oh, so this is what Abe Lincoln was like. Oh, so this is what so-and-so was like. And then they'll look at the, you know, the conferences with Truman and Stalin and whatever, and they'll look at these as these great moments in history. And this is what Churchill said, and this is how FDR outmaneuvered him or whatever. You know, it's like all this strategic stuff and instead of.
Yeah, you can just take a look at how they position their sales pitch. And by the way, they're the ones selling you crap. These are the people who are selling you something. The fact is that when you get these, and this happens a lot with Churchill, people write these laudatory biographies of Winston Churchill, and they're supposed to be about his entire life, and yet everything is missing. It's missing all of the facts that he gave direct orders for chemical attacks against women and children in Arab nations, where during the time of the Arab uprisings against the British Empire, he just said, you know, wipe out the fucking villages, kill the women and children, and the men will, you know, stop coming back to hit at us because they'll have to bury their female and child dead and shit, you know. And then the time after that, he decided he was going to convert to Islam. Gee, they never bring up the fact that he seriously considered converting to Islam to the point where his sister begged him on her knees, got on her knees and begged him, please do not convert to Islam. And he said, but Islam, if I become Islamic, I'd be a true warrior. I mean, this man was out of his fucking...
Yeah, he probably knows that Arabs have a proclivity towards, you know, anal sex.
Thank you. It's the young boys. By the way, whoever doesn't believe this, take a look at the movie Lawrence of Arabia with Peter O'Toole. That's a totally queer flick. All you see in there is boy butt and men. There are no women in hours and hours of film. It's the gayest fucking film you'd ever see, and that was the life of course, Lawrence of Arabia and all those gay Arabs. I mean, they'll kill for the boys. Women they keep covered up, and that's strictly for reproduction. But the real sex, the real love they feel is towards boys. And that's the way it was in classical Greece, too, just to be fair. You had a bunch of men who considered women to be half men, animals, failed men, incomplete men, animals used for breeding, but men were who you fell in love with. The woman who portrayed that best was a South African authoress who wrote the book The Last of the Wine, in which she portrays the male love affairs of Greece as this casual norm. That is just basically, the woman did not exist in these men's minds other than some receptacle to spew sperm into so you could get more boys out of the womb. And it took a female authoress to really express this, and she does this without any sense of irony. Her name was Mary Renault, and Renault, and she's quite renowned, but she was a South African authoress, and the reason it's important to bring that up is because if you take a look at that mindset, that never stopped in the well, in much of Arabia, it's basically the predominant mindset. So when you got that kind of mindset that Churchill was going for, when Peter says that, he may have been saying that with a sense of irony or facetiousness, but it was actually, Peter got it just right. He hit the nail on the head. This is the kind of madness that is never expressed about Winston Churchill. And of course, this is an idiot who, wrote an entire book about the Americans as a race. And he speaks of America as a race. He speaks of this Anglo-American ethnos, that we're all part of the same race, when in reality, of course, you had an Anglo elite over America, but the majority of America was by far Germanic in its demography. And with all the new immigrants fluctuating the stats, it became more and more Mediterranean in its composition. A lot of Italians, a lot of Celts, always were a lot of Irish, but they really came in, in waves later on. So, you go from this madness where he's trying to encapsulate this Anglosphere and where we're at today. And well, you've got an idea of how we got to this fucked up position. It's because you've been sold a load of shit by a bunch of establishment shills. So do remind yourselves that whenever you see these people pushing these big biographies, big, thick biographies, that they obviously have an agenda. And ask yourself what that agenda is. Look through it critically and ask yourself what's missing. What is it that's missing? And believe me, you'd be amazed at what's missing. The only reason they put so much together, so much voluminous material in these info dumps, is because it makes you think immediately, it must be exhaustive. When you look at that, you think, this must be definitive. This must be exhaustive. There couldn't be anything missing from this because of so many pages, so many footnotes. It couldn't possibly, and yet everything is missing from it. Everything important. For instance, Roosevelt, and people can look this up. The only place you'll find it on the internet is through an old article in Rolling Stone magazine, which is, of course, a very liberal, progressive, political magazine. But Rolling Stone magazine probably put out the only publicly accessible information which I had to deal with on the actual documentary level, meaning I was collating and destroying the documents. There were 666 volumes. 666 fucking volumes, that exact number, in which Roosevelt had this project to deport all Jews from Earth, to send them using Nazi technology of rocketry to Mars or the moon, to either the moon or Mars. He said, let's move the Jews off Earth completely because they're nothing but a problem for everybody. So here's Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who said, we need to turn the Sahara Desert into a garden. We need to move the Jews off Earth onto a lunar or Martian colony. We need to deport them completely from the face of the Earth so that man can live in peace. None of this is going to be in any kind of biography by this establishment shill bitch that Peter Moon was talking about. But if you look it up, FDR's plan to send Jews into space, kind of like the, what was it, the old Sesame Street, they had the mini-series within the Sesame Street series, Pigs in Space, kind of like Jews in space. And his whole idea...
Well, that's a takeoff Mel Brooks did, Jews in Space. Did you ever see that movie, History of the World Part 1?
I never saw that. I didn't know that. I didn't even know this. He must have known. He must have known.
No, well, see, this is what Mel Brooks said. I saw it in the interview.
Can you hear me? I just got knocked off the call and I just got back on the call. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh my fucking God. I just got knocked off the call. I was totally knocked off. And I had to, it was the moment we talked about Mel Brooks, who's Jewish, by the way, and must have known of this. Suddenly, Jameson says, I'm now back loud and clear. Okay, go on.
Let me tell you the story, what he said.
Yeah.
Mel Brooks is a does comic movies. And he said that he did History World Part 1. Of course, the whole movie is a takeoff on world history. And he says history. I think that was the movie. One of the funniest lines. They're in the Roman Praetorian Guard, and one of the soldiers, is named Biggest Dickus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that. I always get
the
that
Roman
confused.
name.
I always get that confused with Monty Python's Flying Circus. Didn't they use the Biggest Dickus too, or something like that?
Well, maybe it is Monty Python's. Maybe it is a Monty Python movie, Life of Brian. I don't know, but whatever. Maybe that was a Monty Python movie.
They're all alike.
Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks does the history of the world, but he said the reason he called it Part 1, and the real motive for doing the whole movie is he wanted to show two things. He goes, and in History of the World Part 2, we're going to show Hitler on ice. And they show this guy, figure skater who's dressed like Hitler, looks like Hitler, and he's on ice skates, and he's doing all these incredible figure moves. He says, Hitler on ice. Because he loved to make fun of Hitler. He really did.
And, he was obsessed with him. He was obsessed with him. Was that the same one in which he did the Springtime for Hitler? No, that was a different film.
That's The Producers. The movie called The Producers. He did that with Springtime for Hitler. Right. Yeah. And, so anyway, his other part, he says, also in History of the World Part 2 is Jews in Space. And he's going, Jews in space, Jews in space. And they're showing all these like spaceships with, with the Star of David on it. And they're, zooming through space, Jews in space. So, it makes me wonder if indeed he was privy to FDR.
I'm sure he
don't know what leads into Hollywood.
Yeah. Well, because he had to be, because he was a propagandist for Hollywood. He was continuing the anti-Hitlerian propaganda well after what Americans considered to be the end of the war. And everybody would assume, it's just because he's Jewish and he's got a hard-on for Hitler because he's Jewish. But the reality is he was under the orders of the Office of War Information to continue that wave of anti-Hitlerian propaganda because Hitler survived the war and because we were still at war with the Thousand Year Reich in exile. And so all of the propaganda continued as if we were in a state of active war, because we are. And he's going to die before that war ends. And he's near... he's
what I think he also did though, and I saw this movie in either at or near Ghirardelli Square in San Francisco when I was in Scientology. We had I think the captain had seen the movie Blazing Saddles. It was and he told us it was good, and we all of the auditors or counselors, we went down and saw it, and we laughed our asses off at it. But the one thing he did in that movie that was so just side jerk, ontological shock that made you laugh was using the word nigger.
Right.
He used the word nigger, and he did it in an effort to kind of tell the truth. No, nobody wants to say this word, and here he was saying it, and it just made people laugh because, now they blip out the word. They won't dare say it when they show it on TV.
Of course.
Because he was actually making fun of the taboo of the word when it was used quite frequently, but never used, publicly.
Right.
And it was like, God, it was shocking. It was shocking because you're not supposed to say this. And he was actually exposing the racism and making people laugh about it. It wasn't funny, but it was funny. And that was a very, I think he also got sued by, what's her name? Hedy Lamarr, because he had a character in there called Hedley Lamarr, who was played by...
Interesting. That's ahead of most people's time. Most people won't remember Hedy Lamarr, but she was very large-breasted.
Yeah. Sued him, and he made a settlement because he was making fun of her name, and he didn't have permission. I thought she was pretty fortunate to get, to get the settlement.
Yeah, to get some money out of him. Yeah, good for her. Yeah,
I'm sure he had plenty of money to give her.
I was about to say, yeah, he had it all right. Yeah,
but yeah. So anyway, so much for Jews in space. You were talking about FDR, and yes, the guy was not what we've been.
But by the way, and I think that this is relevant, just so people know this. We're Peter Moon and I, we've got this other character he and I are talking about later privately, but it reminds me very much of the Mel Brooks situation, in that Mel Brooks is this movie guy, and his son, I've got Max Brooks. His son's name is Max Brooks, and his son Max went to ROTC, which is Reserve Officer Training Corps. So his son, even though his son was in ROTC, or the Reserve Officer Training Corps, he never entered the military. But he learned enough about it where he wrote the book World War Z. And World War Z is, of course, was made into this stupid film, which I could go into. Maybe Halloween I'll talk about it. If Penny Bradley's listening, she can tell me if that's the direction she wants to go in. But I haven't talked about zombies in a long time because I find the subject boring as hell, turgid and depressing and dirty, which it is. Not in any sexual sense. It's just plain dirty in the sense of what you're dealing with. But when it came to Max Brooks, he wrote World War Z, and in the book, there's, by the way, in the film, of course, the film climaxes, of all places. And they didn't have to do this because it didn't have any real significance in the book to the level that they made it in the film. But the film climaxes in Israel. And Israel's not that big a deal in the book at all. But in the film, they make it Israel where the film climaxes. But in terms of the Israeli situation and Max Brooks and all that shit, I could go into why zombies matter so much to Israelis that they would produce that film and have it end in climax in Israel. But in terms of with Max Brooks himself, when he wrote the book about World War Z, he's portraying a worldwide zombie infection, a plague, which is dealt with by a mass mobilization of societies on the level of World War II. So the reason everyone in America loves it, and it's a bestseller among military men, is because this is what the world in the West and Russia are obsessed with, is reliving World War II, which they think is the high point of their existence. It's the only thing Russia and America and Britain and basically those three loser civil states, which have the worst economies in the world in terms of any portent for the future. These are the people who live off in the past, off of this, the laurels of what they believe was their greatest orgasm, their greatest culmination, their greatest accomplishment is World War II. And so with World War Z, he only touches briefly on Germany, and it's this touch that doesn't even make sense. It's just, he shows Germany for a few minutes where they're like bypassing, and he brings them up just to say that he covered Germany or touched upon Germany. But with Russia, he makes it seem like it's World War II all over again, and they're just using mass and firepower, and they're just using this kind of human wave attack, and it doesn't make any sense because he's completely ignorant of the demographics of modern Russia, where they don't have any people, where their population is 1/10 of what it was in World War II, and that they don't have anywhere near the capacity to do what he's portraying in the book. And then he's showing everyone in the book, basically in America, kind of mobilizing in this World War II sense and getting industries going and all this shit. And, America doesn't have the capacity to do anything he's portraying. But by the way, that didn't mean it wasn't a good book in terms of reading. And I actually approached him because I knew this one engineer who had nothing going on in his life. And I basically offered to, he was an expert in game mechanics, in wargaming. And so I approached Max Brooks and I said, I know this engineer who's in this state, could I have your permission that he could make a war game, a board game out of your World War Z, but on a game board? And he says, oh, wow, I'm open to that. Sure, why not? And he says, but, I no longer have control over it as a copyright or a trade. Ask these guys here. So this was at a comic book convention that I met him. And so I approached the guys, you know, who were behind him, who owned the company that basically owned his book. So apparently he did some contract where at that point they owned the trademark to World War Z. And I thought, why would you do that? I was just thinking how crazy that was, that you would have an arrangement like that. And these guys were just a couple of schmucks. And it was like, but they at least followed up. And so they were calling the engineer. Of course, he was too much of an idiot, too much of a loser. He was too, you know, in this state where he didn't want to do anything. And he was like, the deal they want is like, you'll only get like a certain percentage of the profits and it won't be enough to make me rich. I was like thinking, dude, when you die, at least you'll have this in this little box of things you did in life, right? As opposed to, so what if it doesn't make you money? There's some things in life you can just take, some satisfaction in that you did them at all. So, there you have that. It's amazing how fucking people just won't go for things and they just fuck themselves over because, most of you out there just live with this fact that very little in the world is going to make you rich. Just get it done. And then at least you will have that done in your life. And you can look back on that as having done something. But so there you have that. So just wanted to point that out about World War Z and Mel Brooks' son, Max Brooks. There you can take it from there, Peter, for a bit, and
I'd like to shift directions now, and address what I did write to you about our friend Lenore. Yeah, Lenore, I told you, is this woman from Hawaii, and she has been pushing your book.
Wonderful.
Pushing the book because she sees the truth of it. And I've had a few conversations with her. I enjoy her. I respect her. She respects me. And she opened, a can of worms that she had some questions. She asked me the questions, and I didn't like the questions because she wanted me to ask you. Mm-hmm. But I felt, God, we should address her questions, or you should address her questions because she's been so supportive, mm-hmm. and she gets it. But these questions were disturbing because I didn't understand them, mm-hmm. because they dealt with topics. And so when I talked to her and I said, if you can iterate what you just told me in writing, I think, we have something. I can ask the question. So she did her best. And, because she referred to things about Tanaba Army Airfield and surrounding Groom Lake, mm-hmm. that I didn't hear about, but I think you can contextualize them. Mm-hmm. She mentions that in the book, the hidden aspect of the true history concerning World War II, which we're promulgating, versus the false alien narrative used to cover up history. Mm-hmm. She says the alien cover has become such a huge cottage industry of controlled narrative operators working to manage the dam from breaking on the truth of it. So she sees that, they're damming up this stuff. And then she says, the circulating information, it occurred to her when reading the book, this is a response from the book, the circulating information over the last 20 to 30 years about numerous events allegedly concerning the Nazi Empire and what really happened. Their advanced technology, mystical obsessions, searching far and wide for occulted books, sacred items, and pure bloodlines is known. And of course, she says, first, I have read that Hitler was allegedly did not die, but was spirited out in advance with his closest people. Second, they were already set up in New Schwabenland way before and ready to create a new breakaway society. She also read that the Reich cherry-picked bloodlines before leaving. Now, this is where it gets interesting and where she's really asking questions. This is where she begins to ask the questions what I will ask. So she says, she's saying the Reich cherry-picked bloodlines before leaving. And of course, she's saying they were well aware of Hyperborean bloodlines from the North Pole and its originality. They searched through the North Atlantic countries and invited young men and women to join them by the thousands, also possibly looking for Rh negative bloodlines as well. This is where she begins to ask her questions. Since the 1970s, we've heard stories of appearances of special races from other places. We'll start with Billy Meyer, but of course there were many before him in the 50s and 60s. His was a very big story out of Switzerland because he had taken authentic photos proven at Kodak Labs and also real-time footage also taken to Kodak Labs and eventually stolen. The people who contacted him had a certain appearance and he drew what he saw. They looked Nordic and the story is complex. I'll leave it at that. The next incident was Groom Lake, Area 51, that came to the level of the huge popular press. Art Bell was very instrumental in spreading these stories and all the many characters that came onto his show to tell their tale. Bob Lazar, John Lear, Wendell Stevens, and many more. But what they don't talk about was the next valley over, Tonopah Valley, right before the Nellis base. They only talk about Groom Lake. Years later, a gentleman by the name of Charles James Hall, retired Air Force, did talk about it and wrote a series of books called Millennial Hospitality. These books explained the race living 20 miles back into the valley, who they were and why they were there. He called them the Tall Whites. Mr. Hall was a weather balloon specialist. His sole job was to release weather balloons daily and report his findings to the base. Many others had this job and had become extremely frightened during being stationed there. So the Air Force had a hard time keeping personnel on this job. Charles, the author of this book, fit the bill due to his nature. What he describes sounds convincing to the degree of what he knew at the time, but coupling with your new book, meaning Douglas's book, the picture began to change for her. They were very tall. These people lived in the back of the valley, 20 miles back into the valley of Tonopah Valley, which is Area 51 area.
Right.
What he describes sounds convincing to the degree of what we knew at the time. Okay, they were very tall with white skin, light to white blonde hair, and blue eyes. It was said that they were to assist the Air Force with special projects. This is what was told to Mr. Hall. I have seen through Google Maps, and most especially with the so-called bombing of underground DUMBs, DUMBS, which is
an acronym for Deep Underground Military Bases, yeah.
Yes. Lately, where disturbing events were occurring, that they have found way below the deep underground military bases, the secret governments have routed out or router out. There's even been a deep tunneling system that covers worldwide, spanning pole to pole. This has stunned those who are on these missions, once realizing it wasn't just the ones they were sent to. So with that prelude, the questions are, is it possible that these appearances of Pleiadians, Tall Whites, Ashtar Command, Aldebarans, even Admiral Byrd's flight to the North Pole are getting caught in the vortex field that is up at the pole, guided by anti-aircraft coming up alongside of him, both addressing him in German, guiding him, both tall, blonde pilots. There are many more stories, fishermen running into assistance. So I will cool it on the questions from there and see what you have to comment about any of that stuff, if anything.
Well, certainly not laughing at what she's asking. Certainly what she's asking is quite reasonable. I believe that, but it bears response. And without even trying to buy time, I'm not trying to buy time, and I'm not trying to evade the question. I do want to give some credit to an individual in live stream. And now that you're back, Jameson, knock the individual out of live stream who's putting in all the pornographic links. There's 5 of them, so you want to report a different report for each one of them. Just giving Jameson instructions out loud here. So when you report, there's 5 choices, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'll use one of those reports for each one of those entries. You'll report one for unwanted commercial content or spam, another one for child abuse, because he is literally saying hot girls and boys video chat. So he's using the term girls and boys, not women and men. So you definitely want to hit him for that, etc. So, and by the way, this guy's been here. I've banned him before, but he's able to come back because he is, of course, supported by the cult of the Kings of Edom, which controls YouTube. So they control all your media, essentially. They're the Office of War Information. They're your mass media machine. But aside from that, on the positive, want to give a shout out to the man in chat whose name is Luke Pierce. And Luke Pierce says, love the book, meaning Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich's Roswell Deception. He says, love the book. Just got it last week, about halfway through as of today. You guys rock, with his hands in prayer and a nice big red heart. God bless you, Luke Pierce. Thank you so much. And he's rocking his guitar in his avatar. And Jameson says, reported him for everything, this other individual, not Luke Pierce. And so thank you very much, Jameson. Handled that quite well. And with that, we will get to this wonderful young lady in Hawaii. And this is what I have to say. So when she's talking about all of this kind of coming together for her, here's what I see. First of all, and not at all to come down on her, I hope she's listening, rather to contextualize where she's coming from to this point. And this is part of the problem that Americans have as basically quote unquote information consumers, is they're confronted with all of this stuff that's been presented before us. And all of this stuff presented before us has been so distorted, and intentionally so that you are given a false paradigm that is meant to be as confusing as possible. And then when you hear facts, you try, and not against her, I'm not saying her personally, but talking about the average information consumer, what they, you, any of you out there listening, tends to try to do because of no background in critical thinking training or indoctrination in the real facts of history, the real history, but having been subjected to nothing but wartime propaganda all your lives under a condition of constant war with your ongoing time adjustments for daylight savings and everything else. You're all basically on wartime, and you're all basically propagandized in the ultimate dehumanization of the enemy. So when it comes to tall whites, what they're referring to is several different things, and everything gets conflated. When they're talking about the bombing of the Dums, people hear different descriptions of gray-like entities or other kinds of repulsive beings that they're having conflict with underground. Then they're having these various kinds of relations and tensions with the tall whites. All of this, of course, is confusing. And everybody's presented this as different races from different stars. And so what everybody begins to get a picture of is they think of our galaxy that we're in as some giant, like, gated housing community where everybody is part of a, when everybody has like a shared home kind of responsibility in a gated community where everybody has to maintain lights on the porch, has to keep the bushes clipped. They think of the entire galactic community as being something like this because that's what's presented by a lot of these military quote unquote types who come out and say, yeah, I've seen the aliens and I worked with them and we got these treaties and everybody's like in this agreement as to whose space is whose, and yet there's still conflicts and tensions and everybody's fucking up with each other. And all of this, of course, is not real, but there is reality. There's reality that's distorted through that. So what you see here is the convergence of two major phenomenon. So when these people are talking about, oh, suddenly we found out there was all this worldwide network of undertunnels. Okay, this is essentially people who may have been in positions where they found out about that for the first time. And to them, this is shattering, mind-shattering. But everything that I explained, of course, was known since the war. Basically, when the National-So̶Ialistiche, when the Nazi Party managed to bring people that they wanted to bring with them into the new world, Unterland, the new frontier for advanced industrial civilization, but a frontier that had been accessed by many ancient civilizations before, human and otherwise. what they did was they brought people down into that world and began trading with the overworld in a position of extreme tension and hostility, basically holding the Allies by the balls and holding them hostage by many a method, including the ability to generate massive blackouts like they did over New York, including the ability to wipe them out of the skies. So when it came to this, the Americans, the Allies, were made aware of the fact that the Nazis had made first contact. But it's not first contact with extraterrestrials. It is what the Department of Defense refers to as intraterrestrials. So these intraterrestrials are the sentient, sapient races, meaning not sapient as in human-like, like Homo sapient, or simian, but rather not primatoid, but rather like the Hachiuri, are the ancient serpent people that the Japanese spoke of, that are actually, the Japanese are somewhat descended from, or hybridized with, the dragon bloodline. And otherwise, the ancient ghouls are the various kinds of Niega races that my mother had spoken of and had actually rescued a member of from the clutches of Henry Wallace, Communist Vice President of the United States, in terms of his attempted abduction of such an entity from inner and outer Mongolia. The region actually was more closer to Pakistan, if I remember correctly what my mother described. But the point should be taken that this was all part of the Mongol Empire at the point that many of the maps her organization used in affiliation with the Kempeitai, the Japanese thought police, in cooperation with the Onryo, the Ministry of Magic of Japan. The maps they used were drawn out in the times of the Mongol Empire. So it was all Mongolia on the maps. But in terms of the point that I'm making, is that these are not extraterrestrials. They're not from the Pleiades. They're not from elsewhere. They all evolved here on Earth and retreated into the earth when they became senescent or relic populations, barely able to maintain their numbers by any semblance of breeding. And so with this kind of situation, there is that sense of, oh my God, and then the sense that the Nazis conquered all of that. In other words, all of the 17 major caverns that they could conquer, the Nazis conquered, and these are caverns connected with subterranean tunnels, including artificial tunnels they later made themselves with nuclear boring technology. Boring as in B-O-R-I-N-G, but in the sense of boring through the earth, not boring in terms of it being dull, but the nuclear boring technology that the Third Reich in exile utilized to oftentimes connect these lacunae, these cavities, these supercavities that were not connected naturally. This kind of artificial connection through these kinds of technologies, this is what the Department of Defense referred to, these boring or drilling machines, these manned units. They called them subterranes, which is the terrestrial version of a submarine. Subterrane would be spelled S-U-B-T-E-R-R-E-N-E, and with an S at it for the plurals. Subterrane in the singular, subterranes in the plurals. But the subterranes are...
Can I interrupt you for a minute, Douglas, on this boring technology? Because I want to point out, as I have before my writing, that the man who owned the original patent on boring technology, not necessarily nuclear technology, was Howard Hughes. Yeah. And it was for drilling oil wells. But then it was later used because he was reported at Montauk, during the time they were boring the tunnels.
Right.
And of course, he was there right there in Las Vegas, and he had lost his mind in some capacity. But he had the boring technology, and I don't know if his whole company was absorbed by the CIA. But I'm just pointing out the Howard Hughes connection because he was a real red flag hanging around Las Vegas. But
anyway, and it's an important connection because all of these brand names, all of these brand names in one way or another become very involved with the story. Understand that Howard Hughes was very involved with the effort of World War II. And in terms of the World War II effort, he had created the Spruce Goose, this extraordinarily large, probably one of the biggest plane probably that ever was built. And so this was so large they couldn't make it of metal. It had to be made of spruce wood. And so when Howard Hughes developed that, this was supposed to be part of a large fleet of these planes. And everybody never sees it flying high. They only see it hovering over the water. That's what it was meant to do. What people don't get is that was never meant to fly in the sky like a conventional plane. That was meant to hover right above the waterline so that it would avoid being attacked by conventional planes and avoid being torpedoed by submarines. So it was in this optimum zone of near inaccessibility to most assault craft. So that way, as a massive logistical transport, it would be able to transport so much for, and like Jameson says, like the Russian chronoplanes. Very good parallel differences, of course, but good parallel, good enough. And the point is that in this capacity where he was contracting for the Defense Department and creating these modern technologies, the Defense Department often turned captured Reich's technology over to Howard Hughes to reverse engineer and mass produce as well as he could for the Americans. So he was attempting to do this concerning the nuclear boring technology. Now, perhaps fortunately for the Axis, or perhaps fortunately for all mankind, he ultimately went too mad to carry through on many of these projects, and they all fell through. And nobody else was ever really able to carry on afterwards with any of the capacity for success that Howard Hughes would have had. Whatever they had, they produced in extraordinarily small numbers and were never able to mass produce the way Howard Hughes could have. And the end result was, of course, the Americans are still very much behind the Thousand Year Reich in exile. But when it comes to this kind of nuclear boring technology and the Reich doing its best to connect these massive subterranean caverns, each one of them larger than the Grand Canyon or approximate in size to the Grand Canyon of the United States, it's subterranean. These lacunae, these supercavities, are, of course, all over the surface of the Earth, are right beneath it. They're not in some hollow earth. They're within the crust of the earth. And so in terms of the Nazis having conquered that, they've essentially conquered the planet Earth, except underneath the surface. So this is what frightens people. And so, yes, the tall whites, these are oftentimes the inner Aryans, the intraterrestrial Aryans of the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, or people who have bred to that point as being so separate and advanced genetically as well as technologically from the humans of the surface world that they may as well be aliens. So they are often intimidating. Some of them are prisoners of war. Some of them are simply observers who are interacting with the Americans as basically a hostile presence, in the sense that during wartime, there are people who conduct exchanges. A great example of this, like I brought up, was when the Americans were abducting all of these children, and they were using them for hostage exchange. The Americans brought children into a specific camp in Texas where they would use to exchange these children to the Japanese or the Germans for prisoners that the Japanese or the Germans had. In other words, the Americans threatened to gang rape and torture these children to death on film if they didn't get certain people back that the Germans or Japanese had captured. And to prevent these children from being tortured to death on film, the Germans and Japanese would make the trade. This is historical fact. You can look this up yourself, and this is something...
What time period is this? What time period?
This is World War II. This is World War II. And so
These Japanese or German children. They were just people, just children.
Yeah, now, the interesting thing about it is that they were ethnically German or Japanese. And it's because of that they would, because of that, this is why the Americans were threatening them and saying, oh, we're going to torture these children to death, gang rape them to death on camera if we don't get prisoners back from you that we want, certain names that we're going to name. And so the Japanese and Germans would deliver on this just to rescue these Japanese or German, ethnic Japanese or German children who were actually U.S. citizens. They were all U.S. citizens, but they just happened to be ethnically Japanese or German. And so the Japanese or German people would value them simply because of their race and say, well, we'll rescue this. You can have these assholes back. And we'll take the children. And so this was done all the way through 1945. So we're talking about all the way down to the end of the war. So let me try and articulate a bit more about that for people so they can find something to look up, because I think this is important for people to look up. It was called the Crystal City Internment Camp. The Crystal City Internment Camp was in Crystal City, Texas. It was the center of these prisoner of war exchanges, and former internees, or children who were abducted to that camp who are still alive, they all called it the kidnap camp. And thousands of internees in Crystal City. And this is American-born children. They were all exchanged for ostensibly more important Americans, diplomats, businessmen, soldiers, physicians, and missionaries behind enemy lines in Japan and Germany. Now, basically, the first of 4 exchanges that I know about in Crystal City took place in June of 1942. The second one that I destroyed documents on was September 2nd, 1943. Now, during those exchanges that I destroyed documents of, more than 2,000 Japanese and Japanese Americans were traded for Americans caught in Japan. And in February of 1944, now, we're talking 1944, when the Americans had already invaded Europe, 634 German immigrants and their children were sent from Crystal City into Germany, while the Americans were saturation bombing all of Europe, and especially the Reich. And on January 2nd of 1945, we're talking about, like, Hitler's supposed to be killing himself, suffocating to death in the bunker and shit. 428 more children were traded out of Crystal City because the Germans were still concerned with saving ethnically German children from American gang rape and torture on film, and gave the Americans fuckers that they wanted. What happened to those children? Why don't you hear about this? They all went with Hitler into Unterland.
There is a book on it called The Train to Crystal City by Jane Jarboe Russell, FDR's Secret Prisoner Exchange Program and America's Only Family Internment Camp During World War II. And it says in the description of the book that the trains carried Japanese, German, and Italian immigrants and their American-born children. It was the center of a government prisoner exchange program called Quiet Passage. Prisoners, including their American-born children, are exchanged for other important American diplomats, businessmen, soldiers, physicians, and missionaries behind enemy lines in Japan and Germany. It's from her own personal experience. Of course, it doesn't mention the rape and stuff like that, but at least in the description.
You can imagine trying to talk about this to that son of a bitch when you were talking about FDR as the Butcher of Haiti. I bet this isn't in that biography written by that establishment shield bitch talking about, hey, FDR's orders for Crystal City. Yeah, how come that's missing from the bio? Yeah, there you go. This is what we're dealing with. And you see, it's as I tell people, it doesn't matter that how many documents I destroyed. There's enough circumstantial evidence out there and enough survivors to ultimately verify everything I say. What I destroyed is simply part of what ultimately gets released, because at some point or another, you can't keep everything secret. The problem is there's just too much to keep secret. It's honest to God. Do you honestly think that anybody in the Soviet Union could have kept the Gulag secret, or the Thousand Year Reich, as much as it kept the internment camps and ultimately the death camp secret during the war? Say that the Third Reich had managed to maintain establishment on the surface world and had maintained control over Germany and Eastern Europe. Do you think eventually nobody would have found out? Ultimately, people would have leaked. People would have talked. People who would have worked at the camps would have talked, because not because of any sense of guilt or shame. It's simply because they would have talked. And this is what would have come out, would have ultimately been the murders, just as everyone knows about the murders committed by the Communist Chinese and the Soviets. This sort of thing comes out. Only the problem is the public willing to listen? The Soviets and the Communist Chinese, well, the Russians today all know what Stalin did, but most of them still think he was a great guy because they're motherfucking stupid. The Communist Chinese know everything Mao did, but if you ask them, why don't you hate Mao? Most of them will say, why blame dead people? With them, it's more pragmatic. It's like, what can you do? You can't unmurder all the people he killed. So they still, polish his statues to wash all the bird shit off. At least the Russians do enough to take most of the statues of Stalin down. And you can always tell when somebody is a dictator, when they have cities named after them. Just take a look at Winston Churchill with a city named after him in fucking Canada. Churchill! I mean, these are like people who name cities after themselves, mass murdered like Churchill did in India, and millions of Indians died, Asian Indians, during World War II under Churchill's direct orders so that they wouldn't go fight with the Japanese against the British Raj. This is the kind of madness that the British are too stupid to even accept. They're in denial about that. The Americans are in denial about what Roosevelt said. You could tell Americans about Crystal City. Most Americans, well, actually, you know what? I'll give Americans credit. Americans today, if you're talking to younger Americans who basically don't give a shit, and you said, hey, look at this shit about Crystal City, most young Americans would say, wow, this Roosevelt guy was a real jerk. So the important thing is to reach the young. The elderly are beyond hope. The important thing is to reach the young. And so share this with the young in particular. They need to know. Go on.
There's something interesting, though, about the narrative of these people. And, of course, people like FDR and Churchill are much more present in the imagination of those of us who are a bit older. I mean, I remember when Churchill died and they hung the flag at half-mast because he was an ally. Herbert Hoover, people like this. I didn't know who the hell they were. Churchill, a little bit about. But when you go back hundreds or thousands of years, there is not such an, I guess the blood doesn't boil over the murders that the Roman emperors committed, over the murders that the Jewish people did, over the, Genghis Khan and people of this ilk. It's like time, they're evaluated more on the, I guess what you'd say, the accomplishments of their civilization rather than by the fact that they killed people in order to do it. And history, the looking of history, it tames the emotions that could, would, or should be associated. When we're dealing with Churchill and Roosevelt, they're much more recent characters. So, it's a different standard that we measure them by. Just the way people generally look at it. And of course, to the new generation, they don't necessarily have any prejudice for or against them. It's just a comment I'm making when we evaluate historical characters.
It's important. I mean, and I thank you for that. It's something that when we get a little further on in history, and thank God, I honestly, at this point, thank God that the modern sensibilities are so short on memory. The shorter the memory, the better, because the sooner it means that people will look at the Third Reich from a more balanced perspective. The extent of the Thousand Year Reich on Earth, the surface world rather, will be looked on with far less fear in the near future because younger generations don't have this memory of total indoctrination into unconditional hatred that their parents had. So the further we move ahead with just a few generations, I'm sure that people will be able to take on reality, and that will be the facts that Peter Moon and I are exposing now. As Peter Moon says, it takes about 30 years with us. Hopefully it will take much sooner, thanks to this kind of shorter memory that people have, because most people don't really have memory. They simply have indoctrination. They're indoctrinated.
There are people who are very willing to believe the antithesis of what they've been fed, because they know that what they've been fed is disgusting.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
Sometimes they get on board with wrong theories because they're so willing to embrace anything that's not conventional. But it's a fact. Many people are too willing to believe. I remember one of my friends was very preoccupied with this report of Obama being in a limousine. This is when Obama was president, and having some homosexual relationship in a limousine, and he was just dead set on, finding it and believing it. And I just said, I don't know. He was willing to believe it, and it might well be true, but I didn't have any, great passion finding this thing out, because even if you found it, it would probably be pretty obscure and certainly isn't going to be owned up to.
Thank you. I mean, it would be like, what would happen if you found some tidbit of information on that? What could you do with it? And it's not like, even if it were true, where could you go with it?
So we used to believe the worst in our leaders, which has certainly been inspired by the behavior of our leaders, and not just the leader, not just Barack Obama himself, but all the surrounding infrastructure that supported him and made him look like a grand old good guy.
Yeah. But in terms of back to where we were on the subject of what this young lady was asking about, so the problem that is probably going to be presented for her understanding this or comprehending the reality of the situation with the Thousand Year Reich in exile, the inner Aryans, the intraterrestrial races beside them or aside from them, you have the problem with the fact that all of this gets conflated with the archetypal image of the alien gray. So when you see Americans talk about tall whites, they don't just portray them as Nordic Aryans the way the Europeans would. And this is something that people need to be educated in as well. One of the things that people need to come to grips with is that if you look at all of the extraterrestrial contact experiences in America, in disambiguation, stark disambiguation from European encounters, overwhelmingly, the majority of Europeans, if they experience some kind of abduction or some kind of encounter, almost exclusively, of course, there's other stories of little men, odd things like that. One woman had little men attack her and try to rip her clothes off, which sounded very pornographic. Little horny men ripping a woman's clothes off. But in terms of course, that was an Italian encounter. Okay, I know that's unfair. I shouldn't. It's true though. That was an Italian encounter. I shouldn't say that's so expected, right? But anyhow, the point is, most Europeans, when they have these kinds of encounters, whether they're asleep and abducted or somehow encounter these entities when they're on the road or whatever, it's tall Nordic Aryans. And these are very human. I mean, human to the point where, other than the fact that they're tall, blonde, blue-eyed, and Nordic Aryan, well, you'd say, well, gee, they're human. So that's what Europeans get. Americans, oh, it's little ugly greys without genitalia who shove something up their ass in some kind of anal probe. Everybody gets a colonoscopy or an endoscopy, and it's these, so people should, and I never understand why nobody does this. I mean, literally, there's an American ufology, there's a European ufology. None of them seem to get together from either side of the Atlantic and say, gee, why do we get this while you guys get that? Of course, if someone were just a skeptic and a cynical skeptic would say, well, that's because they're all just suffering from mass delusion, and the Americans have a cultural matrix which produces this based on communion. And, of course, the Europeans have a cultural matrix which is subconsciously racist, so they produce this. But that's not the case. As I've said, what the Americans are suffering from are the Chochoa. And so with the Chochoa, the way that their mind interprets it in terms of these military abductions and invasions into their lives is it's all seen through this extraterrestrialized matrix that the Americans project onto the Chochoa assaults on them at night because they're feeding off the American public. But they don't have that problem in Europe because they don't have Chochoa as a bunch of migrants shipped over after a conflict. The French didn't take any with them when they pulled out of Indochina. And when it comes to the Americans, however, this is what they get because it's what they deserve. They get the Chochoa, who are romanticized by Whitley Strieber, who was contracted specifically as an establishment shill to make the Chochoa seem like friendly aliens. I mean, if you get to the end of communion, and millions of people have done this. I can't imagine how anyone gets to the end of communion, but millions of people have. But if you get to the end, I skipped ahead, and you read what the aliens are here for, their message is, eat less sugar. Eat less sugar. Yeah, they crossed millions of light years to tell you that. Eat less sugar. I mean, really? Really? But that's because they're Chochoa. They're telling you to eat less sugar because that fucks up what they get out of you when they're feeding off of you. Believe it or not, that's true. And that's why he ended his book with that. That's why Whitley Strieber was emphasizing that. Because as an establishment shill, contracted by the Department of Defense, his job was to get you to eat less sugar so the Cho could feed better. Because otherwise, you fuck up your essence. And then they want you to buy, like Jameson Reese says, then they want you to buy Cho chocolate. Yeah! That's how you get your sugar back. Yeah, that's how you get your sugar jag back. Talk about total control. Feeding off of you at one end and feeding you at the other. So when it comes to the Americans, they experience Cho. The Europeans experience the Thousand Year Reich in Exile. Because where's the Thousand Year Reich in Exile going to go? To abduct people who they're going to extract any genetics from. Because, of course, they have millions of people down there, but they're always concerned about morbid inbreeding. They're not obsessed with it, but it's a concern. And that's because with a somewhat limited population base, enough to maintain genetic variability, they still always want new genes. And so when they abduct people in Europe and extract sperm or the like, they're going to go to Europe. They're not going to go to America because Europe is where they source from. That's why Europeans see tall, blonde Nordics. Nobody else sees that. Chinese don't. Russians don't. Nobody does other than Europeans. Americans, they get the Cho. So hopefully that puts that in some perspective. Then you go beyond that to the other thing this young lady was asking about. And Jameson has to say American sperm is all radiated and shit. Yeah. Yeah, it is if you're carrying your cell phone next to your crotch. Yeah, and of course plenty of other factors too. Yeah, your environment. Yeah, we're radiated by microwave ovens and shit. But in terms of the other aspect that young lady was talking about, where you've got the deep underground military bases, the DUMBs, and the conflict with some of these repulsive aliens, that's what brings us back to what I've explained before. When the Americans, and by the way, Jameson Reese can come on and remind us about what Penny Bradley was describing as these aliens, quote unquote. And she's describing, hey, there's these aliens and they bathe in animal guts and offal, animal parts that are, and basically this is how they absorb their nutrients, like an amphibian absorbing their oxygen through the water. And so as I've described before, what happened was during that enormous period of time, far too long a period of time, when the Americans were conducting underground nuclear tests, because they were no longer conducting tests on the surface. Either period of time for those tests was far too long. But when the Americans were conducting all these underground nuclear tests, they would drill a hole into the ground very deep in Nevada. Almost all of these were in Nevada, a number of other areas, but, epicentered on Nevada in particular by ultimately the hundreds of these tests. They would bore a hole deep into the earth, and at the end of that drill bit, they would ultimately, when they removed the drill and the drill bit, they would reinsert a tube that had the hydrogen bomb or the thermonuclear bomb at the end of the tube. And this string, so to speak, with like a plumb line with the weight at the end being the nuclear bomb, the warhead, they would detonate it, and that would create under the earth this almost perfectly spherical, completely glassed, because this is what the nuclear alchemical effect is it converts sand into glass. It glasses the entire cavity that it creates. So it creates a vacuum sealed, perfect seal environment, like a bottle under the earth. So with this perfectly spherical hole, this spherical cavity, this lacuspherae that's created, perfectly glassed, you could suck out all the whatever was in there in terms of oxygen and create a vacuum and have a totally vacuous environment, or you could refill it with the environment that you want. The only real variable that would be hard to differentiate or create a different environment for would be any type of gravity. It's all going to have the same gravity as Earth, but in the case of the environment's atmosphere, you could recreate the atmosphere of Mars or Venus or other planets, and they did this. So when they did this, the majority of it was to try and recreate an alien environment so they could breed a race that could live on these alien planets, something that could live within an atmosphere similar to Mars with a similar type of atmospheric density, or Venus. And of course, there would be the fact that these are all completely radiated. And since they're all completely radiated, what they did with the majority of them was turn them into supermassive terrariae. And as terrariae, meaning terrariums, super terrariums, they would raise radioactive plants that, instead of feeding off of solar radiation, would feed straight off the radiation that was left by the bomb. Because that radiation, we're talking a half-life of forever, for all intents and purposes, centuries, millennia. And the fact is, anything you eat is a vegetable or fruit. It's all radiated. It just lives off solar radiation. They're photosynthetic. So the banana you eat has more radiation in it in the form of this nutritious potassium that it converts it into for your body to convert and make use of. It still has more radiation in it than what you would get from your average shortwave wireless transmitter that everyone's so worried about. Everyone's worried about 5G, 4G, 5G, 6G. The reality is that banana you eat has more radiation in it than what you should be getting or normally would be getting from something emitting a 6G or 5G kind of wavelength. At the same time, of course, the plant converts it into something safe. So what they did was they were breeding plants that could mutate to absorb this super high density radiation left by these bombs. And in that manner, they also created something to live among those plants. And these were the kind of hominids or humanoids that were created to live in that environment among those hyper-radiated jungles with their atmospheres that they created beneath the earth. Now, these entities were supposed to be those that would inherit the earth. When America committed itself to total all-out thermonuclear war and destruction of the world, that once the surface world was completely radiated and contaminated, these were the successors to humanity that were to inherit the surface of the earth. This is what...
Douglas, you're doing very well, but I'm fading away.
Oh, God, I understand. So you get the message, you get the point. I'll continue a little bit after you take off for tonight. Look forward to talking to you tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, could you say something else before you go?
I'll try to get up so we can talk if you're going to. I'll try to do that.
Yes. And of course, if you and I don't wind up talking tomorrow morning, if I happen to end the transmission a little bit earlier or get knocked off, because that's always a potential, then we'll certainly talk the next time I wake up, and I look forward to that. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Good night. Good night, James, and good night, everybody.
Yes. Blessed be, and share our love with Paula.
Good night, Peter.
Good night. Yes. And thank you so much. So hopefully everyone's getting the message. And you can relate to us what else Penny Bradley said about some of these very repulsive entities that which you might remember.
Well, I think you pretty much summed them up. You can probably see some of them on Slapped Ham even.
Yeah. No, good point. No, it's true. It's true. Yes. Tell them about that. Tell them what you saw.
Because they do pop up from time to time. There was one. There's a famous instance in Mexico where there's this sort of weird humanoid with a extremely odd head standing on some guy's roof, and the thing just vanishes. And there is also footage of like this thing that was walking through this town, and I think in Idaho or one of those weird ass places. I'm not sure where it was. It was just out of the way. It was not a. I would at least say it was one of those Republican states. So
there you go, red state. Yeah.
Yeah. They all have the same names. I don't know. They're all the same. A little biased there. No, but yeah. So this woman caught this thing on camera, and the way it walked was kind of weird, and they wanted to try to reproduce it by having the kid do like a chicken dance or something. But the thing is that, if you were doing a chicken dance, you wouldn't be moving as fast as that thing did.
Yeah.
Those things are fast.
Well, if you saw that thing up front in person, you'd be moving that fast too. But go on.
Yeah. You see these things starting across the highway in some footage, and these things are just really freaking fast. They're, if anything, they're superior species to us at this point, because they don't need to they don't need to harvest grains and harvest animal parts and shit like that. They're radiovores.
Yes. Superior in the sense of survivability, not in conversation. Okay, so do make some.
I mean, well, think about it like this: they're what we would call hyperphysical, in that they're able to move much faster than we can. So yes. I mean, that in and of itself is impressive, if you ask me.
I mean, good point.
But then again,
your point's well taken. So when you say the term that they're superior to us, they could probably survive in the world the Americans intend to create, the post-entropic, and at this point the post-Edomic world, as opposed to post-atomic.
Yeah.
Go on.
And I wouldn't want to, even if I were Mike Tyson, I wouldn't want to go boxing with one of those things.
Yeah. Yes.
Those things are vast.
And they're frightening. They're very frightening. And but what were the other points that Penny Bradley brought up that other witnesses have brought up? She's simply relating what other witnesses brought up, that they stink, that the stench is...
Oh, yeah. The stench is sort of like the sulfur-like stench. But, sometimes I wonder if that... I would say that there are some people who have ran with that and tried to run an occult angle on that. But I would think that the stench would be because of the elements that its native environment are composed of.
Excellent. Yes, very true. very true. It's simply physical.
And the fact that, it's purely physical, and the things are probably, and it's probably like radioactive gases and stuff like that. So, I mean, the stench wouldn't be, again, a lot of this stuff was coming from, what you call it, Rob Schneider, who himself was not only schizophrenic. The guy was passing around radioactive materials that he had stolen to people who went to his conventions. Everyone who went to his conventions were radiated.
Holy fucking shit. Where's this guy now?
Oh, he's dead. He died, and he died. That was the Phil Schneider guy. Phil. No, wait. Do I have the name right? Yeah, Phil Schneider.
Holy
Phil
shit.
Schneider. Yeah.
I vaguely remember this guy. Vaguely. But
you were the one who cracked a story. You cracked a story on it, and I did some digging, and I found out that all those materials that he was passing around were stolen.
I remember now.
Materials.
Yes. Oh God, yeah. That's right. Barely see how good I am at drugging and drinking and forgetting this shit.
Because I remember I was playing Guild Wars 2 when I was listening to you say that.
Right. And
that guy was out of his fucking mind.
Oh,
and this just goes to show that desire to believe something that's just different because of that sort of unconscious knowledge that what we've been taught is bullshit. The problem is the desire for belief is something that needs to have discernment. Discernment has to be presented first and foremost, and this is why I was to some degree a fan of a nihilistic way of thinking, which is okay. I don't have any facts. I know that the facts I'm being fed are bullshit. Let me strip everything I know down first. That's where nihilism works. Where it doesn't work is when you say it doesn't matter. So before you get to the point where everything's irrelevant, the idea of stripping down everything that you thought you knew is probably a good approach when trying to get good information.
Yes, I think that's important. And now, in terms of the, you had it pronounced correctly the first time, by the way. Nihilism is actually a fine pronunciation for the ideology. And unfortunately, we're experiencing a revolution in nihilism in the most negative sense. There are
it's the I don't give a fuck attitude, and that's that. In fact, I would more call it a lethargy.
Yes. Tell us a bit about this new kind of youth phenomena called the Doomers.
Oh yeah. Everyone's just Well, actually, I don't know much about it.
But you know of it, yeah. I mean, it's basically. I think the name says it all. I mean, just basically the Doomers. Yeah, it says it all. I mean.
Oh yeah. The mindset is basically everything's fucked anyway, so why give a shit? Why care? And the thing is like, well, geesh. I mean, so if someone comes and decides to mow you down with a gun, you're not going to try to run and save your life?
There's people who wouldn't. There's people.
I've seen footage of people who are like that, and they die horribly. Yeah. I would not want to be one of them.
Yeah, thank you.
Because, I mean, at least have some pride in how you go out of this world.
Yeah, at least try.
We didn't have the choice coming in here, but at least you can have the choice of how you leave.
Yes, at least try to maintain some choice over how you leave. And when it comes to these creatures in terms of the that were created specifically to live in these vacuum environments, so to speak. And by the way, our lady conspiracy kitty, who's Shauna Bandow, says Phil Schneider died from a catheter around his neck. He had his fingers blown off and a scar on his stomach, he claimed, from a shootout underground with aliens. He's fake too. Okay, that's a lot to take in. I believe her.
That was what he claimed, but the truth is that his fingers fell off because he was playing. He stole radioactive materials. That's what happens after a while.
Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Blood's not going to circulate to the limb that you touch something radioactive with, and eventually it's going to either swell up, and if it's not taken care of, it's going to fall off.
Yes. Yes.
You know. As for the catheter, the guy was probably coked out or something. He was probably trying to do some autoerotic thing, and it didn't go right.
That's interesting. It could be that he was killed, but it could be that he simply was doing, like you said, which sounds about his speed. I mean, he sounds like that type.
Yeah. He sounds like the kind of guy who would have been on something, because he was unusually paranoid, and none of what he said was verifiable.
But at the same time,
I mean, you deconstructed him thoroughly, man.
No, I appreciate that. And it's amazing. Sometimes I'll go over these shills, and do bear in mind, in all fairness, he is probably a product of a mind control program.
Oh, he was definitely a product of a mind control program. That's why, in all fairness, I feel sorry for the guy. I'm not condemning the guy. The guy he probably believed what he was telling people was true. That's how bad they effed him up mentally.
Yeah.
And that's what happens with a lot of these people, is especially in the super soldiers and whatnot. They're literally they're conditioned to the point where they believe everything they are telling you, and it doesn't matter how weird and off the wall it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at what they did with the X-Files guy.
Richard Allen Miller, Dr. Richard Allen Miller.
Richard Allen Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, because a lot of the things he said, made a lot of sense, but earlier on. But as time progresses, you sort of see the deterioration.
Right.
Listening to him more and more, and you sort of see him sort of, spiral down into the flat Earth, and that's where all things go to die.
Yes. Yes, thank you. I didn't know he had done that. Did he do that? Is he still alive? I mean, if he's at that point, I'm wondering.
He's still alive, but he was on Kerry. Remember that Kerry? You told me to listen to the thing that they were going to have with Kerry Cassidy.
Right.
I reported on that. Yeah, he had gone flat Earth.
Right. Oh my God.
And what people aren't aware of is that the flat Earth Society did not pop up until like, oh my gosh, it's like the late 1800s. Mm-hmm. So it's a relatively recent construct. It's not something that people around the world believed.
Right. Thank you.
Everybody around the world knew the Earth was freaking round. Thank you. Because how the hell else would they be trading and commuting with people and trading with people? The only and the guy who made the Flat Earth Society, he was warped anyway. The guy who created it, he wanted to create a new religion around himself anyway. So he was one of those types.
Yeah. A cult leader. He was basically a cult leader.
He was a cult leader. And so these are these CIA crafted at that time there was no CIA, but I mean what we see today is like the emergence of some of these bizarre ass American cults and fanatics, and all that stuff is part of the mind war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's important. Go on.
Yeah, and again, that was what Michael Aquino was proselytizing about all the time. Yeah. 90% of the time, him and Paul Vallely's mind wars, and, right. He even went as far as to make a second one. I honestly, at some point, I have to thumb through it just to see what I mean. And the thing is, I speed read through his stuff because I noticed that there's a lot of verbiage. Usually, when when you find his gems, they're when you least expect it, and they're at the end. They're always at the end, where he gets right to the point.
Suddenly.
Yeah. And the only thing, because I read his Temple of Set manual, and the only thing that really held my sway as being there are 2 points that stand out. One was that he was acknowledging the Egyptian view of the soul being composed of multiple composites. So it's like a composite thing. It's not something that's very personal, like you got soul, bro. I mean, it's not like that. It's not what people think. It's something mechanical. And the one thing I did respect about Michael Aquino was the fact that he threw the philosophy away and just said, what are the nuts and bolts mechanics of this shit? How does this metaphysics work? Now, what he started to sell people was bullshit, of course. But you yourself, I think most of what he got from you, because you're the one who found all the stuff out from your the documents you had to destroy.
Yes, you're right. You're right. In some ways, that's true. I mean, certainly there was a feedback loop going on there, kind of like a feedback circuit.
And he's the kind of guy who'd be like, "Oh, he's my brain." He'll call you the brain, but he'll be so full of himself that he wouldn't realize how much he really needed you to get where he got. Granted, the guy was a powerhouse in and of himself when it came to sorcery. Nobody would want to. You wouldn't want to exchange wands with him and go Bakuzala and all that stuff. Because you'd probably just line up flat and vanish or something. But
yeah, there you go. I mean, it's there's that. I mean, believe me, he's destroyed people. At the same time, however, what our man Jameson, he's got him pretty much down. And of course, there's other aspects to the individual as well. But basically, Jameson's got down what counts. And and the thing is, what originally resonated with me when it came to Michael Aquino was the fact that he was more of a mechanist and then someone who would be into the faith aspect of it, and that was what I was seeking, because I was like, no, there's something never felt right about the religiosity of it, of the occult as we're sold it. And you brought a lot of that to light when you started to talk about the bootstrap theory and things like that. That this stuff is just, it's mechanical, it's real, and it's real mechanism. I knew this intuitively, and that was one of the things that got me away from the Become a Living God forums, because I started to see that this was saturated on, people were like, dude, I met Azazel in my room, and Belial came down, and they were like, dude, I have a son. And they introduced me to their daughter. And I'm reading this shit on this forum, and I'm like, dude, are you fucking serious? Are these people out of their fucking minds? These people are LARPing to the point where, Harry Potter seems more real. For God's sake. Yeah, that's good way of settling this. Just letting people know how ridiculous it is. By the way, I want to thank everyone who's participating in the chat room. I noticed that Sarah Shields has joined us as Underfell Girl San, saying, "Wow, Kitty, I tend to agree with you about that." Of course, she's agreeing with Shauna Bando, who's Conspiracy Kitty in the chat room. Kisses to both ladies, and of course to all the other ladies who have joined us. I want to thank Marcus Grix, who's taken his leave. Hopefully he'll hear the review of this later and hear me giving him a shout out. I want to thank, of course, Nancy Volker for being with us, and of course she's a dear friend of Penny Bradley's, a follower of hers for a long time, and she's a nice person. And I've mentioned Luke Pierce, but there is another individual in there, Travis Moss. And he's bringing up various other people, of course. He's bringing up basically, well, he's all over the place, and that's fine. And I'll answer some of his questions to the best of my ability. And of course, we had earlier joining us Mr. Jesse Balk. And so he said, yeah, that noise scared me the same way, James. And he was talking about somebody gang stalking him at one point in his life. He says, I usually get Russian women in latex outfits with Dallas cowboy cheerleader as their occupation, and they message me, what's up? And none of them are what they say they are, of course. He says, they got my C drive. Okay, this is Jesse Bullock. And by the way, he says, what else was going on? We were joined as well by that other gentleman in the middle of the arc of narrative so far tonight, and that was Shane Bridges, saying, greetings everyone, hey Penny. And so shout out to Shane Bridges if he's still with us. And so with Travis Moss, he's asked 3 different things, and of course, just I'll read them backwards. Basically, he said a few things that were just how his internet's fucked up too, but basically it's kind of funny to read it, so I will. But basically, let me see if I can go way back here down to where he was and then kind of go back up. Let's do that. So he says, have you read Sven Hayden's Trans-Himalaya? I think he's trying to write Trans-Himalaya. And so
Trans-Himalaya.
Yeah, so he put Trans-Himalaya all together, which is the way the Germans would write it, by the way. So he's writing it correctly, to tell you the truth. It's just, that didn't register in my brain. So it looks like it says Trans-Himalaya. Okay, it's Trans-Himalaya. He says, have you read Sven Hayden's Trans-Himalayan volumes on Tibet? He was friends with A.H., here referring to Adolf Hitler. And yes, I'm sure he was friends with my dad. Well, I know he was. And of course, for those of you who don't know, Adolf was my biological father. But that's a whole different story I'd have to go into. Most of you probably know it by now, and those of you who don't overdwell on it. It is important, but not that important. I don't overdwell on it myself. But it is important. It doesn't need to be overdwelt on right now at this point in history, though. However, I'll come up with it again whenever I find it to be relevant. But in other words, I'll articulate it in more depth when I think it would help to do so or be important to do so. Right now, it's not. But anyhow, so of course, in terms of Sven Hayden's volumes on Tibet, I have gone through them while I was working at the Department of Defense, yes. And then he says, do you know much about the ancient Pict language? And of course, he was bringing this up while Peter Moon and I were talking about the Picts and the Celts and all that stuff. And
yes, wasn't there language? I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I read that some of the some of the Gaelic language might have taken some of the barbarous tongue as well, right?
Well, just to clarify that, when we, just so people understand this, just to look at this from the conventional historical perspective, the ancient classical Greeks gave us the term barbarian, and the ancient classical Greeks understand that this was a period in time when the ancient Greeks, under the time of Alexander, had overthrown the Persian Empire. This was something that, first, of course, people who have seen the movie 300 know the Persians were attempting to invade Europe. And understand this, that the Persians had equal rights for women. One of the Persian admirals was a woman. She's actually depicted in the sequel to 300.
Yeah, by Eva Green, I think, right?
I don't remember the actress, but I'm sure you're right.
Yeah. I sort of had a crush on that actress for a while.
Oh, well, and what stopped it? Did she turn out to be politically foolish or something?
No. She's a pretty woman.
Okay, yeah. And I'll check into her. I mean, she certainly looked attractive from what I saw in terms of that film. By the way, for those of you who know, if you've ever noticed, everything Frank Miller does is very different from the movie 300. That everything that you usually see him do is usually 300 has a very unique perspective to it that's unlike most of what he does. In other words, it's actually quality shit as opposed to, that's because it is all basically, he wound up with a script from the Third Reich that had been looted after World War II, And this was like passed from some old looter from World War II, some old American GI who had stolen it from the Reich's propaganda ministry. He couldn't read the German, and it eventually wound up in the hands of Frank Miller, who translated it from the German. He paid someone to translate it from the German for him. He doesn't speak German. And then he stole a Reich's propaganda film, which was written by Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels. That's Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels' work. So 300 is simply a Nazi film that Frank Miller stole and then just redid it so it wouldn't seem so Nazified. He made it seem more Western and shit. And that's the only reason it's a quality film. But he took it from what the Nazis produced, and he actually made it racist. So he Africanized the Persians, so that the Persians are all jet black Africans, and they're fighting with rhinos and shit straight out of Africa. These aren't Persian animals. These are like African animals.
A human being cannot fight with a fucking rhino. That's not happening. Elephants, okay. Rhinos would just fucking kill you.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's just, but all of this was all part of his anti-African bias, and this is why it was so popular and why it was such a success. And of course, they had to portray the Emperor Xerxes of the Persians as, well, basically he's RuPaul. So they had RuPaul play Xerxes, and they basically a black tranny. And they're taking it all. You can see these, what you would normally stereotype as Nazi elements, in the sense of these are all white guys fighting black Africans, and there's this race war element to it. But then they go beyond that, and they have an disability kind of a bias, because the traitor who's Spartan is this incredibly deformed individual who betrays the Spartans. By the way, this is a true historical character, but they took him, and Frank Miller rendered him deformed and basically semi-retarded, borderline retarded. So you want to see all this shit that they project onto the Nazis: racism, anti-disability, this is Frank Miller embodies it as the average American, and this is what they project on the Nazis. So he took a Nazi script and he Americanized it. So any of you think, oh yeah, something was Nazified, this is the term you guys use, Nazified, because it goes into these territories you think of as racist or anti-deformity or anti-retarded or something like that. It's all Americanized, really. He took a straight Nazi propaganda film and he Americanized it and turned it into a race war, anti-retard, anti-deformity diatribe.
And the right wonders why, and the conservatives wonder why why people are why cancel culture? I mean, shit, because you guys are just blatantly horrible.
Thank you.
And you get away with it, and we're not supposed to say anything about it.
Thank you. But my point was, the real historical Persian Empire, they had a female admiral, and as a matter of fact, there's a quote that probably is in the sequel. I didn't see it, but I'm sure it's in the sequel. There's a real historical quote where Xerxes said, all my men have become women and all my women have become men. Basically talking about how the women were the most competent people in his military, whereas all the men were incompetent. So that is, I'm sure that carried that out in the film. I'm sure they portrayed her as one of the few competent Persians in the film.
Yeah, she was pretty much the reason why I watched the film.
Well, there you go. There you go. And
other than that, I'm not going to sit through watching a bunch of guys just. The only thing that really. One of the things that really irked me was when they slowed down the action all the time. It's just like, oh, stop it.
Well, I'll tell you what irked me was the fact that, first off, Spartans wore some degree of armor, and they show these guys as just homoerotic naked, like they're like Chippendale strippers. They're like fucking,
Yeah.
yeah, they're all Chippendale strippers. It's such bullshit. Oh my fucking God. That irked me, of course. They turned it all into a homoerotic fantasy. And then they had to have the, oh God, what else was there? I could go on and on, but...
Yeah, I could as well, honestly speaking. Yeah, I hate the way they do the... I don't know. What was it, like monotone or something? I'm not really sure.
Monochromatic. The term is monochromatic.
I hate that.
Yeah. All that I didn't mind so much. I get what you're saying, though. I get what you're saying. I didn't mind some elements of it, but like I said, the only reason it's quality at all is it's a Goebbels propaganda film. That's why it's quality. If it were Frank Miller doing it alone, it's shit. All he did was Americanize a classic German film. But, my point is that the real progressive civilization was the Persians. If the Persians had defeated the Spartans and taken Europe, you would be in an infinitely better world today than you would have been. The Spartans, of course, kept Europe separate from Asia, and that's really what fucked it up for everybody. But once the Greeks counterattacked, under the leadership of a Macedonian, Alexander the Great, and conquered Persia, then all of their awe with the Orient collapsed. They had no sense of awe or a kind of alien wonder at Asia, except for Alexander, who was sophisticated enough to realize that he had found his religion. And that was Buddhism. Alexander converted to Buddhism, and Alexander was intent on converting all of Europe to Buddhism. So for those of you who don't fucking know, the reason Alexander was killed was because he said, I've found my faith. And he sat under the Bodhi tree. He sat under the very tree where the original Gautama Bodhisattva had attained enlightenment, and he had attained his enlightenment. And he said, I am converting. Well, first off, for those of you who don't know, Alexander conducted the largest wedding ceremony in all recorded history. He called it the marriage of East and West, and that was because his army, having conquered Persia, was not going home. There was no way they were going home. So he had to stabilize his men who had tried to fucking kill him. As a matter of fact, for those of you who don't know that, his army rebelled against him and tried to mutiny and tried to kill him. And when he basically escaped that and regained control and confronted them face to face, he delivered what's considered one of the greatest speeches in history, in which he shamed them into serving him again, and told them what cowards they were and how he had led them all this way for them to try and kill him just to go back home. And so when he led them deeper into Asia and there was no going home, then he married each one of them to an Asian woman. So every single one of them took up an Oriental bride. And we're talking an army of tens of thousands of men. And he married them all at once in a very large wedding ceremony, obviously. And this he called the marriage of East and West. And he said, our future is here. Your children will be born here. And they will not be white. Your children are no longer Greek. Your children are children of the world. He said, we are conquering the world. The world is ours. You're no longer white. You are men of the world. And your children will be worldly. In other words, they would be hybrids like myself. And he said, your children will inherit the future. And they will have my new faith that I have found, Buddhism. And when we return to Europe in the form of our children, they will bring this faith of ours to Europe, and Europe will be of this faith of Buddhism. If Alexander the Great had survived past the age of 20 and brought Buddhism back to Europe in his 40s or 50s, his 80s, then he would have basically given you an infinitely better world. Your world would not be in the realm of the anti-gods and suffering the entropic fate today. So his own men murdered him, and because of that, your world sucks. It sucks ass. And that way, none of these hybrid children reached Europe, and civilization did not reach Europe. But understand this, when the Greeks had conquered Persia and lost this sense of awe and wonder of the Orient, this is when they discovered something better. They discovered the faith of Buddhism under Alexander, but he was the only man who found it, and he was going to bring this home through hybridized children that would have rendered Europe a very different place with a very different faith. And his men killed him before he could do that. And because of that, the Greeks back home thought they were the shit. And they basically contributed to the world everything you know about Greece, all of this Greek philosophy, all of this Greek architecture, all of this, everything out of Greece that you inherit, including your concept of democracy. All of this came out of that, 100 years after they had defeated Persia. And this was because they had the endless amount of confidence, and beyond that, they had all of the enlightenment that was brought to them by Alexander's messengers and those hybrid children that did make it back to Europe. What few that enlightened them as to how advanced Asia was gave Europeans that renaissance out of Greece that gave you this Western civilization you have today. And though the Greeks are not without the credit they deserve, understand how this was all stimulated by their interaction with the Orient. And that largest marriage to Asian woman that you've ever had in the history of humanity, this marriage of East and West, this is really what brought a cosmopolitan sense to Greece that, or cosmopolitan sensibilities that enabled this kind of renaissance. And so out of that, we have today, in a more positive sense, or what few positive things can be gleaned from that. But in terms of the whole point of it was the Persians should have won. And going beyond that, when you think about the Persians should have won and this so-called white Greek civilization that you have today, and what went on with Alexander, what was my point with all of that? I think that what we can learn from that, if we go beyond that back to what our man was, that was it. It all came from answering this Travis fellow when Travis was asking about the ancient Pict language, and Peter Moon was talking about the Celts and all this stuff and whatever they were. Then you for some reason that led me down this road, but it's an important path anyway and needed to be explained. But beyond that. One of the things that Travis Moss is asking is, isn't it true that if Operation Barbarossa were carried out sooner than in the winter of 1941, the Axis would have won the war? And
the Axis did win the war.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, aside from that, but aside from that, by the way, that's that's the first time I've heard that. I mean, most of the time people will say, oh, if Hitler had only waited on Operation Barbarossa rather than carrying out sooner. This is the first time I've ever heard someone say, hey, if Operation Barbarossa, if Hitler had invaded the Soviet Union sooner, wouldn't the Axis have won the war? It's by the way, I'm not laughing at the question. I mean, this is not a stupid question. It's just
a good question.
It's simply bizarre. It's simply bizarre because most people don't think that. Just to put this into perspective. Okay, most people think, oh, if Hitler was going to invade Russia, he should have waited. So let me put this into perspective for people so it brings us back to Unterland. Adolf Hitler knew one thing, that time was not on his side. And he had to act immediately and as soon as possible. But the idea of him acting sooner in several areas is just bizarre because he acted soon enough. Everything he did was nothing I would have done because my personality is more conservative. But it wasn't that he was acting compulsively. It was that he had a very limited amount of time to work in. But in terms of what his objectives were, that's what really matters and puts things into perspective. What were his objectives? And his objectives were the surface world was just no longer considered his world to him. His world was now Unterland. Everything he did was to simply extend the Reich as far as possible. At the height of conquest, the Third Reich on the surface world controlled more land area than that which the United States is comprised of. In other words, the Third Reich was larger in land area than the United States. The continental United States and Alaska and Hawaii integrated into the continental United States. The Third Reich had more territory than that. And that was because the Thousand Year Reich was simply extending itself as far as it possibly could to just steal everything that wasn't nailed down. The idea was plunder, take everything he could, grab everything, amass it, and of course there were the Jews that he was killing en masse to convert them bodily into diamonds by taking the ashes, compressing them, and creating synthetic artificial diamonds. All of this made him the possessor of infinite wealth. Like Emperor Hirohito, whose wealth was, for all intents and purposes, pretty much limitless, Adolf Hitler's at that point was as well. And this was to help with exchange for what they needed in Unterland, which was quite a bit. They needed everything you can imagine in Unterland. And so they were able to purchase that from the Allies with the infinite amount of wealth that they had. And so with all of that wealth that they had plundered, that they had converted from the compression of human ash into synthetic diamonds, they were able to purchase what they needed for relocation. So you have to stop thinking like somebody who's trying to establish an empire on the surface world, because Adolf Hitler wasn't thinking like that. Adolf Hitler was thinking of taking everything from the surface world he needed so that he could reestablish the Aryan race in Unterland. And the objectives are completely different. From the perspective of people on the surface world who don't know anything about that, oh, he lost. It was a tremendous failure. Once you understand what his real objectives were, then yes, he won the war. He got everything he sought. He got what he wanted to achieve. And he knew he had to do it quickly because the surface world, everyone was mobilized against him. All the empires of the world, in terms of the greatest land surface and population potential, the Brits with their control of British India under the Raj, the French with their colonial holdings, the Soviets with their massive amount of land and territory, the Americans with their boundless wealth and oil supplies, etc. All of this mobilized against Adolf Hitler. He knew he had only a limited amount of time to take everything he could and relocate. That was the objective, and he succeeded. And so the Allies lost because their objective was the extermination of the Aryan race. And they're still stuck with the Germans on the surface world they tried to wipe out, which, of course, if the Allies had won the war, there'd be no Germans left. That was another victory of Adolf Hitler, was making certain that the Allies laid off on the Germans, that they stopped bombardment, that once they quote-unquote occupied Germany, there was no extermination campaign past the point of all of those Germans that had died relocating from the Soviet assault. This is why the West turned against the Soviets and then began to consolidate, and then the Soviets were forced to consolidate their Germans as their front line. And their Germans became the wealthiest economy in the Soviet satellite state system. In other words, the wealthiest communist economy on earth was East Germany. And they produced soldiers that served all over the world. So when it comes to West Germany succeeding economically, the East Germans succeeded militarily. If you ever see those East German flared helmets that you will see in the old Cold War films, those were actually the Third Reich helmets that were the final model of the Third Reich helmet that was issued in the last days of 1945, the SS was issued those straight out of Hitler's bunker, and they were mass produced to supply all the troops in the field, and the East Germans wound up wearing them. What they're wearing are Third Reich fucking helmets. Those aren't helmets produced by communists. So they just wound up wearing their German uniforms produced by the Reich, but they were simply wearing it under this ideological umbrella of communism at the time. And their troops served all over the world. And so when they finally united, of course, then Germany became both an economic and military superpower in the center of Europe. And the end results speak for itself. They dominate the European Union, which is why the Brits felt like such shit. And the Brits kept saying, well, we won the war. How come the Germans are running Europe? And we don't want to be part of this. And so then they committed to Brexit. And look at them now. They're starving and flopping like a beached whale. And they're out of gas. And they're all fucked up. And, you can't say they don't deserve it. But there you go. Anyhow, so just for all these people who have all these bizarre questions, well, not to denigrate the question, but when you think, should Hitler have done this or Hitler have done that, or he did what he needed to do and he did it at the right time. Everything he needed to do was just right. So Jameson is saying, so wouldn't want to be in England. No, yeah. England is all fucked up.
I would rather be in the Bronx than in England.
Yeah. England's pretty bad. It's and it's just gonna get worse. I mean, it's really fucking sad. But at the same time, they deserve it, and their only way out of it is gonna be war. And I can tell you what kind of war that will happen, and I can go into that sometime later or maybe tonight. It's one of those things that certainly most people don't think about. And England, the only thing they got left is a fucking military. They do have a world-class military. Of course, it's a piece of shit in its own way. I mean, we saw how it operated in Iraq, which was just worthless. I mean,
yeah.
But aside from that, so is America's.
Well, this is because they're using the World War II mindset. We won.
Yeah.
If they were to let that delusion die, I bet you the fighting force would be completely different. The tactics would be different.
Oh, it'd have to be.
They wouldn't use the same strategies for, why the hell would you use a World War II strategy in a place like the Middle East?
Thank you. Or Vietnam.
Vietnam, et cetera, different terrain, different circumstances, etc. They need to get rid of the old war hawks.
Yeah, thank you. And, we could go on about that for hours, certainly. It's one of those things where they never learn, and they never learn because they insist on sticking to the lie that they won World War II. And so we'll see what happens. But anyhow, we're going to see complete change of government in all these places. Obviously, since a royal wedding was held in Russia yesterday, that means we're at the point now where the Russian people are ready for ultimately a monarchist return to replace Vladimir Putin, which is the only healthy thing to have when you have this kind of bullshit under Putin and his it's just untenable. And then you're going to have England have something similar go on, a change of government. It has to be with America as well. I mean, a total change of government, not just a different party entering. I mean, your entire system of government is going to change. It has to, because there's no other way that you're going to make it through the climate crisis. The climate crisis is one in which, your world is gone. Any world that you knew before is gone. There's and with that, let me see now. What was it going to say? Oh yes, when it came to the Greeks and their production of all that we identify with them in so short a span of time. The Reich was kind of similar with their the kind of success they had in World War II and their relocation to Unterland. This is what led to a breakaway civilization. And so in terms of their enlightenment, kind of like Alexander with his Buddhism, this was at least one in which you saw the Reich successfully have this conquest of the world. They went on to conquest conquered the lands below, Unterland, and the intraterrestrial races for the most part. Of course, if you think of any quote-unquote balance of power, it would be, of course, the ghouls under Africa would be a completely different quote-unquote civilization from that of the Reich. And but they're in a state of Cold War, so to speak, or constant conflict. The ghouls, of course, maintaining human chattel for, well, ever since the Arabs conquered North Africa. We're talking about since the days of Muhammad, peace be upon him. The ghouls began to maintain these massive human chattel farms beneath the earth. And of course, they're in conflict with the Thousand Year Reich. So that would be a kind of Cold War between species in Unterland. And the Americans get hints of this, and they think it's all happening in the stars. They think it's all happening in space, that these are different alien races that came down here to have their conflict, which of course doesn't make any fucking sense. So only when you see it from the perspective that I'm articulating does all of this finally make sense. Then you finally have
and the perfect metaphor is America has its head in the clouds, literally.
Thank you. Yes, I like that. Yes, so true. And, so we're here to do what we can about that. Now, in terms of where we are with the, where I'm going to go next with this, let's see now. It's 12:23 a.m. In the East Coast. Oh, yes! That's what I wanted to get to. Yes, now I remember my point with the narrative. So when I went into Unterland and I went into relocation and I was going into all these different races, wish we could have covered this while Pete was here, but hey, next time we'll all be back will be Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. So probably the world as we know it won't end by then, but let's take a look. Oh yeah, you chuckle because you probably have foresight. Let's take a look at Business Insider. Business Insider says this is, of course, a legitimate as they come in terms of a news source. Photos prove the Canary Island volcano in the Atlantic, which is becoming, quote unquote, much more aggressive, say scientists. Oh my God. Well, you should see these photos, and they're pretty impressive. Matter of fact, let me do a screen share here with my man Jameson.
I'm guessing my spell to prevent that volcano from wiping out the East Coast failed.
Okay. Can you see the cursor moving around?
Yep.
And bizarrely enough, I did not put this up here. When I got knocked off the call and I get back onto the call, I get this Naruto symbol.
Nice.
Yeah. And
it looks like a bladed weapon that you throw.
Yes, yeah, like one of Blade's glaives. What he called it, a glaive. The blades he was throwing. So so take a look at these photos, man. This is La Palma. This is when you take a look at this. This is oh shit. Let's see if we click on that and get that larger. Look at that. This is big. I mean, look at that. That's a dock.
There's hell and high water right there, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
This is Canary Island, La Palma. This is where the Reich buried its Glock, its bell bomb. And like I said, there's only two things that can happen. Either the volcanic activity will destroy it and deactivate it. But even if it does that, if it's that powerful to do that, it might well take the island down anyway.
Well, is it possible that the thing will phase the entire thing out?
That's what I was going to say. It might trigger the bomb, which after all these years is not necessarily the most stable mechanism in the world. And if it triggers it, then that will phase the island out.
That would be the mass displacement of water, and that mass displacement of all those metric tons of water would cause a mega tsunami.
Which could happen if the volcano gets bad enough too, organically. It could happen organically, or the Bell bomb triggers, or a combination of both. And so basically,
the combo of both is probably the worst of all worlds.
That's right. But the quote-unquote best of all worlds, which would be rather disappointing in its own right, would be that the bomb gets deactivated and then the volcano calms down. You know, that might happen. But or maybe the volcano calms down, the bomb is just still where it is, you know, primed and ready to go whenever the trigger's pulled by the Thousand Year Reich in Exile. But this is something the Thousand Year Reich in Exile does not have control over, is the natural volcanism. So the natural volcanism might lead to, you know, what the Third Reich was threatening the Americans with. So this is why the Americans traded with the Third Reich. The Americans were trading with the Third Reich. Of course, you know, in a condition of war, the Americans naturally would not have done this to the degree that they did, supply their enemy with everything they needed, even for money. But the Americans did so because of the threat of La Palma. And now La Palma is threatening to blow anyway. You know, again, we can't say the Allies don't deserve it, but...
and then there's also the possibility that one of America's enemies might use this as an opportunity to detonate a nuke and say, oh, look, it was the volcano that did it. I shouldn't give them any ideas.
Yes.
That would be horrific.
Right. Oh, my God.
I would not want to go that way. No.
Yeah. And so here they are, these people on La Palma. And again, the question we have to ask is...
Now, I have to say one thing, all right? Please, I don't mean to be cruel, but if those people were black, they wouldn't be there.
Thank you. They'd have a sense of self-preservation. Yes. There's something intrinsically wrong here with these people. I mean, like... What the fuck,
They're just chilling. I mean, they're like looking at one's looking at his cell phone.
Yeah,
the guy's looking at his woman like.
Yeah, all that's missing. Yeah, all that's missing is a barbecue. Yeah, all that's missing is a goddamn barbecue. These people.
Oh, why don't we superimpose the photo from the California fire?
Yeah.
Backdrop. There we go. They could be in the street, like sitting on lawn chairs.
Yes. Yeah.
Coming.
Yeah, there is something in. I mean, this is white privilege. I mean, they don't seem to have a concept of mortality. So then and there it goes. I mean, this is impressive, and they say this is becoming more aggressive. When scientists are saying this is becoming more aggressive, okay, then you know it's bad. things are pretty bad right now there, and of course they're showing like lava surrounding the Miracle House. You brought this up. You brought up the Miracle House.
Yeah. I'm like, how's the house a Miracle House if there's no way to get to it?
Yeah.
Even if you got to it, you'll be choked by poisonous gas. You won't have running water. You'll probably get sulfur coming out there and all types of acids that will just eat right through. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
There's nothing miraculous about that.
Thank you. Yeah, if anything, it's just oh God, it's just awful.
But but you see how they package hope. I hate that.
Yes.
That is my pet peeve, is packaging hope in the bleakest situations where realistically there is nothing good.
Yeah, that's that
is a modern American trope, if there is any that pissed me off the most.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so they said this Friday, a new mouth has opened in the volcano. You like that, huh? A new mouth has opened in the volcano, and the lava expelled by the volcano flows anyhow. So there we go. It's got two mouths now spewing. There we are. I mean, that's
If another mouth is opening up, that means there's a hell of a lot more pressure under that sucker, and that means that we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah. This could be the end of the world as you know it. This is no exaggeration. Yeah. This is pretty bad stuff. So that people get some idea of this. So going back now to, let's see if I can get us back to the article in question. Oops, and then I lost it. Damn. So the if we can look for Business Insider, I wanted to read the actual article here. Let me see if establishing this will bring us back. No. Okay. This is a weird, I don't work often with this search engine. So the search engine was like,
the MSN,
yeah,
the Microsoft.
The MSN. It's kind of an odd search engine for me. Oh, yeah, millions raised for Marine imprisoned after criticizing Biden. Oh, yeah, this is Fox News, of course. There you go. That's Fox News. And
anything they say is trash. It's just not. It's automatically like not worth.
Derek Talley would post this on his timeline. This is something.
It probably is on his.
Yeah, there we are. If he's still alive. Yes. Peter Moon doubts that he's alive. But
these assets are horrible. They're hard to kill.
Okay. Here we are.
Well, I shouldn't say that. But what I mean is that they're like cockroaches.
Yeah.
They're very resilient.
No, there we are. That gets us back to the story at hand. All right, La Palma volcano turns much more aggressive and blows open new fissures. So basically, this is like, let me see now what they're saying about here, what we can expect. It says here that the eruption has sent gas and ash up to 6,000 meters into the air. 1,000 soldiers are working on the ground. They're monitoring air quality, but sulfur dioxide levels in the area do not represent a health threat. Yeah, I mean, who the hell cares? I mean, you're worried about the lava burning you alive more than breathing that shit in. But anyhow, this is it's already emitted 80 million cubic meters of molten rock, more than double.
My question is why anyone's still on the island at all.
Yeah, I know, it's madness. It's madness. Yeah.
I mean, why would you have officials out there?
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a supermassive volcano. Let's do what they do in the movies. In the helicopter. Look, we're looking at the volcano. Let's go down there and see what's going on.
Yes. What the fuck is that? But definitely this is it's definitely this is something to watch. So everybody know this much. It's stay-home order lifted for residents near La Palma. What? Okay, what the fuck is this? This is Reuters. And so authorities advise people to limit time outdoors. No shit. However, emergency services lifted stay-home order that had been in effect due to poor air quality. Maybe they just don't give a shit. And
they've reached the point where they're gonna die anyway, so they're like, fuck it.
Yes, maybe, yeah. I mean, like this guy here observing with binoculars and shit. Yeah, and they advise people to continue to avoid spending a prolonged amount of time outside, and said vulnerable groups, including children and the elderly, should remain indoors. Okay. 6,000 people evacuated from their homes on the island, which has a population of about 83,000. That's a lot more than I thought.
That's a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, and so, of course, it's only one of an archipelago, but it's that single island they're talking about. And and then this new vent, they're bringing that up again. So a new focus of eruption. And so like our man Jameson says, that's means a lot of pressure underground.
Well, what this means is the entire freaking island is a volcano at this point.
Oh, well, of course.
Basically. Yeah. No. I mean, like the entirety of the thing might just open up and.
It might. We'll see. They say, here's what they say. They say less than 8% of the island is affected by the volcano. The rest is leading a normal life. Okay, so it's a big island. that's a big island, and it's got it's obviously got a lot of people. So we'll see what happens. But, the fact that it's becoming aggressive and, that sort of shit's going on. Anyhow, I'll stop sharing for now because at the moment we're getting this shit. What's this shit? It's like, what's that say? Fuck your vaccine. Oh, great. A bunch of anti-vax protesters. Oh, this is the brain trust. The brain trust.
What I don't get is this. Does one have to be so vociferous about one's preference? You don't want a vaccine. You don't get it.
I hear you.
You don't have to walk around with signs. I'm not getting a vaccine. You don't have to shoot people in schools. You don't have to shoot people in restaurants because of masks or vaccines. Just don't wear one.
Thank you. Thank you. These people are so crazed. Really.
America, I feel like I feel like they have a tendency to want to have to. They need to push their shit on someone else.
They do.
To feel good about themselves.
They do.
That's bad, and that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's the only way they know they're alive. It's either by shooting people or shooting off their mouths and subjecting the rest of us to crap we don't even need to hear. It's like, so you don't take the vaccine. Who fucking cares? And I care only in the sense that we're never going to reach herd immunity because of these assholes. They should be mandated and forced to take the vaccine anyway, unless they're having medical reactions or would have them. But
and this is the thing, like they're just
assholes.
These people. Why don't we fly these people to La Palma?
Yes, we need to fly these people to La Palma. I agree. I like that. Yes, I like that idea. And they'd all just barbecue like idiots anyway. They'd all stare at it and go, ooh, and they'd barbecue and shit and suck up all that stuff.
You'd have some dumb fat son of a bitch walking around there with like a Frankfurter over it.
Yes.
I wonder if I could cook these hot dogs with that lava.
Yes. That's right. They'd say the lava was cool. They'd say, yeah, this is it. This is the shit. Yeah, and then they'd burn alive. At any rate, let me stop sharing for now, or else we're going to be doing this all night. We could easily turn this into the night, kind of like it'd become like mystery science fiction theater and shit, where we'd just be staring at the crazy shit.
Oh man, that brings up memories. Oh man, I actually remember that.
Yes, of course. That's the problem. Is all too many people remember that. All too many people grew up with that shit, and then they grew up thinking that this is how you watch media: is to sit back and just hurl shit at the screen, hurl invective. This is what people thought was the norm, that this is how people are supposed to behave. And so we pay the price for that. We pay the price when we try to educate these people. This is what we get, is a bunch of these scumbags just hurling shit and invective at the screen because this is what they were raised to do. So I blame science fiction, mystery science fiction theater for that. And honestly, the writers for that program ought to be taken out and shot. So let's
oh man, that's hilarious.
Yeah. So then I'm taking a look at the thread here where, you have a lot of people talking back and forth. Now, the temperatures are beginning to drop. I'm going to put on my sweatshirt. I'm going to have Jameson control the airwaves for a little bit of time before I come back. But I guess one of the things I should do before I go into that trip is, again, try to explain to people why this is a serious situation, and to give them some element of education here. Let me see. There was, as I said, I've explained before how the eruption of Thera changed the world, and just how that destroyed the Minoan civilization, what we would call Atlantis, and something like that could happen here. We definitely are in a period of time where, well, this tsunami could change history. Jameson says he needs a quick bio break. Why don't you take that now? Then when you come back, then I can, refresh myself. Okay. So you do that. Jameson's taking his leave of us for a few minutes. Then everybody gets to hear me change my sweatshirt. And aside from all of that, let me see if I can just try and remember some details of what other volcanoes have done. And when, I'll also check our little chat room and see where people are going right now. Really, I'm just filling in airtime. And that way people will get some idea when I come back down to earth again with something coherent. Really, I'll just wait till Jameson gets back before I start talking about what some of these volcanoes have done in the past, because he loves that destructive shit. In the meantime, let's take a look at what Marky Milk says. He says, best part of waking up is Douglas Dietrich in your cup. Oh, that's adorable. Thank you. And of course, Shauna Bando says, I will not take the vax. Well, if you've got a medical excuse, yeah, sure. I understand that. Otherwise, they haven't mandated it for everyone yet. But, personally, I would prefer it if they did. And, okay, taking off my regular shirt. We'll, work on getting the sweatshirt on. Of course, for that, muck around a bit. And, try and reflect on the world around us. And I think I've covered quite a bit tonight. And let's see what time it is in San Francisco. Because believe it or not, I don't have a clock in front of me. My computer clock, which it does this for reasons I don't understand and have tried to fix, but I can't. My computer clock will go over onto East Coast time, which is helpful in its own way, because most everybody I deal with is on the East Coast. But another way, it's a pain in the ass. God, it's only 9:42 p.m. over here, so I pretty much strive to stay on till at least midnight. So our man Jameson Reese is back. So good. Before I refresh myself, let me try and put into perspective for people just how serious this can get. When it comes to, say, for instance, Mount St. Helens. Mount St. Helens is, by the way, in the middle of the state of, is it Oregon or Washington? Help me out here.
I think it's Washington.
Thank you. And, but if anybody looks at Mount St. Helens, the first impression you get is that it's landlocked. You get this feeling that you're not really anywhere near the sea. But the earthquake that caused the infamous Mount St. Helens eruption in Washington State on the 18th day in May back in 1980, most of you probably don't know, that triggered a tsunami. When that quake struck, the north side of Mount St. Helens as an active volcano broke apart, and it fell into Spirit Lake. And that landslide remains the largest on human record. And it generated an 820-foot tsunami. That 820-foot tsunami that followed is the third largest tsunami in recorded history. And that crashed into the side of Mount Margaret before splashing back down into the basin below. But this was out of a lake. In other words, the lake was emptied and turned into a megawave that crashed into another mountain. And had this been in a more populated area, we're talking like Noah's flood shit, okay? I mean, this is like...
So this is going to be worse than just hitting the Atlantic. This is going to hit, like, we're talking Europe as well.
Oh, yeah, but not, because of the shape of the Atlantic Basin, the mega tsunami's major force will be on the United States. deservedly so. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
y-
Oh man. Well, folks, it has been great being a producer for this show. Oh man, I'm not looking forward to the dying process.
yeah. Well, at least it'll be quick, unless you survive.
Douglas, there's no such thing as a quick death.
Yeah, no, that's.
What happens to the ego when it realizes it's disintegrating? What happens to its perception of time?
Oh yeah, that's true. It becomes, pretty much you're locked in an eternity. That
Yeah.
it takes.
So 3 minutes of dying would be like 300 years of agony, and then you're dead,
Yes, yes.
presumably.
Uh,
If some degree of awareness doesn't transfer over into the spiritual double, the astral double, or the black matter body, if you're lucky, that happens. I don't know how often that happens. I would think someone would have to be pretty advanced for that to occur.
Okay, well, I'll let you kind of go into such things while I refresh myself. I'll be back soon enough, and then I'll try and get into some monologue or arc of narrative for tonight. Again, it's one of those nights. Remember, I was celebrating German Unity Day. I am completely doped up and drug-addled still, really decompressing, and I'm not really going to come down tonight for you or anybody else. But I don't mean for Jameson.
I can say that I'm pretty much out there with you, my friend,
Well, there we
because
go.
honestly speaking, I've reached the point where I probably should stay home tomorrow.
Yeah, do that. I think that I agree with that. Yes, I'll agree with that. And certainly one of the things that I want to thank Marcus Grix for was, of course, he was keeping track of things like the thumbs up and down on the upvotes and downvotes, and their change in numbers, which usually tends to happen as we progress into the night and things get filtered out. So Marcus Grix is a great guy, and aside from that, of course, I'll try and give everybody the credit they deserve who has given some money. I've credited people in the past. I need to credit them more, and I should dedicate the show to somebody tonight. And of course, there's so many great people out there. I'm not quite sure who to dedicate the show to. Whether it be the latest donor or another donor. We dedicated the transmission of Wednesday midweek. We dedicated that to John Warrington, and the one before we dedicated to Brendan Zoget. And so for tonight, what we should do is go towards one of the donors. So I should give everybody the due credit, everybody that I can remember, and then try to dedicate it to one of them. So let me go mute. I'll be back, and we'll start talking about such things. In the meantime, Jameson, it's all yours. Thank you.
All right, folks. So we've got a lot going on in this world. Of course, let's hit with what's affecting America right now. Oh, well, here's actually one that I find really interesting, because I always like to see the tidbits of bullshit being released on the world's elite. Okay, leaked reports. Leaked records open a Pandora box of financial secrets. Spicy stuff. Hundreds of world leaders, powerful politicians, billionaires, celebrities, religious leaders, and drug dealers have been hiding their investments in mansions, exclusive beachfront property, yachts, and other assets for the past quarter century, according to a review of nearly 12 million files obtained from 14 firms located around the world. Now, the only question is whether anyone's going to act on it, but we'll get to that. The report released Sunday by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists involved 600 journalists from 150 media outlets in 117 countries. It's being dubbed the Pandora Papers because the findings shed light on the previously hidden dealings of the elite and corrupt, and how they have used offshore accounts to shield assets collectively worth trillions of dollars. The more than 330 current and former politicians identified as beneficiaries of the secret accounts include Jordan's king, not Michael Jordan now, Abdullah II, former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, of course, I kind of expected that, Czech Republic Prime Minister Andrej Babis, Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta, Ecuador's President Guillermo Lasso, and associates of both Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan and, of course, everyone's favorite, of course, and this is no surprise, Russian President Vladimir Putin, one of the wealthiest known men on earth. The billionaires called out in the report include Turkish construction mogul Ermin Ilikak and Robert T. Brockman, the former CEO of software maker Reynolds and Reynolds. Do they also make the aluminum foil? I don't know. Many of the accounts were designed to evade taxes and conceal assets for other shady reasons, according to the report. I'm going to assume that drugs and human trafficking and all types of other things are up that alleyway and calling hits on people and stuff that people with power like to do to other people. The new data leak must be a wake-up call, said Vin Giegold, a Green Party lawmaker in the European Parliament. Global tax evasion fuels global inequality. We need to expand and sharpen the countermeasures now. So I'm interested in hearing exactly what they intend to do about it, if anything, which I don't think they're going to do anything about it because I know how the human race is, and it never fails to disappoint. Oxfam International, a British consortium of charities, applauded the Pandora Papers for exposing brazen examples of greed that deprive countries of tax revenue that could be used to finance programs and projects for the quote-unquote greater good, whatever that is. I'm the one who's making the quotes there because, the greater good honestly would be to, I'm not going to go there. Let me keep things on a positive note. This is where our missing hospitals are, Oxfam said in a statement. This is where the pay packets sit of all the extra teachers and firefighters and public servants we need, whom, most of them are all retiring out this generation. So we have actually a shortage of all of the above. Whenever a politician or business leader claims there is no money to pay for climate damage and innovation for more and better jobs, for fair post-COVID recovery, and for more overseas aid, they know where to look. The Pandora Papers are a follow-up to a similar project launched in 2016 called the Panama Papers, compiled by the same journalistic group. The latest bombshell is even more expansive, porting through nearly 3 terabytes of data, the equivalent of roughly 750,000 photos on a smartphone leaked from 14 different service providers doing business in 38 different jurisdictions of the world. I wonder if any of this came from that guy who was in charge of, oh my shit, freaking God, the guy who died, the dude who was in charge of freaking, that software company for a little bit. Who said he was going to leak all this stuff and died in a prison somewhere in Europe. I can't remember the guy's name, and for good reason. He's not significant. But anyway, leaked from 14 different service providers doing business in 38 different jurisdictions in the world. The records date back to the 1970s, but most of the files span from 1996 to 2020. In contrast, the Panama Papers culled 2.6 terabytes of data leaked by one now defunct law firm called Mossack Fonseca that was located in the country that inspired that project's name, which is Panama. The latest investigation dug into accounts registered in familiar offshore havens, including the British Virgin Islands, Seychelles, Hong Kong, and Belize. Now, I'm fairly certain nowadays you would not want to go to Hong Kong for a vacation. You'd be freaking nuts if you do that. But some of the secret accounts were also scattered around trusts set up in the U.S., including 81 in South Dakota and 37 in Florida, where people go to die. I always have to say that about Florida, because most of them come from New York. Why anyone would want to go from New York to a freaking hellhole of heat and humidity to die is beyond me, but hey, to each their own. Coffin. Some of the initial findings released Sunday painted a sordid picture of the prominent people involved. For instance, the investigation found advisors helped King Abdullah II of Jordan set up at least 36 shell companies from 1995 to 2017, helping the monarch buy 14 homes worth more than $106 million in the U.S. I bet you some of those are in upstate New York, because the facility that I used to stay in for, which was in Sleepy Hollow, New York, across the water, you could see all these wealthy mansions and homes, and they were just freaking gorgeous. So who knows? He might have been staying up there. Yeah, we have more than 106 million in the U.S. and in the U.K. One was a $23 million California Ocean View property bought in 2017 through a British Virgin Islands company. The advisors were identified as an English accountant in Switzerland and lawyers in the British Virgin Isles. Because where else would we expect corruption in the good old Brits? Of course, you know, much love to all of our English listeners out there, but seriously, the corruption runs deep. There was no immediate comment from Jordan's royal palace. The details are an embarrassing blow to Abdullah, who probably doesn't give a shit, whose government was engulfed in scandal this year when his half-brother, former crown prince, Prince Hamza, accused the ruling system of corruption and incompetence. Ooh, okay, that is embarrassing. The king claimed he was the victim of a malicious plot, placed his half-brother under house arrest, and put 2 former close aides on trial. Meanwhile, that mofo was doing the very thing he accused his brother of doing. Oh, man. UK attorneys for Abdullah said he isn't required to pay taxes under his country's law and hasn't misused public funds, adding that there are security and privacy reasons for him to have holdings through offshore companies, according to the report. The attorneys also said most of the companies and properties are not connected to the king or no longer exist, though they declined to provide details. Now, those bullshit shell companies are pretty much money laundering havens. That's pretty much all they're doing. Blair, UK Prime Minister from 1997 to 2007 became the owner of a $8.8 million Victorian building in 2017 by buying a British Virgin Islands company that held the property. And the building now hosts the law firm of his wife, Cherry Blair, according to the investigation. The two brought the company from the family of Bahrain's industry and tourism minister Zayed bin Rashid Al Zayani. Buying the company shares instead of the London building saved the Blairs more than $400,000 in property taxes, the investigation found. Now, of course, if you were super wealthy, you would say the only thing that they're guilty of is getting caught, and it's perfectly okay to try to save as much money as possible. No, trust me, I'm not on their side, folks, but, I mean, fair is fair. The Blairs and the Zayinis both said they didn't initially know the other party was involved in the deal, the probe found. Cherry Blair said her husband wasn't involved in the purchase, which she said was meant to bring the company and building back into the UK tax and regulatory regime. She also said she did not want to own a British Virgin Islands company and that the seller, for their purposes, only wanted to sell the company, which is now closed. A lawyer for the Al-Zainis said they complied with UK laws. Now, therein lies the problem, is that these laws are full of loopholes, and these lawyers are paid millions of dollars an hour to be able to know what loopholes there are, and can therefore let these people run free and do whatever the hell they want without any, what do we call it, accountability. Khan, the Pakistani prime minister, is not accused of any wrongdoing, but members of his inner circle, including finance minister Shaukat Bayaz Ahmed Tareen, are accused of hiding millions of dollars in wealth in secret companies or trust, according to the journalist's findings. In a tweet, Khan vowed to recover the ill-gotten gains and said his government will, quote-unquote, look into all citizens mentioned in the documents and take action if needed, which we know nothing is going to come of that. The consortium of journalists revealed Putin's image maker and chief executive of Russia's leading TV station, Konstantin Ernst, got a discount to buy and develop Soviet-era cinemas and surrounding property in Moscow after he directed the 2014 Winter Olympics in Sochi. Ernst told the organization the deal wasn't secret and denied suggestions that he was given special treatment. All of Putin's friends are given special treatment. That's their comrades. In 2009, Czech Prime Minister Andrej Babis put $2.2 million in shell companies to buy a chateau property in a hilltop village in Mougins, France, near the Canis, the investigation found. These shell companies and the chateau were not disclosed in Babis's required asset declarations, according to the documents obtained by the journalism group's Czech partner, Investigation CZ, a real estate group owned indirectly by Babis, bought the Monaco company that owned the chateau in 2018, the probe found. I was waiting for them to bring something right before the election to harm me and influence the Czech election, Babis tweeted in his first reaction to the report. Boo-hoo. The Czech Republic parliamentary election is being held on Friday and Saturday. I've never done anything illegal or wrong, Babis added. And there's that. So who knows how much more there is out that's going to be released. Of course, speaking of Florida, we have what was this guy looks totally warped. Third victim dies after angry co-workers rampage. Authorities said Sunday a third victim has died following a violent attack where an angry electrician wielding a knife and baseball bat killed 3 co-workers and injured another at a Florida home they shared. Polk County Sheriff's Office said the electrician, Sean Runyon, got into an argument with his supervisor Friday, punching the man and fleeing his job site. He returned to the Davenport home where he was temporarily living with his co-workers Saturday and beat one man to death while he slept, killed another man in the front porch, and chased another victim into the street, beating him badly with a bat, Sheriff Grady Judd said. A fourth victim suffered critical injuries and later died in the hospital. Another man, his wife, and their 7-year-old daughter escaped unharmed. Authorities did not release the identities of the victims. Runyon and 7 co-workers and their families were living in the home rented by a Pennsylvania company, J&B Electric Incorporated. It's unclear what prompted the fight between the 39-year-old Runyon and his supervisor supervisor Friday, but Sheriff Judd said he confessed. He was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of aggravated battery. It was not immediately clear if he retained a lawyer to comment charges. Runyon fled home, turning up hours later at the home of a random Lake Wales couple, wearing bloody clothes and telling them he'd been raped, according to the sheriff. Judd said the man discarded his bloody clothes at the home as they urged him to go to the hospital, where he was later taken into custody. That is a very weird freaking story. And the look on the dude's face in the article is even more weird. The guy's, wow, no comment. It seems everyone's becoming more batshit crazy. Of course, if it's not a supermassive volcano and crazy co-workers who will kill you, then we have what is a response to a California oil spill. This is very alarming. Response time question in Southern California oil spill.
Oh, by the way,
God.
I have just returned, just put on the earbuds. I want to thank everyone for all of the upvotes that you've placed. Deeply appreciate it. Helps us stand against the agents of chaos that are so determined to make certain that our episodes do not distribute. At the same time, I noticed that the line which shows the balance between the forces, you have the line that goes kind of darker underneath the upvotes and downvotes. And it's still overwhelmingly, the line is skewed as if all of the downvotes were still in the majority. I noticed that now. Let me reset the page, and I'm sure it's probably going to still show that. So even though the downvotes are filtered out, okay, now it's changed. Okay, so there we have that. That's interesting. So it took a while for the line, which kind of is like a bar, which shows the kind of proportion of up to down. It takes a while for it to apparently absorb that information. So there we have that, and I want to thank everybody who's doing their part for life itself, life in this universe, which is overwhelmingly, all of it is here on Earth, and what is out there in the universe sources from Earth. Understand that much, that you are on the sole repository of all life in this universe, and you might begin to value this planet more, and you'll understand why the forces of entropy are so determined to destroy it. See, the problem is that what you people don't understand is you're all being indoctrinated to believe that the universe is teeming with life so that you don't value life here. You're indoctrinated to believe that you can relocate to other planets so this planet's expendable. None of that is the case. This is the indispensable only planet in the universe for all intents and purposes. We'll gradually begin to terraform to a degree other planets in this solar system, and we'll gradually expand out to planets around other stars. But all of it will be dependent on the existence of Earth. It will have to be, for all intents and purposes, the foreseeable future. By that I mean eternity as far as you're fucking concerned. So simply make certain to care for the Earth that you live on. Right now, you don't, because you're taught that, quite falsely, that there's millions of worlds out there just like this. And there's not. There's not even solar systems like this, which make this world possible. Even Earth-like worlds of other solar systems are in solar systems that are not at all like this, and therefore are uninhabitable. In other words, the solar system has to be like this for a planet like Earth to be habitable. Now, granted, when I talk about terraforming other planets in the solar system, that would take a lot of energy and expenditure, but it's doable to a degree that there will be some habitability. but it requires a. At the same time, I noticed that the get this down here. That's interesting. That wasn't supposed to happen.
That would almost certainly.
Go on.
Yeah, that would almost certainly require the technology of the Third Reich in exile, because without that type of technology, going out into space, shooting up into space on rocket penises ain't gonna work, folks.
Thank you. Yes, I mean.
Guess who wants to be the oldest person to go into space?
William Shatner. William Shatner. Yes. Oh my fucking God! Pathetic.
Yeah, he has to try to one up Leonard Nimoy before he dies.
Yes. That's right. Did you know that Leonard Nimoy stopped talking to him before Leonard Nimoy? It was like years before Leonard Nimoy died. He ceased all communications with William Shatner and refused to speak to him ever again. Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard they hated. My father said they hated each other.
You know, it wasn't that way originally. I mean, for the longest period of time, the two of them were thick as thieves and completely alienated from the rest of the quote-unquote Star Trek crew. The rest of the Star Trek crew was like, the outsiders, and those two were like the insiders that just ruled it all. And then something happened where they became bitter enemies. I
wonder if it has to do with the Jason Voorhees mask.
God knows. I mean, we can only speculate, but it was, isn't that something? But definitely I know the rest of the crew, meaning Chekhov and I forgot the name of the actor who played him, and Lieutenant Uhura, who unfortunately now has, of course, senile dementia, and is basically in a Britney Spears situation where there's several people fighting to be her care provider, and doubtless they all want a piece of her estate, and they
don't want to care for her.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right, and that includes her son. It's the other people who have cared for her in the past or who have been a part of her life say that her son is abusing her by isolating her, by basically keeping her as a prisoner while he runs her estate. So I mean, people can look up the story themselves. It's really all out there, and all of its sad and grisly and morbid detail, all of the ugliness that comes with being a helpless person at the mercy of others. I would rather die than be in a situation like that. But then again,
I concur.
But then again, your parents are in this situation. My parents were before they died.
And there was a time where I often thought, when I would get into fights with my father, like, if I really wanted to, I could such and such. But, the fact of the matter is, it's just not in my nature to be cruel.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's certainly appreciated. It is a cruel enough world, and there's no point in adding more suffering into this environment. All right, now let's see if we can keep you going for a little while longer and see if I can muster together. Now, what exactly should be the arc of narrative tonight? I could go a bit into Germany, of course, just tell people about the... how do you like the way... Do you feel the way Peter Moon did when he looked at that photograph of my sitting on the Kaiser's lap, and he says, "You both look like biofaxes." It's like, sometimes he says stuff like that, and I just wonder, like...
It's one of the reasons. It's one of the things that makes him interesting to be around.
That's true.
That you never know when he's just gonna blurt something out.
Right.
That many people would think would be tactless, but at the same time, it's like, well, he's honest.
Yeah, got to give him that. It's so yeah. Granted, there's some amusement in that, or bemusement to be found. But. So do you feel that way? I mean, did you see the photograph?
Yeah, I see the photograph. You both look very similar, but you don't look like biofaxes. I can tell that you're human beings.
Are you talking about the picture of my son and myself, or the picture where in the column below that where I'm sitting on the Kaiser's lap?
All right, wait. Let me find that one.
Sure. Yeah, that's the one he was talking about. With the other one, he actually shared that on his timeline, saying, "I'm going to be on Douglas Dietrich's at 9 o'clock." Only he shared that fairly close to the time we were going to be on. So
No,
I don't
you
know how
don't.
many responses
You
that
don't
got.
look. You don't look like Biofix Simulacra.
Thank you. I mean, you know, not that I take offense at that. If anything, it's actually a compliment because Biofix Simulacra are inherently attractive. They're generally more attractive than most people. But it's interesting that he feels we both look artificial. In other words, he feels we both look synthetic. Which I find kind of odd, you know, and he said that before about the escort, which, again, here, let me share screens with our man Jameson so he could see.
I always love seeing your escorts.
Well, that's cute, but, in this case, yeah, here we are, just, share the screen here, and so you can see the cursor moving around, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so here we are, and so when it comes to the it was basically it was this episode where oh shit, I guess I'll have to turn on the what do you call it? Oh yeah, the videos. That's it. I'll have to go down to the videos so we can find it. I didn't think it was that long ago. Time really passes by. Did the YouTube? Oh, here we are. God, that was a long time ago, I guess. That was a month ago. But here we are. Let me make that larger. See if the sound kicks on. The sound might kick on, so I'll have to put it on mute. There we are. And at any rate, oh, the picture might not come on. But in terms of that image, you can barely see it because it's so small. But this is the image he was talking about. And, of course, the escort that was Taiwanese, that my son contracted for me that day. It was Taiwan's Dad Day, Taiwan Father Day. And that's when, you know, that Peter, as soon as he saw that, he said it, you know, just blurted it right out. "She looks like a Biofax." And it's like, you know, I told him, now that you've said that, I'll never get that image out of my head. But let's see if the picture stabilizes to the point where it you know, comes on. But anyhow, Jameson knows which one to look for. But, you know, the question was like, I didn't think that. But then once he said that, I could see why he said that. But it's interesting. I think that he kind of has that on his mind, or on the forefront of his mind. So, and he associates that with me. So then everything that, you know, that I publish tends to look like that to him, maybe. But then I noticed other people have said that, where I've had other people say, when they saw an image of my son and I, they'll say they look like dolls or something like that. Not that they were saying that as an offense, or, you know, like.
Yeah, I get you. I can see, I can sort of grasp, you know, why they see it, because of the but that's just that's a compliment to your modeling. There
we are. Thank you. And so I tend to take it as such. But so there we are. It's cute. It's cute that Peter would say something like that. Actually, I take it in that light. So there. Having said that, all right then. I guess, like I said, this could turn into mystery science fiction theater. So I'll stop sharing for now, because the temptation is there to just do this all night. Honestly, to me, I would thoroughly enjoy that, because everything else is kind of like working too hard. I'm not quite sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, the world is grinding itself to its inevitable decay. If you know, so I mean, it's like, it would honestly be more fun to just like, like look at things and
shoot the shit. Yes, look at various images and start. Yeah, shooting the shit about all of that. And all right, so let's see. What I'll try to do tonight is mobilize myself. Let me breathe. Let me get my head back on my shoulders, and then you know, start monologuing.
I love the look on his face when you're sitting on the guy's lap. He's like,
yes. Oh my God. Yeah, you can tell he does not appreciate that. He really does not appreciate that. I don't know. Were you here when I was talking to Peter Moon about that? Did you hear what I said about that?
No. What did you say about that?
Okay, first of all, just so people know that what we're talking about, what our man Jameson is referring to is when I published the column that talks about Germany's reunification back in 1990. And it was around the time that my mother died. It was shortly thereafter that the Prince of Germany got married to the Princess of Germany, so to speak. I mean, these are not related, but she's really she was the princess of like a principality like Liechtenstein or something like that. For those of you who don't know, there's a little nation called Liechtenstein, and that's where the Europeans park their royalty, so to speak, so they can have somebody to marry that's outside of the immediate family so they don't morbidly inbreed. But the Austrians were doing that for a pretty long time, so fairly morbid inbreeding, and in the royal family. But okay, so basically she was born Sophie von Isenberg. So that meant the term von means it's a royal denotation, meaning that there are kind of like the Baron of or the Baroness of. So Sophie von Isenberg means she's the Lordess or the Lady of Isenberg, the Baroness of Isenberg. So it's a title of nobility in and of itself. So whenever you hear something like von Richthofen, the Red Baron, that means he's royalty. He's fucking royalty. Okay, so when it comes to the man that we're talking about, that is Prince George Friedrich of Prussia. And so Prince George Friedrich of Prussia is a prince until he's coronated as Kaiser, which what happened was when World War I was over, then the Kaiser Wilhelm of the Second Reich, the Second Realm of Germany, abdicated the throne. But that didn't mean the royal family died out. The royal family still exists and they're still royal, but they do not hold the throne. And so if the monarchy is constitutionally reinstated so that they have a constitutional monarchy in Germany for the symbolism of identity, then he becomes Kaiser or Emperor of Germany. So right now he's Prince, and conceivably could be the rest of his life. Certain royalty, they suffer that fate. It's not that bad a fate, but it's the King of Yugoslavia, for instance. He's a prince of Yugoslavia the rest of his life because Yugoslavia disappeared, it disintegrated, and so he would have to come back as coronated the Prince of Serbia or the King of Serbia if he were to be recoronated. I worked with them personally when I was working with mercenary security. So in terms of what happened was they had their wedding day back in 2011. And back in 2011, it was months after my mother died, and I was very depressed. And so to get me back into his life and the life of the man that he married around that time, very shortly thereafter, it feels the time... It's incredible how it passes for me. It feels like yesterday, and yet it feels like a million years ago. But when my son got married to the man we identify as Sugar Daddy, so that he's not identified, the man who basically wound up loving my son, and I found him to be loyal to my son. Then when he married him was on the same year that they legalized gay marriage. It was the same day they legalized gay marriage. Many gay couples got married that day, and everybody knew it was going to be legalized. They knew the Supreme Court was going to legalize it, so it was legalized on basically Gay Day, on the LGBTQ party day, and so when all that went down, it was around that period of time between my mother's death and that the Prince of Germany got married. And before they got married, they came to have a bachelor party in San Francisco. And so my son, through his connections with Sugar Daddy, he basically was in contact with the royal family, and he basically arranged for me to appear as a buck smoker or a male stripper. And so basically what we have is a photograph on one side that I published on the column about the reunification of Germany that I wrote that year. We have on one photograph a picture of him with the princess he ultimately married. and again won with him at the bachelor party. And so when you see him at the bachelor party is where I've leapt into his lap and basically took his hat off his head and placed it on mine. And like I was telling Peter Moon, as a male who cross-dresses, one of the things Peter asked was, did he know you were a man at that point? And I said, yes, that's obviously why he's so uncomfortable. If he had thought that, if he had thought that I was female, he would probably have been a lot more amenable. In fact, almost certainly so. But because he knew I was a man, and his lifetime friends had set this up as a practical joke, and probably some of his enemies, basically I had a photo op that I wasn't going to lose. I was going to take advantage of this photo opportunity. I jumped on his lap. And as I explained to Peter, you have to be really careful when you do something like that, because when men are aware that you're a man, and if you don't handle it right, one thing you never do is you never touch them directly. The thing that you'll notice in this photograph is that I'm sitting on his lap and I do not touch him directly. I grab his hat, I put it on my head, but I'm not touching him directly, because if you do that, men will punch. They will, in their insecurity, they lash out, because they don't want to be perceived as gay. So what?
Well, I think men punch because it's instinct. If another man touches you, usually that seems to be the context, right?
It's generally perceived as threat, but it's like, obviously, in a situation like this, physically I wouldn't be considered a threat because I'm smaller than he is, and obviously he's one thing I'll have to express about the Prince of Germany. He's very tall and he's very big. So he's obviously someone who has a lot of advantage physically. I'm not a threat to him. So, but nevertheless, men will respond like that anyway, simply because they feel threatened in terms of being perceived as if they're perceived as receptive to some other man touching them, then of course they're afraid of looking gay, right? So they respond violently, and it's just something instilled in them. They're indoctrinated into that.
Yeah, he looks like he's so tall that he could like pick you up and body slam you.
Yeah,
Easily.
Yes. Yeah, he's very tall and very big, yes. So I definitely wanted to be careful. So I definitely just playfully took his hat. And of course, he went with it in the sense, actually, surprisingly enough, what I didn't really feel at the time, but I noticed later on only in the photograph, was he's got his hand on my ass.
Oh, okay.
Which was interesting. But it's almost like he's trying to balance me so I don't fall. He might have been afraid that I was going to fall or something. It's just the way I was kind of...
I guess he was just playing along with the joke, and he's like, oh, okay, here we go.
Yes.
I'll just play along.
Yes, it was mostly that attitude. But there we have that. So that was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. As I was telling Peter, I don't know if he would recognize me if he saw me today, or if we encountered each other years from now. It would be interesting to see if he recognized me as the individual who sat on his lap back in the bachelor party at San Francisco. I would think he got so drunk and plastered that night, he certainly looked it later, that I doubt he would remember much of anything. He probably blacked out like I normally do at such events, but... yeah.
I envy people who could black out. I can't black out anymore.
You must have. Well, you used to, right?
I used to. In the past, I used to black out so bad that I wouldn't even know how the hell I got home. Oh, and granted, it's not a good thing, but it's like it shows that whatever I did served its purpose, which was to completely just
blot out your existence. Yeah.
but the thing is, like, it's as I've gotten older and advanced through whatever practice I do, it's like it's harder and harder. It's almost like being sober, but it's like being soberly drunk or soberly stoned. It's very weird.
I can imagine. Actually, I can't imagine. Well, maybe I can, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like that all the time myself. Yeah, we're constantly kind of half stoned, right? I mean, or half out of it. It's kind of what we've striven for. But you've got to be careful with that, obviously. And at some
Yeah,
point.
that comes with its. Well, the thing is, I'm not trying to chase the blackout anymore. It's just like, okay, this is just to get a certain sensation so that I can reach the point where I can get X, Y, and Z out of my mind and just
Well,
go through with X, Y, and Z. You know, it's just it's something I'm reaching a point where I really want to leave this behind.
right. Oh, by the way, Shauna Bando says, bedtime for me. I must rest. Son has school tomorrow, so hugs everyone. Have a great evening. Good night, honey. That's to Shauna Bando, lovely lady, adorable. And so thank you for joining us tonight, darling. And of course, I don't know exactly who else is with us, but we've got a sizable audience listening. Honestly, on nights like this, I wonder why. But then again, I think you and I just talking the way we do hold some people's interests. Why? I don't know, but it does. Honestly, I could start bitching about any number of things that that could be going on anywhere. The stuff that kind of really it gets to me, of course, when it comes to, I'll tell you something. I live on Russian Hill, and what I will ask people to do to understand what that means, let's see what I get, and let's see what Jameson gets. Let's look on the search engine, Russian Hill, San Francisco, and see what appears and see what kind of impression you get, because this is important. When I step outside that door of my home wearing my face mask and, I just have my glasses that I put over that, and these are simply, they're not really prescription, but they really protect my eyes. They're not goggles. They're just kind of like, they're basically John Lennon glasses, big enough frames where the eyes are kind of protected, and they serve to keep the dust out of my eyes and other particulate particles, because my eyes are sensitive to that.
Holy shit. When you say you're on Russian Hill, you ain't joking.
Yeah.
That's a fucking hill.
Yes.
Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
I can see why you're so skinny.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, a lot of walking, a lot of exercise.
Jesus
Thank you.
fucking Christ.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the way the cars are parked. It's like, what the hell am I looking at?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And there you go. See, and so if everybody looks this up, you'll get an idea of where I'm living, what's up there, and
That is freaking gnarly.
Yeah. And so when I'm like, as soon as I go out that door wearing my mask and my glasses, and I also usually put on the medical gloves just because, I don't like my hands touching shit. And so it keeps me also from rubbing my eyes or nose. And that's where all the shit comes from. You basically, it comes from rubbing your eyes or your nose or your mouth with your hands, which we all do all day with our faces. We touch our faces constantly. So if you wear the surgical...
That's actually the funny thing about me is that I, comparatively speaking, touch my face less than most people at all. I'm actually in awe in how often I don't touch my face.
Yeah, well, good. That's because this is how most people really contract this shit. So I wear the surgical masks, which have indoctrinated me into not touching my face. And so I've got the mask on, the surgical mask, and the glasses. By the way, as far as I'm concerned, this is fairly conventional and fairly conservative. It's not like I was dressing in any way, shape, or form like Jameson Reese was for the longest time, looking like basically a scuba diver, looking like an underwater demolitions team frogman and shit, going out into the world. So, but when I walk out the door, I am the only person who's got a face mask on, and people point at me and laugh. I'm not shitting you. People point at me and laugh. They're like, oh, it's like, I'm free. I don't wear my... This is Russian Hill in San Francisco, I guess, because they're all rich up here, and they're all like, red Republican or something. And then
they're like, that's a peasant's disease. COVID-19.
Yeah. But the funny thing is, a lot of these are younger people you think would know better. One of these fuckers, he looked like your archetypal image of an Islamic terrorist. I swear to fucking Christ. He looked like, Salmon Sheikh gone bad and shit, you know, darker beard, you know, had some kind of like Pashtun type hat on, looked like a fucking member of the Taliban and shit, and he's like talking into a cell phone, laughing at me. He actually had the fucking nerve to like saunter up against me, and you know, talk about this gang stalking feeling. Like it's like when Jameson Reese goes out, and you ever notice how some of these people that come up and try to like rub against you?
Oh my gosh, I had, yeah, there was this black dude in gray in the ferry terminal, and then the guy, he like creeps right into my space, and so I just stand perfectly still, like unnaturally still, to the point where I look like a statue, and he walks away like, okay.
Yeah. And so, this fucker comes up, like, rubbing against me and shit, like, just so he can look at me, you know, while he's talking on the phone and shit. It's like these people are all, like, somehow triggered by my wearing a mask. Like, they have to, like, respond with their contempt. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? It's like, we're not in the same universe. And, you know, of course, half the time I'm dressed like that, I'm just going up to the corner store. Which, by the way, every time you go into any of these facilities, it's, hey, a mask is required to enter this facility. So if I go up to the corner store, they require you to have a mask when you go in. So what's the point of my, like, keeping it in my pocket and putting it on when I'm there? Of course I wear it just on the way to the corner store. But all the way I cross by all these people, none of them are wearing a mask. No, the kids are wearing a mask. They're all walking their dogs, talking, you know, breathing. Maybe for some reason because they require masks.
Damn, not even on their chins? Like they're going to walk into a store later and put it on?
Yeah, I guess these people, it's like they keep it in their pocket and then they put it on when they go into a store. The only time I see them wearing masks is when they're gathering around the pizza place, because the pizza place won't let you in without a mask. And since they're waiting in line to go into the pizza place, they'll put their mask on. You know, but other than that, I see almost no one wearing a mask. It gets to the point where, you know, fortunately I'm shameless. I'm without shame, but otherwise I'd be self-conscious. Walking down the street, there's nobody wearing masks. It's incredible to me. And I go down to Polk Street, which is the main drag, and there's nobody wearing masks. Everybody's sitting there eating at the cafes and shit. It's incredible to me.
I'm seeing the same stuff all over the place. It's like everyone's given up. Yeah. It's
maybe they all think they're vaccinated, so maybe enough of them got vaccinated.
But that's the thing. Like, I know that there's a lot of people who are unvaccinated who figure, well, if the people who are vaccinated are unmasked, then you know they're not gonna know they're not gonna know that I'm not vaccinated. So fuck it. You know, I mean, I know that there's enough of those people out there, and why take the chance?
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, by the way, here's one for you. Let me go over here, turn the screen share on again, and there we are. Screen share, start sharing. There we are. You can see the little cursor move around, right? Yeah, here we are.
Yeah.
And then so here we are. This place right here. Inside the spooky San Francisco mansion that starred in season... Now, this should be interesting. Now, let's see. I may have to, like, do a quick cut and paste on this, because sometimes these will come up and then they'll immediately disappear behind a paywall. But that starred in season 2 of the OA. What the fuck is the OA? I don't even know what that stands for.
I have no idea what that is.
But anyhow, this mansion here is on Russian Hill. And this was the property of this elderly woman who developed senile dementia and began to run around naked. So when she was running around naked on the street, people would have to help her back into her home and shit. And so I could see why it became the set for something later on. Somebody, I don't know how they got permission to use it. It's private property, so whoever owns it now, which is the asshole who gigoloed her, and I felt so envious because the fucker gigoloed her and got hold of this whole estate, you know, basically married her and took hold of, you know, became care provider and took over the property. I was too busy taking care of my parents to gigolo her. So some other fucker got her and got it. So, you know, I envy him. But as our man, Jameson Reese, is saying, when you look at Russian Hill, you really see this is a fucking hill. You see how these, these houses, you take a look at that, and people get scared when they're like going on the buses that take you up and down these hills. The parking, this is the kind of parking you're talking about, right? Yeah, this is like...
Jeez, man. I'm surprised I don't see people floating around in jetpacks and shit.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. And the cable cars, of course, go... That's why the stupid song says, and to beware little cable cars climb halfway to the stars. Yeah. San Francisco. Yeah, where you don't want to leave your heart. Well, you leave your stomach behind when you're going up and down these hills. Yeah, so a lot of people get scared. They get very scared.
That would be a horrible place to be wasted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I could see someone just rolling down the hill and just not nonstop, just rolling, and eventually just their skin being torn off and everything, and just leaving like this whole entrailed soup of a human being. Like, what happened to him? Oh, he tripped. God damn.
Oh, that reminds me of what Beaver said, my gang brother Beaver, when basically what was it? Oh, the time that I got the blue screen of death. Have you ever heard of that? The blue screen of death?
Oh yeah. That is notorious with Windows operating system.
Okay, yeah, and at that time, yeah, everybody thought I got it from cruising for porn, and so when I got the blue screen of death, of course, it was the death of the computer. I had to get a new computer at that time, and anyhow, with everything that Beaver was dealing with myself at the time, I think that had to be after my mother's death, and but it was around the time I was working with Laurie and Ann Fenton and shit. And he was still dealing with a lot of the aftermath of my mother's death and helping me with a bunch of shit. At one time he threatened me, which he always does. And what was it? He said he was going to kill me. And then, he said, after I kill you, I'm going to wrap your face up in that blue cellophane shit, that blue plastic. So when the cops come into your home and find your body, they'll say, that's fucked up. This guy was cruising for so much porn, he contracted the blue screen of death. And that was, he always had something like that he was threatening me with. But, all right. And like Peter Moon was saying, I don't know if there's any normal people in your life. But yeah, he knew about that. That one woman who became, my representative payee.
Yeah.
Poor...
I literally feel like I'm the most normal person you're in contact
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, but I mean, you don't want to be normal. I mean, like, who wants to be normal?
No one wants to be normal, but no one wants to be freaking oh my gosh, nobody wants to be terminally unique either.
No, that's pretty bad. I'm terminally unique myself. So anyhow, Veronica Barrera has joined us. She says, buenos noches, Douglas. Yes, buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. Love you dearly. And Travis Moss says, I know you've mentioned plus collaborated with Max Spears in the past. Do you believe Aquino had any involvement in his death? Dude, that goes without saying, right? I mean, that's a rhetorical question, right?
Yeah, that's like asking, do bees fly?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then he says, an unintentional pro about mask wearing is it can ward off stalkers due to concealing your identity.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Does not do that. It does the opposite. It does the opposite. Yes. You know, sometimes if I know that people are 6 feet away, I'll take my mask off just to make sure that if someone's thinking about stalking me, they get the fuck back.
Yeah. The mask is what it does is it eliminates your ability to project aggression or threat. It renders you almost vulnerable in that sense. But maybe what he's thinking of is some of these people wear these badass masks that have all the fucking monster teeth on them and shit.
The thing is, what I did was I painted monster teeth on mine because I have acrylic paint. So I have like this blue silk mask that I painted like I didn't, and I decided instead of just one row of teeth, I'll put like 5 or 6 rows of teeth just to make it look even more insane. So people like look at it and be like, "What the fuck is that?"
There we are. Yes, that's so that gives you at least some intimidation clout. And let's see who else.
Yeah, it just makes it look like I'm batshit crazy. So I'm hoping people pick up on it, but they haven't.
No, they never do. They
never
do. They're too crazy themselves. they're all crazy. It's like there's too many crazy people out there for that to work. There we have that. All right. Well, I'd better try and live up to some responsibility after I finish this Coke. Once I finish this Coke, I'll have to rinse the taste out of my mouth, and I'll come back and start monologuing. But in the meantime, so you were talking about an oil spill off the coast of California. What the fuck is happening now? What's going on?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let me get that article. Yeah. Response time question in Southern California oil spill. This is Huntington Beach. Some residents, business owners, and environmentalists questioned whether authorities reacted quickly enough to contain one of the largest oil spills in recent California history, caused by a suspected leak of an underwater pipeline that fouled the sands of the famed Huntington Beach and could keep the beaches there closed for weeks or longer. Weeks? There's oil in the water and you're just going to keep it closed for weeks? Are you fucking serious?
Oh my God.
Booms were deployed on the surface of the ocean, ocean surface Sunday to try to contain the oil while divers sought to determine where and why the leak occurred. On land, there was a race to find animals harmed by the oil and keep the spill from harming any more sensitive marshland. Now, I wouldn't want to go in that water. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't care how much you scraped off the surface. I just don't want to go in there. Who knows how many microscopic chemicals are from residue from the oil is floating around in there.
No, it's terrible to think about and very depressing.
I mean the surface is just topical. Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, granted, oil and water repel each other, but I'm sure that there's some other chemicals involved in the oil extraction process, such as uranium concentrations, which they seem to use depleted uranium to pump out oil. Right?
Do they really?
Yeah, I shit you not. At least when they're doing offshore drilling in shale, it's one of the ingredients used.
Wow, I mean, I had no idea. So
uranium.
Yeah.
So yeah. There was actually evidence of increased background radiation in areas where they do the pumping. And this is something that was happening around places like Pennsylvania and whatnot, where the radiation was going up unusually.
Jesus. Mm-hmm.
Because there again, we live in a society where we worship the atom.
Yes. That's right. So they use it for everything. Oh my God, I had no idea.
Instead of Adam and Eve, it's atom.
Yes. Crazy shit. I mean, that's just terrible. And so thank you for sharing that with us, for educating us in that regard. So aside from all of that, do go on and tell us about what else. So in terms of the response, they were just taking the time and
it wasn't. Well, people who live and work in the area said they noticed an oil sheen and a heavy petroleum smell Friday evening, but it wasn't until Saturday afternoon that the Coast Guard said an oil slick had been spotted and unified command established to respond. And it took until Saturday night for the company that operates the pipeline believed to be responsible for the leak to shut down operations. So this is the level of depravity that the society we call America is going. You know, if we're not radiating everything, we're just dumping oil everywhere, because you know, who needs to live in a environment where that's non-toxic?
Yeah.
And people are afraid of 5G.
Yes.
I mean, get that, you know, and you know, you got people wandering around with no mask on. What's COVID? I never heard. That's crazy talk. Meanwhile, you don't want to have your cell phone in your pocket. You're getting radiation. It's like, oh my God, are you freaking kidding me? That's the least of your worries, dude.
Yeah. The lunatics have taken over the asylum. It's honest to God, it's one of those things where you're left shaking your head. By the way, one of the ways that I'll buy time for myself, just to let the listeners know, is there is a very short column written by an ICU physician here in California. And she's Vietnamese, Dr. Tan Neville, a medical doctor. And so she's like, it's very important for me to read what few paragraphs she's written in this column. Well, I mean, it's a fair-sized column, not fair-sized, really. It's short, very short. But I'll read that to people soon enough so that people get an idea of some of what we're talking about in terms of the insanity here. And then, throw in my 2 cents about the masks, since, literally people around me are pointing at me and laughing for wearing one.
At this point, I probably have it because, my brother came over, for his birthday, and, his girlfriend, I think his girlfriend got vaccinated, but he still hasn't gotten vaccinated. And I saw him.
What is he like? Is he one of those crazy anti-vaxxers? What is this? What's his trip?
He doesn't. Yeah, he's bought into the Fauci using trustworthy stuff, and he's the one who provided me that link with this Indian guy, this yellow house nigger, was pretty much claiming that this conservative. I'm like, dude, why are you listening to someone who's conservative?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, really.
The thing is, I'm not gonna talk to him about that. When I talk to him, it's just about stuff like making music and shit. Because I don't even want to go there anymore.
Right. Yeah.
It's just at this point, it's just like, fuck it.
Well, I'm sure you realize what is the point, right? I mean, there's no point in
there is no point. There is no point anymore. It's. Given the fact that La Palma is probably gonna blast my ass into the next lifetime, I at this point it wouldn't surprise me if I have COVID, and it wouldn't surprise me if I'm knocking on death's door as we speak.
Well, I don't think that's the case. No, that would be too easy. That would be too easy for you.
Oh my God! Oh man! Well, yeah. There are such individuals where it's like literally. Oh my God! That's scary. Honestly, thinking about that. But yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, and so Travis Moss says Jameson's voice there sounded like Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks. Oh yeah, that reminds me of. Derek Talley, he was somebody who thinks that he's the opposite of Uncle Ruckus, and oh my God, when you were talking about
Derek Talley is your model Uncle Ruckus.
There we are.
No. Better yet, he's worse. He's like the lawyer who doesn't think that he's like white. He doesn't think that he's acting white. He thinks he's just. That's him.
That's too complimentary. The attorney, he's so genteel. You're talking about he's like Barack Obama without the charisma, but he's still genteel. He's non-threatening, and he's like I know which one you're talking about. I forget his name though. I forget the name of the character, but no, Derek Talley he's none of them. He's none of them because he's just a total. He doesn't have enough character to be any of them. He's just a big black but her baby boy. That's all he ever was. And hopefully
he's like just a blank stare.
Yes.
Nothing. There's nothing there, and that's the one thing I noticed about these cultists who are always sent to to dismantle you is that there's always nothing beneath the surface.
Mm-hmm.
There's a vast.
You can hear them when they talk. And there's nothing there. It was that way with Pavel Edward, and it was that way with Derek Talley. The nothingness about both of them. And ironically enough, Pavel Edward, or Paul Edward, the chicken shit Czech guy, the guy from Czechoslovakia with the Polish girlfriend that you were talking to for so long. Yeah, the occultist, you and her were basically talking magic together. She was his handler, of course. Maria, and her Polish surname was simply unpronounceable. I'd have to look at it to try and hazard the pronunciation. Wozniacki or something like that. Something very similar to that. Wozniacki. Do you remember it? Of course not.
Yeah. It was like Wozniacki.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something, yes. And of course, oh my God. What's her name? Judith Ager gave me so much shit about her because I was simply humoring the bitch and trying to get her off. She was terrorizing Judith Ager, and so then when I was trying to get her off Judith Ager's back, humor her, just get her away from Judith, then Judith was saying basically that I was trying to fuck her. I mean, Judith was just always looking for the negative, just awful. Honestly, just get depressed thinking about her. You can't win. You couldn't win with her. And just awful. And so there we have that. And her and the black African American lady Ramona Halitha Henry. Do you remember her?
Yes.
Oh my
yes,
God.
I do remember her.
Oh my God. So, yeah, she hated Judith Ager, and there was no reason for that. And it was like she was convinced that Judith Ager and herself had been fighting over myself in past lives. And she felt that Judith Ager was trying to cast witches' spells on her. This is what Ramona Halitha Henry felt, where Judith was convinced that Ramona was trying to cast spells on her. But there was more reason for Judith to believe that than for Ramona to believe that about Judith. And the reason why was because Judith was on my program once when she had a panic attack. And interestingly enough, that was when Ramona Halitha Henry had put up a picture of a redhead having a heart attack on my timeline. She just slapped it up there, like tagged it, when Judith started having the panic attack and feeling like she was having a heart attack, like it was a spell cast. It was just...
Yeah, but if anyone probably did it, it was probably the Pavel Edwards handler, because she I know was involved in. Yeah, because
she might have been working with Ramona Halitha Henry to do that at that time. Maybe they kind of like conspired a bit in that regard. I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that transitionally. Not like they had a permanent alliance, but something opportunistic. You understand what I'm saying? It was like
yeah. I mean, two predators have an opportunity to kill a prey that's just too hard for one to kill. So it's like, why not?
Yeah, so, something like that. And the funny thing was, Ramona Halitha Henry she had an unhealthy fixation on me, and I told her to try and seek other things in life, but took a while to get to that point. It was like she took to heart too many things that I do habitually, and of course, what people need to understand is that I have a very old world perspective on life, and I am a product of the 20th century. So understand that there are people, the majority of younger people weren't even born in the 20th century. They were born in the 21st. So I'm literally the product of a different world, a different century. And so the old days in Hollywood, for instance. And remember that I'm a Californian. And the old Hollywood days, everybody used terms like dear and love. We would use these fairly intimate terms that we're throwing around out here in places like California and especially Hollywood. And that whole mannerism has carried over with myself. I mean, I attended modeling and acting school. And so when I have this kind of demeanor that throws out a sense of intimacy, then there's, of course, people who are not necessarily emotionally balanced. They don't take it for what it is, and they take it as something that, in a manner that they shouldn't take it. And,
they read too much into it.
So when at the time of Valentine's Day, for instance, this was like, 2000, I don't know, 14, 17, something like that. Anyhow, so I published a bunch of Valentine's Day cards dedicated to some of my more loyal fans on the Facebook timeline. And so Ramona was saying, oh, remember that time you told me that you love me? And I'm like, honey, I told 14 ladies that on my timeline on Valentine's Day. Did you not notice? Did you not see that? Oh, my God. This was... She kept the thermometer at her workplace at 66 degrees. Everybody bitched about it, but she dominated them and said, no, she kept it at 66 degrees because I was born in 1966. So,
whoa, that's that's a level of obsession that borders on pathological.
Yeah,
that is pathological.
Yes, yeah, and so. So she told me she had a vision, dreaming, but so lucid that as far as she was concerned, it was a waking vision, that Judith had an amethyst blade and was in her circle, like a pentagram circle, and was raising her blade up to come to stab down in her chest when she woke up and dispelled the vision, and that was Judith trying to curse her. And I'm like thinking, good God, I mean, please, oh my God. And so she felt the need to strike back at Judith. So yes, that there was this genuine threat that she was like trying to cast spells, and so yeah, I could see her working with the Maria Wisniewski character transitionally to do that. It was all very who knows, maybe all this had its effect on Judith, such being the case. And I mean, but in the end it all rests with Judith being responsible for some of her own, how would I say this, determination to always see me in a negative light, and it was just awful. So the whole thing was awful. I mean, I was just dealing with just too many crazy ladies at that time.
Well, there you go. Maybe all you ever needed was just that one crazy cat lady.
Oh God, you're not talking about Laura Lee Solomon, right?
No. I'm just making a joke.
Oh, okay. There we are. Well, it's funny that you say that. I mean, V's taking up two cats. Yeah, no. I mean, anyhow, go on.
Okay. Here's an amusing one for you. If you had to choose between a crazy cat lady and a rat girl, which would you pick?
Oh, that's right. You said you wanted an illustration of Rat Girl. Jesus, I really want to look for her photograph. And then you'll get an idea. Well, obviously. I did an illustration of her, by the way. I actually did it was one of the ways that I seduced her into helping me. So let me give a quick scan of some of these folders here and see if I can find it. And there's only so many folders it could be in, and but it was like when it came to her and my writing columns on her in the past. I'll need to look those columns up again. And as a matter of fact, let me also look for that. And then I could give people some of an idea of what Rat Girl was all about. And maybe they'll get some of an idea of what the fuck we're talking about here. And when I wrote these columns is in and of itself vital, because I wrote these things years ago. And then the Suicide Squad sequel basically came and made this character. What is she called in the Suicide Squad? Do they simply call her Rat?
I don't even know. I don't even follow these things.
Okay. I'm surprised you don't. And look, I know you follow these things. There's that young, attractive black girl who's all about the, the comics, and you watch her on YouTube.
Yeah, but I haven't watched that in so long. It's not funny. I have so many, dude. If you wanted to, I probably got so many channels that I'm subscribed to and so many playlists from so long ago that I've probably got the biggest collection of stuff of anyone who freaking has a YouTube account.
Well,
I have thousands of songs, literally over maybe 5,000 songs.
And
video playlist.
Okay, yeah. So I found it. This was in 2014. I wrote this column. This column I found. I haven't found the illustration or the photographs. But in terms of this column, I'll just leave this up here for me to. By the way, Mona Lee McRae. Do you remember her?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, she was the. You don't see much of her now, but she was on with myself a few times in the early days. Poor lady. Her dad was Joel McRae, who, as soon as I brought him up, Peter Moon recognized him. He, of course, recognized him, which was surprising to me. I only began to realize. I mean, I know he was a big star in his day. So she's the bastard child of a big star, a bastardess, and she's got his name, Mona Lee McRae. Her mother, who was impregnated by Joel McRae, would just stick her in the baby carriage and march her up and down the street in front of the guy's house until he was forced, through shame and embarrassment, to basically put her on some kind of child support, some kind of spousal support, because, of course, she was embarrassing him in front of his wife. Basically, a woman marching up and down the street with a baby carriage back and forth, and the guy's a celebrity, and he's got a wife who's then ragging on him about, the bitch he impregnated. And so she grew up with some minimum of support from Joel McRae. But for those of you who remember King Kong, the original King Kong, the original black and white film on Skull Island, and you see those scenes on Skull Island, all of those were used, the whole set, to film The Most Dangerous Game, which was the first filming of this manhunt story, a short story in which a psychotic Russian nobleman on an island hunts shipwreck victims. And so the woman who stars in that film is Fay Wray, the same woman who starred in King Kong. And the man who stars beside her as the hero being hunted with her is Joel McRae. And they're in this black and white, film that's got the same King Kong Skull Island set. I never really recognized that until just the other day when I was watching that film and I saw the star was Joel McRae. I never even knew it was Fay Wray all these years until I watched it as an adult. I saw these things as a kid and never saw them again. But when I saw them on YouTube and sat and watched the whole thing as an adult, then I said, holy shit, that's Fay Wray, the woman who starred in King Kong. And holy shit, that's Joel McRae, the father of Mona Lee McRae. So there you go. That's, some things we don't recognize until later. Just weird shit like that. So what the fuck am I doing? Oh, yes. I was trying to get back into that file where I can, look for Rat Girl again. And, I know. It would help if I looked alphabetically, wouldn't it? And so while I'm doing that, our man Jameson can start talking again for a little bit here.
All right. Yeah, well, okay, I think I was on, we covered the oil spill, and of course that's pretty bad. I mean, shit. It's interesting because that didn't receive any news on like any of the major, because my father always assumes that my mother is just going to turn to the news channel, so he just goes there automatically at some point. and then on the news, they're always talking about the political bullshit, just because that's all that exists to them. At this point.
You mean to the news, not your parents, right?
Yeah. To the news, it's just purely just politics. They're not talking about anything. Oh, yeah, there might be this volcano happening. Then it's like, okay, yeah, Trump's this, Trump's that. Oh, Biden this.
You know,
Biden that.
what I don't understand is the volcano makes for good images. So you'd think they'd go after that just for the sake of some good
I know.
video images.
It's like they've literally become party propaganda pieces.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
That's literally all the news is, partisan propaganda pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, sad.
And they'll both shield the military ridiculously to the point where it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's America's most trusted institution. That is the fucking problem. The people have really got to get over their love affair with the military in America.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty bad when people say, when the thing that makes someone trustworthy is, well, I was a veteran. It's like, yeah, someone tells me that shit, I'm like, okay, 13 steps back.
Thank you.
Because I already know where this is going. And if someone tells me I'm a veteran, I'm like, okay, this motherfucker's going to try to kill me at some point.
Yeah,
I better watch.
Right,
I better not let that person out of eyesight.
Yeah, they're going to try and kill you and steal everything you have. Yes, that's right. Honest to God, and people don't get that. They understood that after the Vietnam War. Everybody understood that about these freaks, and then they all got quote unquote rehabilitated by Rambo and shit in that whole film, and they all became tragic heroes and crap. And it's America's been the worst for it ever since. These people have been given a 007 license to kill, like the motherfucker we were covering the other day who, went out and shot little girls and killed an entire family and shit. And, he had been let go with everything he had done before. He'd been arrested but he's a veteran. Yeah, let him go. All that shit. I mean, it's just disgusting. You remember who we were talking about, right? That freak, that white guy. Yeah. And,
Well, at this point, there's so many of them. It's just
like, yes.
You could just say that being white and male is like a privilege to kill.
Yeah, that's true too. But if you get veteran in there, then it adds to it all. Then it.
Oh yeah, put veteran in there, and it's like, but he's a veteran.
Yes.
Yeah, but you realize that he killed 100 babies in a nursery, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, well he's just stressed, Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, all right. So here's something. Apparently, the Ku Klux Cracker Richard Spencer has become the new spokesperson for Bitcoin.
Did he really? Well, that's
yeah. He's decided to dub Bitcoin the currency of the alt-right, and
Jesus. Well, that's the death of Bitcoin, at least. I'm surprised he didn't do this sooner. I mean, it's like.
Well, this is from September 28th, so I mean, this is an old article, but it's something that I found quite amusing. It's something that's like, how am I not surprised?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me see here. I've just clicked on this. Why isn't it manifesting? There we are. Okay, and here we go. Anyhow, so you've gone silent. This is
yeah. I'll keep going.
I mean, I could understand why you did that. I found it. I found it. So I might as well put the screen share on, and then I can send it to you later.
Yes.
So, but let's put the screen share on for now, so we can hear our man's reaction to this. And oh God. So for the column, what I did was I superimposed the image. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so for the column, I superimposed the photograph along with the illustration I did of her. There was the illustration, but this was, and I could clip this and present it alone, that was the actual photograph. So Græcororszámãn is not necessarily the sex bomb you might think she is.
Oh no, there's nothing sexy about that at all.
But definitely I needed her help, and she is what she is, and her hair, of course, was much longer at one point in time. So when I did the illustration, it was kind of like certain other times that I'd spotted her in the bay.
Well, you did her tremendous justice. I mean, you made her look like you turned her into a sex bomb.
Yeah, but that's well, I do that with the illustrations, right?
Oh my gosh, with your illustrations, fucking awesome though. I mean, the line work. Oh my gosh, and look at the detail on that city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I've decided I'm just gonna give up trying to create a graphic novel.
Oh yeah. Oh no, don't be like that.
I can't possibly reach that point.
Of course you can. Of course you can.
No. I've reached a point where I sort of understood what drove Michael Aquino bonkers, and it was being a failure at being a creator. And because I hit the spell over the weekend where I just got like super depressed, and I was just like, oh, fuck this shit. I'm just gonna write spells and just destroy the world and shit. And why bother with anything?
And then La Palma opened up a second mouth and shit, and so who knows? You may be en route there to doing that. So we found the photograph, and what I'll do now is probably send our man Jameson that if he wants that, but he probably wants this just for the illustration.
So this hair on her body, is that real hair, or is that just like something that was?
This is
like,
something that's it's real. Yes, Græcororszámãn is what she is, and she is cultivated by the military, and when people hear what I say, I'll just kind of go through the column that I wrote about her, and then people will get a better understanding. I mean, you can see, basically, I'll tell you something. Take a look here, son. Do you see these scars? She had open heart surgery. She had open heart surgery, and where do you think that was? Letterman Army Medical Center, where they cut her open. Yeah.
Are those tattoos?
No, they're like, but if you notice her open heart surgery scar, it goes down here. It was like they gutted her like open and like a crab, like splitting a crab.
Crap.
And so she had open heart surgery and she recovered. I mean, she had this as like almost like a kid. And something was done to her, but she had something.
They did something to her to render her into that form, where she would have probably looked like a normal woman, and she probably would have been attractive, probably.
But she definitely had a natural talent beforehand that was exacerbated by what they did to her. Other than that, I'll explain to people what was going on with her and what she was doing throughout her life, and why it's she was definitely supported by the feds. But other than that, let me go rinse this taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth.
Yeah, before you do that, is that your studio setup? That is like in the background.
No, that's her place. It's a place where she was at the time. I mean, she moves a lot, but the place she was in at the time, that was the place she was in. But in terms of that, she kind of does what she can with a kind of like little bit of creativity on her own. I can tell you that this is her Mickey Mouse cap. That's like, just like what she retained is like a running joke. But as for this other stuff, there was basically what had happened was whoever had the studio beforehand, she basically took over. These people die. Okay. I'll tell you something. These people die. When she comes into a place, people die. She moves into their place, and the places are usually ill. They're of such ill repute, they don't even clean up the last person's shit. So in other words, like if a person dies, they just take the body out, and then they'll let the next tenant in and say, here you go. And the point is, wherever she goes, she usually clears the place out by killing the person first, and she does that by sending in her rats. So this person was very likely, because don't think I didn't notice that. I mean, this is definitely an artist was here. That this is, you can see that because of the photos pinned in the background, and the thing about her, when I had to speak to her and approach her and do some illustrations for her. As a matter of fact, the illustration I did was using that dead artist's materials. I picked up one of the pencils from his desk and I kind of, drew this out, portrayed her the time I saw her in the bay. And I said, this is the first time I saw you was when you were swimming in the San Francisco Bay. And wow. Yeah. And when that appealed enough to her, later on, this was simply painted because, I promised her to do something more, and that's what I did as one of, part of the payment I gave her, aside from, of course, the sex I had with her. But she's just, I won't get too graphic with that just because but I do want people to know the most outstanding thing about her is that she was young and yet had this open heart surgery done to her. So, and yet you would never know it. You would never know it. It's not like she had any kind of, other than the scars, her physical capabilities were on par, better than any normal humans. Like I said,
yeah. So she was enhanced in some way. I mean, that's the impression I get.
Yeah. Well, definitely. I saw her swimming in the bay against the breakers. She was able to hold on to rocks against the tide. That was the first time I saw her. And don't think it wasn't the most frightening thing you could think of at the time. And like our man Jameson says, I certainly did my best to how do we say it? Add to her charisma in the photograph, make her as appealing as possible. And she appreciated that. All right, so let me basically tend to myself, refresh myself, and come back, and then I'll tell people a little bit more about her and kind of take off from there. But Jameson will hold the stage for about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I could do that. I'll say, all right, so yesterday the George Floyd Memorial statue in New York City was defaced again. I'm guessing this is the second time they've done this. A statue honoring George Floyd in New York City's Union Square Park was vandalized on Sunday, police said. According to police, a video showed an unidentified man on a skateboard throwing paint on a statue approximately 10 a.m., then fleeing. Nearby statues of late Congressman John Lewis and Breonna Taylor, a Louisville, Kentucky woman shot and killed by police last year, apparently weren't touched. Police have not released a video. Sunday's act wasn't the first example of vandalism to the statue memorializing Floyd, whose killing at the hands of police in Minneapolis last year galvanized a racial justice movement across the country. I have no doubt in my mind that this is a racially motivated tactic and that this is probably an attempt at the cult to create some kind of civil unrest. The statue was unveiled on the Juneteenth holiday in a spot on Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn, and it was vandalized 5 days later with black paint and marked with an alleged logo of a white supremacist group. Yep, there we go. There's your QAnon crowd. Members of the group that installed the statue cleaned it, and local residents and one of Floyd's brothers gathered in July as it was prepared to move to Union Square in the heart of Manhattan, which, of course, has its shitload of people who are probably openly, well, I don't know. I'll just tend to assume white folks are racist unless they prove otherwise. And because I tend not to want to speak to them or get to know them, I will just pretty much avoid them. Just like I avoid people of my own ethnicity, who I assume are assholes unless I know them. Because honestly speaking, at this point, this is what I've come to expect of humanity. Or maybe I'm just overly cynical. And finally, the COVID vaccine mandate takes effect for New York City's teachers and staff. And guess where the people who are protesting against the COVID-19 vaccination mandate in New York were taking place. I think some of them were actually on Staten Island. New York City teachers and other school staff members are supposed to be vaccinated against COVID-19 when the bell rings Monday morning. And one of the first school district mandates in the country, requiring employees to be inoculated against the virus, which makes sense. Please don't get our kids sick. Mayor Bill de Blasio gave a final warning to the city's roughly 148,000 public school staffers on Friday, saying that unvaccinated employees will be placed on unpaid leave and not allowed to work for this week. Honestly, at this point, with the fact that the kids aren't wearing masks anyway, why bother? This is honestly one decision where I'm going to have to say Bill de Blasio is just pretty much digging his own grave. Implementing the mandate smoothly may be a challenge for de Blasio, a Democrat who has boasted of the city's record of keeping school buildings open during most of last school year when other districts went on all remote instruction. New York City is not offering a remote option this year. He's a fucking moron. De Blasio said 90% of the Department of Education employees have received at least one vaccine dose, including 93% of teachers and 98% of principals as of Friday. So if that's the case, why the hell are people protesting it? It doesn't make any sense. There's something's off about this. The vaccination mandate in the nation's largest school system does not include a test out option, but does allow for medical and religious exemptions. It was supposed to go into effect last week, but was delayed when a federal appeal court granted a temporary injunction. An appeals panel reversed that decision 3 days later. What's not making sense to me here is either the numbers are wrong for the amount of people who have received the first vaccine dose, or I'm missing something. Because it honestly seems kind of absurd to me that there would be so many people up in arms against it if that was honestly the case. The vaccination mandate in the nation's largest school system doesn't include it. Oh yeah, I went into that. A similar mandate is set to go into effect in Los Angeles on October 15th.
By the way, I didn't go mute, so did anybody hear me sauntering off and slithering back? I was. Were there any sound effects?
You were audible for a few seconds, but I tried to maintain my professionalism in talking over it.
What was I saying? What was if I was audible? I passing gas or something.
No, it was just you. It was just sounds of you shuffling and breathing for a few seconds.
Oh my god. Oh, how embarrassing! Oh my god!
It's okay. It's honestly, it if anything, it's one of the things that makes you more relatable of these of all the YouTubers out there who are like, who have to put their best face. It makes you human, man. Well, human.
Somewhat.
More
right. By the way, Travis Moss says Richard Spencer's wife translated Alexander Dugin. So that guy must be a CIA agent, or rather an intel asset, obviously. CIA,
Yeah,
we don't know which particular department, but, you know, well, obviously if he's working with Dugin, he had to be the same department as Aquino was involved with, which would be NSA. So that would make him...
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
He's a national security agency asset. Yeah. So, folks, this is what your national security agency is doing with all your tax dollars.
Yes, that's right.
And you wonder why I don't give a fuck about La Palma blowing up and, you know, wiping me off the face of this earth.
And by the way, in all fairness to Græcororszámãn, when I actually did see her swimming in the bay, she did have much more hair on her head. The photograph, which Jameson has just seen, showed her later on at the time that I approached her for help. And as she had less hair on her head, as more of that began to thin and fall out, she got more hair on her body and became more increasingly hirsute. The term is hirsute, a kind of hairiness. But it's, you know, it's amazing the different quality of hair that people can have. But to give you an example of this, her hair is still very fine kind of hair. It's soft. It was downy, soft hair. Yeah. But with the kind of hair, say, for instance, that Mark Siegel took over from Art Bell when Art Bell said, I'm going to retire for the umpteenth time, and then had to find a replacement. They held this big phony popularity contest just to boost ratings. So everybody whoever you want to be the host or hostess, you vote for them, and whoever gets the popular votes will win. And it was all just a setup just to get people to participate, keep the ratings up. And it was all shit. They'd already selected.
It's because he has nothing to talk about.
Yeah. And aside from that, they had already set it up for this Jew boy. I'm sorry. I have to fall back on that. It's just it was such nepotism, and it was so obvious, and it was so painfully offensive that they already had a Jewish guy they selected to replace him, named Mark Siegel. And, you know, in all fairness, of course, as I've always said, and I have to remind myself of this constantly, this woman who sacrificed her career for me, Cynthia Siegel, a Jewish American princess who went to the same John Robert Powers School of Modeling and Acting that I did. Her parents sent her there as a kind of finishing school. She sacrificed her career as hostess of the UFO Connection that was broadcast out of Sacramento, the capital of California. And our man, Brendan Zogit, like, he noticed that. He said, God, years ago, I used to watch that, and then I noticed she was suddenly off and gone, and then he found out why. It was because she decided to hostess myself, and that's when they canceled her program. They wouldn't let her broadcast myself on her program. Once she lost her, position there, she hostessed myself at her MUFON, her Mutual UFO Network in San Francisco. And we did that Roswell and the Rising Sun video at a Denny's presentation. So that was something that, she sacrificed a lot for that. Now, granted, she is a Jewish American princess. It's not like she didn't rebound. It wasn't like she was unemployed after that. I mean, she had a life, but still, she was
just blacklisted from that
media.
That venue.
Yeah, that media venue. Yeah, she worked elsewhere, but obviously that has to be taken into account, and I'm forever in her debt. But the thing that was odd, not to no moral judgments here. God knows there's ladies out there named Dietrich I would have sex with, but her name is Cynthia Siegel, and Mark Siegel, who became the host. They had the same last name, okay? I mean, for most people, that would be a no-go, right? I mean, it's
was it spelled the same?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
It's also spelled the same as, who's that idiot? We punch him. He's our puncher.
Steven
Seagal. Spelled the exact same way. So they all have the same last name. They're all distantly related. Now, in terms of... I
wouldn't want to be related to that piece of shit.
Yeah, of course not. But Mark Siegel's no prize either. So when Mark Siegel took over Coast to Coast AM, he has the distinction of, he took this incredibly high rated show, the highest ratings in the US at the time, pretty much, for certainly for nighttime media in that venue of radio, etc. And he took it down to the bottom. He tanked all the ratings. Just this boring Jewish guy. Nobody wanted to hear him. Nobody wanted to listen to him. He got the job just because he was Jewish. And at that time, Cynthia Siegel was in an intimate relationship with this guy. And so she told me he was extraordinarily hirsute. In other words, very hairy. It was so hairy, it was one of the reasons she broke up with him. And she showed me a picture once of him with his shirt off. And here's the things that stood out in my mind about this that were so bizarre. First off, he's blonde. So I don't know if anyone's ever seen a blonde werewolf in their life. But try to imagine a man who has hair where monkeys don't. And it's blonde. And it's just bizarre. I mean, you very seldom see blonde, hairy men, okay? Men, blonde men who have that much hair.
That's I
right.
tell them that.
You get what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Blonde men are normally not hairy men, so it's just really disconcerting to see that. And I think it's because he's Jewish, right? And the Jewish people, they get this springy hair, they got this like curly locks and shit. You see these Semitic guys with that, So, but he had it like all over his body, like it was like. Anyhow, it was like, I don't know how to say this. It's just like, imagine somebody with those kinds of curls, but it's their it was like he had pubic hair all over him. Okay, it was this curly, kinky pubic hair all over his body. And she said it was just painful having sex with this guy. His hair rubbing up against her nipples would scratch them raw. It was just horrible. She couldn't have sex with this guy. It was like having sex with a Brillo pad. Like he was just that painful. So she just had to stop. She just couldn't handle it. And, I don't blame her. So that's Mark Siegel. And, but at any rate, he was pathetic. And he wound up on some chicken shit radio station, terrestrial broadcast, where he was just, again, just employed because he was Jewish. Then he could just do this stupid show. But it was it was definitely, he was disgraced. He was disgraced. So he wound up on some no-name shit. But anyhow, the point was that what was behind that? I mean, she had the same last name as this guy, and then it's like, oh, okay, let's have a relationship anyway. I mean, it's like, like I said, I don't know, there's ladies out there named Dietrich, and I would figure, well, I'm not directly related to them, and I'm not, the chances are I'm probably not my father's son anyway. So it's like, but that's, there you go with that. But in terms of when it comes to Cynthia Siegel, of course, I appreciate her for life and will forever be indebted to her. So I remind myself of that whenever I confront these kinds of other, Jewish guys that are just dicks. But one of the things I was talking about was Rat Girl and hairiness or hirsuteness. So I might as well take it from there to talk a bit more about Rat Girl. And just checking in. Oh, that's funny. I got some guy who put a like on my promotional banner, and he's got the Dalai Lama as his Facebook icon and shit. So there you go. He put a like on the picture of my son and myself, which there we have that. And let's see now. When it comes to Rat Girl, to try and relate this, here's this column I wrote, where I attached a warning to it. I said extremely graphic portfolio contents, and this was a portfolio I published on Facebook. And I said embedded imagery, most definitively not for child viewership. And then I had to say that because, of course, I don't think at that time we had age blocks, or if we did, I didn't know about them or know how to use them. This was 2014.
Oh yeah. Facebook still allowed porn back then.
Yeah, that's right.
They still allowed you to. They still had nude groups.
That's true. That's true.
Which unfortunately, that's going into my dark history.
Yeah, but there we go. That's nothing dark about it. June 14th of 2014. So, what I wrote on this column was who's programming the Plague Ladies of San Francisco, and what be purpose their production. And this was writ before I had to go ask Rat Girl for help. So another subtitle I put on this was the threatened replacements for my late neighbor Chamberlain per government-funded Section 8 crazy code in old school military parlance housing. By the way, at that point, this was shortly after the Super Soldier Summit that was held using my money by Lorien Ann Fenton, in which I had first met. That was after the first time I had met, what's his name? Max Spears. And so when it came to the second Super Soldier Summit was the one in which we were all almost killed by Gerard and Mandy Miller. Rather, they were sent to kill us all. But I confronted them at the door and basically used the program words I had learned from being subjected to Michael Aquino and John Henry Hagman in that entire environment of manipulation. I sent them in another direction in terms of their killing spree. You can't really turn people like that off, but you can redirect them. And Keith Call, our dear friend, will testify to everything I'm saying. He'll identify, the fact that there was another guy there who was armed to the fucking teeth. He was supposed to take us all out where Gerard and Mandy Miller failed as the backup. But he had his own problems. Again, I won't go too deep into that, but this guy was like, he failed on that count. And so, I can go more into that later. But in terms of, before I go into any of this, while I remember, let me get the, let's get the solicitation out of the way.
All right, yeah, I'm going to use that to
take a bio break while I do the solicitation, and just let me know when you're back. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and so let me look up the solicitation, call that up, and all right, la-di-da, right? Where the fuck is that? All Fool's Day. Look that up, and that's our solicitation paper. Okay, scrolling on down to where we have our fabulous solicitation that's in print on this paper, where I talk all about the incredible Ben Astenius, who has his own trading card because he was a sprint car racer. God knows, love him dearly. Oh, I got to get everybody their books. That's right. It's funny, nobody bitches to me about that. I guess they understand how overscheduled I am, how overwhelmed I am with the schedule. I haven't sent any of the birthday girls their books, and I got to send, of course, Ben Astenius his books. Holy shit, 2 of them. Oh, God, that's right. I promised him 2 of them. Shit. So there you go with that. Well, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmidty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very same title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s. The very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact theTucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson like Tucson, Tucson, and put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, oh my God. A long story, you'd have to be there. Laughing at something that came into my mind. With that, as soon as our man Jameson gets back, I'll take a short break yet again, and then get back here and regale you all with the story of Rat Girl and the various other Rat Girls. And there's more than one. Matter of fact, there's 24 of them, at least. And with that, let's see what else is going on in the world around us before our lad gets back, and I can take a short break again and then get back onto the subject. So this OA series, I have no idea what the fuck it was, but apparently this is San Francisco's Russian Hill neighborhood that they filmed in at 1001 Vallejo Street. And so they said, stalk it in this article about it. The abandoned Nob Hill house from season 2 of the OA is located at 1001 Vallejo Street in San Francisco's Russian Hill neighborhood. However, the best views of it can be seen from the 1600 block of Taylor Street. So now you know in terms of the Verdier Mansion, and that is the name of the actual mansion that we were speaking of, where the old lady was, who I wish I could have gigoloed, except I was too busy taking care of my own parents. And so that haunted house, that haunted estate could have been mine. Instead, some young punk got it who gigoloed her and wasn't taking care of his parents. Missed opportunity. But there we are. Basically, they say that the OA writers, I don't even know what this OA shit is. If anybody could tell me about this OA shit, what this fucking TV series is about, what that acronym is for, I'm going to look it up. This sounds like something that, Lady Shay would have watched. And in other words, Hedon, what was that? Joe Hedon, who did all that shit? The guy who did Buffy the Vampire Slayer and shit. So the OA is a mystery drama. Says that it's what is the acronym meaning? That's what okay. OA acronym meaning. Let's see what this stands for. The Original Angel. So in this show, Britt Marling plays Prairie Johnson, a blind woman who was held captive for 7 years and, having escaped her kidnapper, returns home able to see, believing that she has supernatural abilities, and referring to herself as the OA, the Original Angel. Okay. That is like, I guess you'd have to see it. It sounds like, it doesn't sound boring necessarily, but it's like, it sounds to me like something you have to be in the mood for. But for someone to say, he says apparently a lot of people were outraged by this, that they redefined the cliffhanger ending. But yeah, it looks like it's got a lot of weird shit going on in it. This is all Netflix stuff, and yeah, they're like putting her through, like, what the fuck are they putting her through? Something going on here. But Omega and the Alpha, okay, that makes sense. I am the Alpha and Omega. But anyhow, okay. anyhow, it is what it is. Well, it sounds interesting enough in its own right. Something that I can see people could really get involved in. Again, this sounds like that Josh Hedon, I think his name is, did all that crap, the Buffy the Vampire Slayer and shit. Sounds like his crap. Just something he would do. And that, of course, is true hedonite. That is what Lena Shea was. She was a hedonite, a fan of Josh Hedon and what he created. I think his name is pronounced Hedon, as opposed to Whedon. I believe it's pronounced Hedon, Whedon. So yeah, he did Firefly. He did Angel. I think. Yeah, he did all that. Firefly. Did he do Firefly? I don't want to give him credit for that. Firefly was actually fucking decent. So let's see now. Firefly. Let's look that up. And of course, I'm just getting gossip about the cast. But who produced it? Oh, Ben Edlund. Thank you. Oh, created by Josh Hedon. Oh shit. So he did create that. Fuck. Hate to give him credit for anything. I really dislike him simply because he's just too overdone, too overexposed. I mean, he's just given too much leeway. So there we are. And taking a look at some of these other pictures of Russian Hill. So anybody who's looked Russian Hill up yet, you can see what I'm dealing with. So you can see why the people outside, as soon as I walk out the door, would be a rather spoiled lot and probably red in their politics and reactionary and laughing at the man wearing the mask. Fuck, did our man drown there in the toilet or something? I mean, like, he went off for a bio break, meaning a bathroom break, and it's like, fuck, he drowned or something. There you go. Oh shit. Gee, my Skype disappeared there for a moment. I remember the other time when I got knocked off Skype completely, and it's always just it's not a pleasant feeling. And then when I had to get back in and everything else, it took work. Well, you all remember that, those of you who are here. And, okay, what am I doing with this phone? Oh yeah, my cell phone's going to be replaced. Yeah, my carrier, it merged. My carrier merged the Assurance Wireless, which provides myself my Medicare and Medicaid sponsored California Lifeline Program cellular unit, will be sending me a new unit, a new upgrade. So I called them and got that in motion. And they already said they're backed up or something. It's, they had some excuse. But that's fine by me. I mean, I'm not, it's, whenever it arrives. I mean, my phone's working all right, as far as I'm concerned. Hopefully an upgrade will work as well as this phone did. Oh, he's back. He's back. Okay, now, son, you can give me a short break again. I'll be right back. It's just, I need to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. Just had to hold my folks. All right. So let's see what else we have. It seems like, I could say that the world's falling apart, but that doesn't even do this justice. All right. Far right cryptocurrency follows ideology across borders. Apparently, this is a problem that's going to occur in every country. The Daily Stormer website advocates for the purity of the white race, post hate-filled conspiratorial screeds against blacks, Jews, and women, and has helped inspire at least 3 racially motivated murders. It had also made its founder, Andrew Anglin, a millionaire. Anglin has tapped a worldwide network of supporters to take in at least 112 Bitcoin since January 2017, worth $4.8 million at today's exchange rate, according to data shared with the Associated Press. He's likely raised even more. Anglin is just one very public example of how radical right provocateurs are raising significant amounts of money from around the world through cryptocurrencies. Banned by traditional financial institutions, they have taken refuge in digital currencies, which they are using in ever more secretive ways to avoid the oversight of banks, regulators, and courts, finds the AP analysis of legal documents, Telegram channels, and blockchain data from Chain Analyst, a cryptocurrency analytics firm. England owes more than $18 million in legal judgments in the United States to people whom he and his followers are harassed and threatened. While online, he remains visible most days. Dozens of stories on the Daily Stormer homepage carry his name, and in the real world, England's a ghost. His victims have tried and failed to find him, searching at one Ohio address after another. Voting records place him in Russia in 2016. And his passports show that he was in Cambodia in 2017. Why the hell would he be in Cambodia? After that, the trial goes public. The public trial goes cold. He has no obvious bank records or real estate holdings in the U.S. For now, his Bitcoin fortune remains out of reach. And the editor's note is that this story is a part of a collaboration between the Associated Press and the PBS series Frontline that examines challenges to the ideas and of U.S. democracy.
That's cute. We could create another one instead of Associated Press. Dissociated Press. Yes, there we are. Dissociated Press. Yeah. So I was telling people about I guess you'll hear it later in the replay. But when it comes to Rat Girl, I'm sure in this column I have the link, and I'll bet you anything that the link that I provided in this column to the YouTube video of some of Rat Girl's side effects, or what she does to communities in terms of just a place where she had brought in all the rats. I bet that's scrubbed from the internet, or at least probably you'd have to look it up again and see a new upload of some video on that, or maybe it's all gone. I'll find out when I get to the link part. I'll let people know. But basically, in terms of what was going on with that Super Soldier Summit that Keith Call could attest to concerning everything that went down there. Basically, when it came to what they had intended to do, they had intended to raid my home. And as happens quite a bit, and you know this through the experiences, the terminal experiences, the fatal experiences of, who was that black young lady who was a paramedic and they just raided her home and killed her, and it was just the wrong address. Oh my God, I don't remember at this point.
There's so many. It's at this point, it's just a trope.
Yeah.
It's a common trope of the cops.
Yeah, but understand, it's not just the cops, it's federal authorities too will oftentimes hit the wrong address. And this happens all the time, and the wrong people die. A great example of one guy who survived such a mistaken entry was some poor bastard who, when the cops broke into the wrong home in his case, they happened to have been escorted by a camera crew who was filming them for like a TV series like Cops, for like the Cops television series. And so because the camera crew was there, when the cops broke in and shot him, which is the first thing they did, they broke down the door, saw someone move, and they shot it. And when they shot him, and by the way, when you see in movies and bullshit where they shoot someone in the leg or shoot someone in the arm, and it's just, this is not casual. It's not like what you see in the movies, or the television, which is basically you don't see shit. Okay, this is not innocuous. This is not like when you see movies don't even do it justice. It's appalling to me, and it's offensive. But when you see bullshit like Arnold Schwarzenegger and he's in films where he's not even a Terminator robot, he's supposed to be human, and you see him take bullets like they were bee stings. I mean, it's like he's hanging on to the side of a moving vehicle, like a truck or a train or a truck, a train, or what else have you, like something he'd be hanging on to. But, he's hanging on to the side of a moving platform of some sort, usually. Sometimes even something as crazed as a plane, like you see in those, when you get to the point where you see Tom Cruise and he's hanging onto the side of a plane like that, okay, that's just physically impossible. It's just, don't even go there. But when you see these guys do something like that while being shot, it becomes even more profoundly offensive. And because just as someone who's seen a lot of bullets go through people, you just understand this. They go through people. This is like, and when they go through, they come out the other end, leaving what's called an exit hole. There is the entry hole for the projectile, and there is the exit hole, which is just orders of magnitude larger than the entry hole. You can see through it. It's like, so when somebody's just shot in the leg or the arm, there's nothing innocuous about it. It is like with the kind of ammunition that's out there. Granted, there's a smaller level of ammunition. It's usually used by cops because they're stupid and they want to be able to pump out load after load. So they go for small ammo. So you've got like Glock and that kind of shit, 38 or 9mm. I mean, 9mm, that'll bounce off a rib cage. So stuff like that can, get embedded in people, or, that can not necessarily go through you. But it's still, you don't want to get hit with it. When it goes in your arm, it'll still potentially shatter bone. So the higher level ammo, okay, I've seen limbs hanging by a thread of muscle tissue, okay? This is like your bones will shatter with the larger ammo. So when it getting shot in a limb is not innocuous. It's like a chainsaw severance, okay? It's like somebody severs off your limb chainsaw style. It sunders you. So the pain is so excruciating that the victim will want to rip what remains of their limb off just for the sake of the pain that it's causing. Of course, you'll still be left with the pain. It's the insanity of the moment, the irrationality of the pain that you're feeling. So when I say the cops bust into some guy's home by accident and shoot him in the leg, this is not to be taken lightly. Look at that nettle. Oh, yeah. Oh, a pinprick, like a bee sting.
A shot in the leg could kill someone.
Yeah. You can bleed out.
You can bleed out.
Yes, with the rupture of the vein. And there's plenty of valuable large veins there that can bleed you out. It's not so anyhow. So in this case, the cops broke in, and they were being filmed by a crew, like one of those cops television series, and they broke into the wrong home because you get so amped up, you get so hyped, and you're not keeping track, and especially if you're being watched by a camera crew and you're trying to impress them, and then you break in, and of course it's the wrong home, and then you see something moving, you shoot. Okay, this is what they did. And so the victim, some innocent son of a bitch in his home, watching television, oh, what's going on? A bunch of crazies break into his room. He runs up and tries to run away, and then they shoot him, and then he's on the floor screaming. And he testified later on that the only thing that saved his life was the camera crew, because they knew they were on camera. The cops had to stop and face the music. In other words, he had to be allowed to survive because they couldn't murder him at that point. But he said if the camera crew had not been with him, had this been a normal raid and they hit his home by accident, he testified that he was convinced that he would bet his life savings and his insurance, etc., everything, that they would have killed him to prevent him from surviving and testifying against them. which is exactly what would have happened. Yeah, they would have done that. They would have killed him, and just left it at that and said it was a home invasion. Oh, hey, we just, while we were going to break into this one home, we discovered a home invasion had been conducted in this other home, and this guy had been left dead. That's what they would have said. And but he was lucky they were filming him, and therefore he survived and was able to testify against the cops. But, this happens all the time that they break into the wrong place. So what had happened was, while I was down at that Super Soldier Summit, Laurie and Ann Fenton had arranged for Gerard and Mandy Miller to kill us all. I prevented that. The backup didn't work either, for reasons Keith Cole and I could go into some other time. The guy who was supposed to kill us if Gerard and Mandy Miller didn't. That, by us, I mean everybody who was there at the Super Soldier Summit other than Laurie and Ann Fenton. They might well have killed her as well, but she's so stupid she thinks that, she would have been allowed to survive because she's that brainwashed and indoctrinated an asset of Michael Aquino's, who was still alive at that time. And while all that was going down, the idea was the feds were going to raid my home. And instead, they made a mistake, and they raided the poor son of a bitch next door. And when his name was Chamberlain. And when they raided his place by accident, well, at that point, by the way, just to give you some idea, they had cordoned off all of Russian Hill, and they came in with armed teams in hazmat suits, and they had snipers on the roof across the street. So they had the whole thing set up where everybody thought it was a movie. Everybody thought they were filming a movie, like 28 days later or some shit. And so these guys were prepared for like toxic substances and shit, because they know my place has biofec simulacra and all kinds of unconventional shit. So when they hit next door instead, and they went in for that poor bastard, and he found his home had nothing, they had to rationalize all the expenditure, all the man hours, all the cordoning off of Russian Hill, all of the men in hazmat suits with firearms, and all the snipers across the street. I mean, this, like, you're talking about, this had to be tens of thousands of dollars at least, probably more like hundreds of thousands of dollars expended. And hundreds of people were involved. I shit you not, because they cordoned off Russian fucking Hill. And when they broke in and it was the wrong home, then they're left looking like idiots, so they had to get the guy for something. So that poor son of a bitch was out drinking at the time. They put him out, an all points bulletin nationwide that this guy had to be taken down. And so people fingered him. They fingered him. He was at the Barking Frog, which, by the way, is a joke. It's a actual name of a bar, but Barking Frog is another name for passing gas, like a fart. So the bars, you get a lot of bars like that in San Francisco, like the White Swallow, which obviously means like swallowing semen. I mean, there's a lot of gay bars. They have all of these, like, and they're not even gay necessarily, even though it's San Francisco, so a lot of the people drinking in them will be gay. So they cater to that kind of mystique of, referencing such unappetizing things as farts and shit, because gays get off on that. So anyhow, so he was caught at the Barking Frog, and he was just exiting when they jumped him. And after that, they put him in a concrete hole the rest of his life, because they said, oh, he was, he was taking elements in his backyard and converting them to weapons of mass destruction. In this case, they claimed he was like producing ricin from chickpeas, which would take industrial grade chickpeas and ricin and shit, and chickpeas to process into ricin. And anyhow, so that guy was just fucked. He was just fucked. It was like he was just born with a big target on him. And poor son of a bitch. I remember Judith Agert and Laura Lee Solomon were like saying, can't you do something for him? What the fuck can I do? I mean, I'm not responsible for the poor son of a bitch.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing you could do at that point.
Thank you. And so he's spending the rest of his life in a concrete hole. He was never given any, there was no hope for him. Once they made that mistake, it was the equivalent of the cops breaking into that guy's house, only if there had been no camera crew. And because of that, if there had been no camera crew, he would have been dead. It's just like what happened to this guy, because there was all this knowledge that the operation had gone down. Somebody had to go down for the rest of their life. And, they were intending to empty my place out, drag all this shit out, and say, see, while Douglas Dietrich died at the Super Soldier Summit, we found all this shit in his home. And, that didn't work out that way. So when all of that went down, then all these unidentified federal authorities started stripping and demolishing and reconstructing the interiors of my late neighbor's sealed domicile over a span of what I called a full Asian work week, meaning 6 days. And that was once I returned to San Francisco, as I used to call it back then, because of all the shit plastering all the streets everywhere. Human and an animal. And so basically, that was my returning from. Oh, by the way, that wasn't the Super Soldier Summit in Las Vegas. It was called the Mind Control Summit, now that I remember appropriately enough. Oh, how apropos, right? And that was through the day of the Las Vegas Super Soldier Shootout. That was so we're talking June 3rd through June 8th of 2014. When
shit, that's the same day I'm born, June 3rd.
Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Oh my god.
And so then what happened was that Mona Lee McRae at that time concluded that basically Chamberlain had been displaced for the sole purpose of establishing a comprehensive surveillance and directed microwave beam emission array directly up against my wall to go through the wall, which is not lead lined or sheetrock. It's just fucking plaster and wood and shit. And so the idea was to monitor and image scan and fry myself. Only she was crediting these guys with like a thought out plan, like an actual conspiracy. Honestly, they were just going to empty the home out, and I was supposed to be dead. None of that happened, and they hit the wrong home. That's really how government works. And but then they wound up taking advantage of it, since they had displaced the guy and the home was empty, and it was all government property now because they had it as investigation, property. Then it was theirs, effectively. And so they did proceed to start to fry myself with energy bombardment. And so this kind of sequestration, they also basically were probably considering moving in a rat girl. They could have turned it to Section 8 because they were federal, say that it's, for disabled people, and subsequently install a rat girl. And there's more than one rat girl, as I explained while you were gone. There's over 24 of them at least. So I decided to go preemptive. Of course, what it turned out they were doing was installing all of this fucking equipment, just so people understand this and get it, so they get a better understanding of why this shit is real. There's a landlord who wanted to get rid of his tenants, and they didn't have any sheetrock or nothing but a plaster wall really between them and the landlord's room. So he basically stripped down a microwave oven, and he removed the door from the microwave oven and stripped out all of the buffer components and basically put it directly up against the wall, facing the wall where he knew their bed was. This elderly couple who didn't want to move, and he wanted them to move because he wanted to rent the place out for much higher rent. They were under rent control, and since they were rent control protected, he could earn thousands of dollars more by getting rid of them. And, this being San Francisco, he could rent the same place out for $2,000, $3,000 when they were paying only a couple hundred. So he stripped out this microwave oven, and all the safety mechanisms were taken out and buffers, and then he lines it up directly against the wall, facing their bed, and he turns it on full and leaves it on 24 hours a day. And they felt it. They started burning up, and they somehow got someone to investigate. And when they basically broke into the landlord's room, they found that microwave oven stripped and weaponized. And by the way, that was a series of felonies this guy had committed that wound up with him in jail and having to pay this elderly couple millions of dollars. So there's a happy ending to that as far as that can go. I don't know how much he shortened their lifespans by what he did, but you can feel it when this shit goes down. So whatever they were doing, I felt it. And at that point, that's when I did a preemptive strike. And, as far as I'm concerned, at that moment, they weren't going to move in any rat girls. So that had been my original concern because I had known of this phenomenon before. Instead, they were just going to try and kill me. So I approached Rat Girl to get me out of it. But in terms of these Rat Girls, basically, they are identity protected. And the local authorities of the CNC, the City and County of San Francisco, which is one of the few places that is both a city and a county, they keep claiming their hands are tied when it comes to stopping, well, the one particularly scandalous. At that time in 2014, she was 43 years old. Of course, it's hard to tell her age when you look at her photograph, and you'd actually probably think she was younger. But yeah, you'd say that, right, Jameson? Something younger, you would assume, right? I mean,
Probably, yeah.
yeah. But she's what you would call ID protected. She was basically semi-transient. So you've got this semi-transient supervillainess. She's always projected or presumed to be harboring a severe mental illness. She actually became, in her own right, internationally infamous because she's been always mass breeding thousands of rats in successive low-income housing facilities, as are always provided for her by the municipal government, the City and County of San Francisco, where she breeds swarms of rodentiae, even when she's on the run for direct release into any surrounding public parks, while indirectly unleashing infestations throughout every neighboring private property, which results in the reemergence of a number of lethal pestilences throughout the Greater Bay Area metropolitan region, and consequently killing an uncalculated number of people. So the majority of them that die are infants and or seniors that get attacked by rats and resultantly, oftentimes terminally, are infected by rabies in their cribs or in their beds while asleep. So as this particular abnormal phenomenon of plague lady on the loose is something that is, most people wouldn't believe it. I basically assembled a portfolio of photographs that were taken from the CNC, the City and County of San Francisco, DACNC, which is the Department of Animal Care and Control, and the San Francisco Fire Department, or rather, in this case, the San Francisco Police Department. All of those peace officers that have ever run across this phenomenon, they all confirm that the queen of the rat girls, the rat girl whose photograph I showed to our man Jameson, she'd been on the authorities' radar for years when they last checked in on that particular ID-protected woman's room and provided her, via taxpayer largesse, a residential hotel room. And at that time, she was living with over 300 plus rats in a single room, which was for her a comparatively small brood, and in indescribably unsanitary conditions. There was one deeply disturbing video that was shot in her hotel room in April of 2011, the month after my mother died, which she had nothing to do with. And it captured scores of rodents writhing throughout mounds of soiled clothing and refuse. So it was around that time that there was an official statement that was issued by the City and County of San Francisco Department of Animal Care and Control captain, Denise Bongiovanni. And she said, I was in that room. It was intense. We found a small room that was completely infested with rats that had actually burrowed into the walls and gone into other units as well. The rats were burrowing through the ground and entering other apartment buildings throughout the entire block and blocks across the streets. So just 1 month after that video was taken, the City and County of San Francisco Department of Public Health announced the extermination of over 1,000 rats from that room and surrounding units alone. And by the end of that May, circa 2011, public health officials had exterminated hundreds of thousands of rats from the surrounding area. So this ID protected woman's social worker, she actually has a case manager, social worker, who has confirmed that this anonymous woman is known to local officials for having been mass breeding rats since at least when that 2011 footage was taken. Now, bear in mind, I'm sourcing this column I wrote in 2014. So this woman had been breeding rats since the month and year of my mother's death. And so by that time, 2014, 3 years later or so, she was still on the loose and no one would dare identify her. Or rather, what identity they knew, they would never release. So it was the San Francisco authorities who confessed that Rat Queen relocates whenever confronted about the problem. Exempli gratiae, death threats from parents who awoke to their infant's screams in the night and found themselves calling emergency medical response in forlorn attempt to resuscitate their rat-gnawed babies' bodies, and that the city was obligated under unspecified federal prerogatives to provide her alternative residences at every point in time to prevent her from becoming permanently homeless. So there was this KTVU San Francisco Channel 2 video that I had linked in this column. I'm going to cut and paste this and see if this still works. And the title of this video was See It, with a colon, SF at loss over Rat Queen's rodent hoarding. And the summary said, this is the former hotel room. The hotel itself has since been condemned, of a San Francisco woman accused of mass breeding and releasing rats into the city for years. Now, get this. She had an entire hotel condemned. I mean, we're not just talking closed for, exhumation. We're talking condemned. I mean, like, they had to demolish this place. In other words, there were so many holes eaten into it that it was no longer structurally integral enough to withstand an earthquake.
God damn.
So it says this video footage taken in 2011 captures just a few of what authorities reported as over 1,000 rodents bred out of a Mina Street residential hotel amid the squalor of the dangerous South of Market neighborhood. Okay, let me see if this link works. I'm going to put this in here. And it says, it looks like there aren't any great matches for your search. However, I do see a rat girl YouTube video. Let's see this. And, here we are.
San Francisco is in the midst of a rat problem, and one woman's rodent obsession might be partly to blame.
Authorities say a woman living in a residential hotel has been breeding.
You can't hear me?
No, I think what happened was my connection just oh my gosh, this is getting so annoying.
Oh, okay. Well, I found a video that works. It's 1 minute and 48 seconds long. So, anyhow, this is the first time I've seen this individual identified. This is, of course, they're calling this individual Erica J. So they're identifying this. This is from June 1st of 2014, and this is a different video from the one I originally had. But what I'll do is I will place this link in the messenger box of our man Jameson Rees, and that way he can access it himself later at his convenience for his. Oh, by the way, I'm entering this by mistake right now into Sarah Thomas Lyon's message box. Thank God I caught myself doing that before I entered, press the enter button. The last thing I want to enter into Sarah Thomas Lyon's messenger box is this shit. Oh my fucking God. That's a way to lose sponsors quick. That would be like the time that I knew that there was something off about Ramona Halitha Henry when by accident I sent her porn, and the fact that she didn't respond negatively to that. It was different with Lena Shea, because Lena Shea and I were both into that, and we were doing that expecting it, but, expecting to receive such. But with Ramona Halitha Henry, when I sent that to her accidentally once, and she just laughed it off, I knew there was something wrong. Yeah, that's just not. See if this works for you. Yeah, that works. It does work. And
Okay.
by the way, you can see the rodent in that image right there is diseased. By the way, I don't know how to describe this to people, but James is looking at it right now, and just by looking at that rodent, you can tell it's diseased. Maybe some of you understand what we're implying, but you can tell the difference between a healthy rodent and a diseased rodent. And it's not just like it's a wet rat, because it's obviously very dry. This is not a wet rat, but its fur is quite disheveled and patchy, which means it's got some kind of mange. So this is obviously, these are not just rats, these are plague rats. And so when it comes to this, yeah, and yeah, you like that sound.
Oh my God. I'm looking at this video right. God.
And so, not surprisingly, wherever the Rodentier phone, which was the term we used in the Department of Defense, this is what, when we use the term Rodentier phone, that meant rat whisperer. So when the rat whisperer moves, wherever she moves, a trail of biological horrors manifests to terrorize the community. And worst of all is the historically unprecedented rise in the heretofore nigh mythical appearance of rat kings, which are assumed to form when dozens of the creatures get their tails knotted together by various kinds of intrinsically adhesive waste products, creating a multi-orificial or multi-mouthed and multi-assed gestalt organism. That's what's called a rat king. And they appeared in times of the Black Plague. There are some in museums. There are some in European museums, rat kings. And until recently, only a few dozen specimens have ever been found worldwide, leading zoologists to suspect they almost never occur naturally, that they were all rats who had their tails tied together by hoaxsters after they were dead or something. But in today's San Francisco, mammalian carpets of these semi-sentient diseases swirling towards you from out of the darkness, the rat kings, they're somewhat commonly reported, but unofficially suppressed, so as not to devastate San Francisco's major source of income as derived from misguided tourism. Of course, as I said back then, why anyone would ever voluntarily travel to the cesspit of San Francisco is quite beyond myself. But then again, I live here, and since then I've developed quite a sense of a kind of, shall we say, loyalty to San Francisco because of the politics. I'm loyal to the politics. Of course, it's those very same politics that, in a sense, can be blamed as resulting in this. Okay, so Jameson Rees says, Googled rat kings. What do you see? What do you see?
Oh my God. Oh, this is just rats. Oh gosh. It just. Oh, dude. I'm not a fan of rodents. You can probably tell. There's a reason why I like cats.
Well, there we are.
And
Well,
I don't think any cat in their right mind is going to want to approach something like this.
yeah,
Ugh.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So there we have that, and
I
so
mean, the first time I killed a rat was I took a hammer and I just smashed the motherfucking thing. I don't give a shit how sentient they are. I will kill those things on sight.
there you go. Now, in all fairness, what you just mentioned reminds me of the conversation I had with an adult actress, in other words, a pornographic actress. And this pornographic actress, she loved rats. She had them as pets, and she pointed out that it was just like. As a matter of fact, I sent her and her boyfriend a book entitled "More Cunning Than Man," which was a book that had analyzed all of these parallel tests administered to both human beings and rats, and the rats always came out on top.
Oh yeah, they're a hell of a lot smarter than most people,
Yeah,
without a doubt.
yeah, yeah.
But it's there's something instinctive about them. There's something like a natural instinct in me that just wants to, like, if I don't want to touch them, like if I have to be in quarters that are my own, I will kill them.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's just almost like instinctive.
But one of the points her and her boyfriend were making was, well, it's like people. You raise them in a horrible environment, they become horrible people, and that rats, of course, you raise them, they become, if you raise them right, they become wonderful. They considered them people in guise of rats, you know.
They will freaking eat you anyway.
Well,
I don't give a shit how well you raise them. I don't care if you got them from the littlest pet shop, the cutest, you know, the cutest, most intelligent rats. I don't care if these motherfuckers sit in desk and can write and have PhDs and have written multiple papers. If I see one of them, I will cut the thing in half. I will smash it. I will take whatever I can to kill them. It's just like seeing a roach. You know, you don't think when you see a roach or a fly, you just crush the sucker. It's just something just instinctively that says kill it before you get killed because of it.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear
and
you.
So when someone who's like super vegan says, "Man, we gotta live with everything, man," it's like, okay, you have fun with that. You wouldn't last very long in the New York subway station.
Yeah, there we are. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, believe me, when I see rats, you know, though admittedly, of course, I mean, you know, then again, I've eaten rats. So I've been in Chinese restaurants where I see rats casually just walk across the windowsills multiple times repeatedly. So I just, you know, stare lackadaisically at it. Granted, I'm rather kind of apathetic about this, but you know, I know people.
Oh yeah, well, if it's in someone else's environment, I'd be apathetic if one runs by. But if it's at home, it's dying.
Yeah, I hear you. And so, I mean, I don't want any of them here. Yeah, I don't want any mice or rats in my home. Yeah, and there's reasons for that, of course. You don't want rat droppings. You don't want the rat urine smell collecting in corners. I mean, you know, that's what you'll get.
Not only that, they secrete oily secretions that carry hundreds of different types of bacteria.
Oh yeah.
They are as bad, if not worse, than roaches.
But when they're raised by people in sterile environments and they themselves are kept clean, they will choose consistently. Rats will choose being petted by human beings over food. So just so people know, they'll starve just for human attention.
Well, you see, folks, that's a good way to get rid of them. Let them starve themselves for your attention, and don't give them attention.
Oh God! But anyhow, so I'm looking up the.
I mean, I cringe at the very fact that, you know, when growing up, my brother had gerbils, and I'm like, what the hell does he see in those things?
What happened to them?
Of course, they died. I mean, like everything small dies. I mean, everything has an expiration date. Those things last but like a few years, and then they like die. I mean, granted, but the thing is, like, I couldn't stand those things.
Oh my God! So
honestly, it's just something about rodents in general.
Yes, well, I've looked up Rat King, so I found so that people can look up Rat King and see what you find. You'll get images that you'll never forget, and so
the tails are intertwined, and you know, sometimes they look like they're dead. Sometimes there's some that look like they're actually walking around. And
most of these you'll see are dead. But if you were to see something like that alive and writhing. Like I've seen on, there's one image I'm seeing here, Rat King situation. Then, of course, that would, that doubtless send you into paroxysms of
it's at that point you need to get a firearm.
Yeah, fear and loathing. And firearm won't do it. You need a flamethrower.
Yeah. I actually saw footage of this guy in Australia when they had that rat plague, and this dude was just like, he was just hitting a wall of rats with a flamethrower, and I was like, yes. There's something refreshing about seeing, like, and it's like the wall of intelligence just moved out of the way to avoid getting burnt, and it's like, it's just an amazing sight to watch what they go through in Australia. There's a reason why I would never go down there. You couldn't pay me to go down there.
Yes. So there you go, and all of that being said, I was just looking at the stupid comments people left under the video of Rat Girl, and none of them is worth reiterating because I'll just totally vapid and I'll just stupid, you know, like, that rat looks like my ex-wife and shit, you know, or stupid shit like that. I mean, nothing constructive. It's just.
Well, there's one idiot who says the really sad. All right, so they have avatar of it, and of all things, they have an avatar of a cat. The really sad part is she basically killed those rats.
Yeah.
Though I've never had one as a pet, I know people that have them and love them. They make cool and affectionate animals. Don't you? Oh my God. Okay, listen. There's a time for being sensitive, and there's a time for thinking about seeing things from the picture of survival. And when you look at things from a survival perspective, are my cats more likely to kill me, or well, honestly, all the above are likely to kill you. Cats are all equally likely to kill you. I mean, listen, you don't want to go huffing their feces for fun, or.
Yeah, there you go.
And actually, that gives me an idea of what I should put on TikTok challenge.
Yeah.
Huff a cat shit. Just see how many stupid assholes are going to do that.
Oh my God.
And die of toxoplasmosis. That would be so amusing.
You know, that's funny. That reminds me of what my mother told me was when she was really young. Taiwan, of course, has a lot of beaches. And of course, it's an island and beautiful beaches. And of course, it's tropical. So many people hang out on the beaches all day. And she said there was one man who tried to molest her. And then when he got drunk and fell asleep on the beach, she took some cat shit and shoved it up each nostril of his while he was too unconscious to. So she said when he woke up, it was to that stench of cat shit in his nose. That was something that she did. This was like when she was young. I'm talking about, like, you know, like young.
That is beyond awesome.
Yeah, but that's one of. Yeah, go on. Yeah, that's one of our earliest memories.
That's one of the most creative ways to fucking kill someone I've ever heard.
Yeah, there you go.
I shouldn't be encouraging this, but I don't know why I find it hilarious. It just is.
Yeah, I always found it hideously funny. When I grew up and she told me that story, I thought that was the funniest thing in the world. I couldn't wait to find some poor son of a bitch sleeping on the beach where I could stick that shit up his nostrils. I never did that. But at any rate, there you have that. And so when it came to the animal care and control captain, Denise Bongiovanni, she was describing this entire phenomenon as a non-stop cycle of environmental violence and violations against all humanity, that wherever anyone and everyone was exposed to rat girls' whereabouts. In fact, to quote her, she said, the rooms become infested, and then she moves on to the next place where the same thing happens. We could certainly impose punitive measures, but that wouldn't resolve the situation. So instead,
the situation is clearly the government itself that's
Yes.
enabling this shit and creating these people.
Thank you. So instead, the Department of Animal Care and Control captain, Bongiovanni, won it at the time. She was insisting that the anonymous woman, who was officially referenced only as Erica J., she wanted her to receive mental help. By the way, if you saw the photograph of this young lady, you would realize this is not a mental health issue. This is
No. You see, I see a person like that, and I get ready to swallow the cyanide pill, because I know that's going to be the person. If I can't run fast enough, I'm gone. And chances are, rats run way faster than people. So chances are, that's going to be the last thing you see.
Yeah.
Don't run across any rat people. It's not what you want.
Yeah. So it's
Cat people are bad enough.
Yeah.
Rat people are worse.
Yes.
I mean, dog people are bad enough. Gosh. Well. No offense to any of you out there who have dogs, okay, but it's like, it's like it's something. It says something about a person whose favorite pastime is walking an animal just to have that animal sniff the other animal's ass.
Yeah.
And they're standing around laughing. Yeah. I mean, this is what they do. They get off on watching dogs sniff each other's butts.
It's true. I mean, I see this all the time. Dog walkers in San Francisco, and there's dog shit everywhere. This is like, this is how guys and girls meet. Really, it's all too often. This is how.
So I don't want to know what they do behind closed doors. I can guarantee you, it involves scat. It involves shit.
My nose. No, it all went up my nose.
And the sad thing is, you can't make this shit up. It's just real life.
Yeah, there was this one woman who I knew. This one paramedic, emergency responder. What was his name? I used to know his name. Anyhow, poor guy. He just had everything happen to him, and he was always getting injured and shit. And he happened to always be around at some of the worst times, and one of them was he was the guy who dealt with this infamous case in San Francisco where the child's face was ripped off by a dog that was raised by people who were fucking it. And so San Francisco, or was that a woman whose face was ripped off by the dog? No, this was a different dog, right? There was another woman who was, a couple that were fucking their dog, and then their dog ripped off the face of some woman in their apartment. And but this kid's face was ripped off by a dog who just ran up and attacked him. It was an attack dog, but raised to attack people. San Francisco.
Well, yeah. Every once in a while, I pass this house, and they have this. They have a dog that just barks at everything and everyone. And there was one day I was exceptionally pissed, And the thing was like barking until I walked up to it. Then the thing just shut the fuck up. And I'm sure the owner must have noticed it because the owner was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, you put him in his place. By the way, I looked this up and it's just, the problem is there's too much of this happening. So I don't know, I don't know which story to look for. I'd have to put effort into it to find it because the first thing I see is
You could just Google face ripped off by dog and
that's
check
what
out
I did.
images.
San Francisco child face ripped off by dog. So what the problem is, I'm finding too much of this shit. The first thing I'm getting, SF boy 12 killed by his family's pit bulls. Okay, so I know that's not the case.
There's one with that woman in Argentina who got her face ripped off in a dog attack. Wow. There's no recovering for that shit.
Yeah, there you go. And
that's it.
Yeah. Then here's another story. SF woman's 15-year-old multi-poo. What the fuck is a multi-poo? MALTIPOO. Multi-poo. Whatever it is, it sounds like I would want to maul it to death. It got mauled to death by another dog during a walk. And the owner ran off. I don't blame him. It probably... Anyhow, teenage boy, says Pitbull. Anyhow, death of Diane Whipple was that woman I'm thinking about. And of course we have these other images that come up of these various.
Yeah, there's one of a kid with his face ripped off.
Are you finding these like? How are you seeing these images though?
I just Googled it. I don't have. Well, you go to tools and you turn your safe search off.
Okay, safe search off. Advanced search. So I'm seeing hide explicit results. Search settings.
You want to uncheck that stuff so that you could see all the grisly stuff.
Okay, hide explicit results. You mean? Check that off.
Yeah, take that off so that you could see all the stuff I'm seeing. You get to see Jameson's world.
Okay. So I guess that stuff's already undone on mine. So let me go back and see what I see. I should see the same images. Okay, so I'm seeing this. So I'll turn on the screen share here, so you can see what I see. And there we are, screen share. So we can start to share. You see this moving around. There we are, and then. So this is what I'm seeing. So this poor lady, why they're showing her next to this tiny little dog.
No. Move up.
Oh, move up.
All right, go to image. Wait, what the fuck is with your images?
Yeah, violent puppy robbery.
All right. Could I screen share you?
I don't know. You could try.
How do I do this? What do you press for the screen share? Okay. All right. Yeah, I see the screen share. Okay. So I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna hit my screen.
Let me cancel mine. Let me turn mine off so you can do yours, and that way.
Okay.
Okay. So people are. This is like we're showing each other our dicks or something. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Yeah. So.
Okay. So I'm going to start.
Let's see.
All right. So I'm going to
there
start
we go.
sharing.
Oh fuck! I see.
All right.
I see
all right.
it. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So all right. Let me open my Yeah. This is what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, disgusting. Oh my god. That's so this what's the big red blotch up there? The big red blob at the top. That's the
Oh, yeah.
That's the woman in Argentina?
No, this is the woman in Argentina. That has my the hand over it.
Oh my god. And so like and what's the other one? What's that one?
This one?
Yeah, what?
Okay, this was someone on Angel Dust who peeled off his own face using pieces of broken mirror to feed the flesh to his dogs.
No.
I mean, here's the burglar who gets his face ripped off by. Oh wow!
Where's that? That the burglar? Oh my god!
Yeah, it's the burglar ripped off by fist.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus, how can he survive that? Oh my fucking god. Is he dead? Well, I know that guy's dead. I know this guy's dead, whoever that was.
No.
What does that say? Man in cute teddy bear pajamas gets face eaten by a pit bull. Well, he's dead, right?
Not necessarily. Some of these people survive.
Yeah, God, it's
and then they then when they reconstruct the face, it's like this hideous visage of something that you never wanted to see.
What about this? This guy's dead, right? The guy down there. Can you see my cursor down in the lower right hand corner? That's got to be dead, of course. That has to be dead.
This one?
Yeah, no, not that. That guy. What's his? Just some disease, right? Leprosy or something, right? The one that's a skeleton. There's one up there that's a skeleton.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, that one. Not the other one. I can almost see might be still alive.
Well, this one is probably dead.
Yeah, that
man's face eaten by his cats. Yeah, because the cats don't eat you when you're still alive.
Yeah,
they wait till you're dead.
Yeah. So what was that guy with this disintegrated maggot nose? Oh, well, that kid. What happened to him? Oh my God, cancer, right?
Oh,
eaten by cancer.
Yeah. His face is eaten by a death mystery illness. Chances are it's probably a fungus.
Oh God.
Or it could be cancer.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I've
had
been.
enough.
Well,
what about this poor little child? What is that? The rest of her face looks normal. What the fuck is that?
What, this one?
No, the other one up above this crazy woman who has got what's that in her tongue or her mouth? To the right. To the right. To the right. Yeah, above that one. What? Oh, don't go. What is that?
She's eating dirt.
Oh,
she eats 2 kilos of sand every day.
Okay.
To keep good health.
All right. Okay.
I don't get how that works.
There was a face above hers. If you go back, there was a face directly above hers. That was if you go back, whatever you have to go back, and then there was a younger girl who seemed to have a normal face except for part. Anyhow, enough of this. Okay, I've had enough. That's
but you do see how. All right, let me turn the screen share off. So that.
So I can breathe. Yes. No, that's disgusting. Thank you. I'm sorry. What?
It's off, right?
Yeah, it's off. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you do see how this stuff can become fixating at some point.
Well, I don't know if I'd use that term, but actually, I do turn on the images and I do see a bunch of crap on my own. Okay, so I guess I never had much protection in the first place, but usually I don't get that much gore at once. So I myself.
That's because I just Googled face ripped off by dog.
Well, that's what I Googled too, and I don't get too much of that, but I get enough. I mean, so but the reason I was doing that was, of course, to try and find that child whose face got ripped off, because that was what the paramedic I knew was there. I mean, like, he showed up. He just happened to be walking in an area when he saw the kid run out with his face ripped off, and then he had to maintain him alive, keep him alive until he could call for help on his cell phone and all that stuff. So
honestly, I wouldn't want to be kept alive if that happened. I'd say just fucking let me die.
Well, there you go. Well, kids don't know any better. And then the death of Diane Whipple is the most infamous case in San Francisco. So Diane Whipple was a fairly attractive woman, and she got her face ripped off by a dog and died. And that was in 2001. And so the dogs involved were 2 Canary Island pit bulls, Presa Canarios, a male and female. And so it turned out that the dog's owner was a high-ranking member in the Aryan Brotherhood. Well, he was serving 3 life sentences in state prison. And so they were cared for by Schneider's attorneys, Robert Noel and Marjorie Knoller. And they were the husband and wife team who were in the same apartment building as Diane Whipple, who apparently may have been having sex with these dogs. That was, it was just, horrible. So there we have...
oh, boy. I mean, isn't having sex with men... as a woman bad enough? We want to do this with a dog?
They probably prefer the dogs because the dogs don't give them shit that men do. But,
well, that's true. to play the devil's advocate, at least you don't have to worry about your face being bitten off.
Yeah, you still have to worry about that with men. They beat you to death and shit.
Yeah, you do. Well, there was that rapper who did that, right? Yeah, that rapper who oh my gosh, he cut the woman's heart out.
Was he high or was this what?
Yeah, he was on PCP.
Oh Jesus Christ.
I don't see how PCP does that to people. I mean,
any drug can do. This is the point that I learned when I was in the police force. One of the things that they told us to instill in ourselves is the first thing you've got to get out of your head is that drugs cause aberrant behavior. It's not the drugs. It's the people who are taking the drugs are seeking aberrant behavior. So it's not the drugs that are responsible. It is the people that are responsible. And so it's the drugs are simply a cover. They're simply an excuse.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Whereas you and I are people who do drugs so that we don't become violent.
Well, we're essentially escaping, but there are other people out there who are just looking for an excuse to just be insane and to do horrible things.
To basically be who they are.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
To amplify what they are.
Thank you. So we've had this Bon Giovanni captain of the Department of Animal Care and Control, who was basically saying there's a serious underlying mental health issue that needs to be addressed. But getting Erica, quote unquote, to accept such obviously proved impossible. The authorities kept insisting they were at a loss with what to do about Erica and her mass destructive hobby, as, quote unquote, other interests continued to intervene on her behalf. So they were San Francisco's CNC, their city and county animal care and control authorities. They were all desperately working to monitor the rat-loving obsessive, as they called her, at enormous expense in manpower hours and surveillance equipment. And Captain Bon Giovanni was attesting that each time officers came across Rat Girl J, see, she was alphabetized. And that was in categorical disambiguation from what was at least 250 other municipally identified rat girls known to be at large, who each had a letter of the alphabet assigned to them. But the villainess who was holding the city in her thrall, she bargained on basis of the very genuine physical threat of directing her rat packs against innocent civilians or municipal employees, because she could target them. And so she would always surrender her visible brood on condition of shelter provision and adoption, even though it was strongly suspected she was hiding other swarms to be summoned at will as her own personal security measure. And so, believe it or not, the city and county of San Francisco began to adopt out some of her more domesticated rats. But of course, they were forced to exterminate the sick and feral ones. So, in terms of the time when I was writing the column that I published on Facebook, Erica at that time had last been sighted early May 8th of the year 2014. And she was reported by passerby to be terrorizing a demographic convergence zone, meaning a highly trafficked public area of population elements consistent of both San Francisco's Black African American and Asian Pacific Islander American communities from out of a park at Golden Gate Avenue and Steiner Street under a Nihon Machi, or Japantown, pedestrian bridge. I know exactly where it was, of course, because I went there to visit her. She was filmed there at least 8 times with no less than a dozen very large rats, what people described quite accurately as giant rats, living off of her well-stocked shopping cart. And the video caught the vermin eating out of a plastic bowl filled with premium dog food. Premium, and so as the case with her former apartments, the rats were acknowledged as overwhelming the commons there, to a point of attacking couples walking their canines and or strolling their infants in carriages. Can you imagine strolling your infant in a baby carriage or walking your dog and giant rats attack? That is, of course, predictably, several of those enormous rats escaped and infested the nearby areas. And again, it was Captain Bon Giovanni who acted kind of as her spokesperson, saying that the officer that responded noted that they had been there for some time. They had actually sort of dug a maze and had areas to tunnel and burrow. We collected 7 giant rats. Unfortunately, I believe one of them was really sick and died in transport. Notice how this woman speaks about this, because I'm quoting her. Exactly, because I wrote what she said into this column. Unfortunately, I believe one of them was really sick and died in transport. You're talking about giant rats that attack babies in carriages and dogs on leashes. And she's saying, unfortunately, I believe one of them was really sick and died in transport, as if they were, people, in an ambulance. She says we impounded the rest. In those parks, they're breeding and burrowing tunnels into the land in between buildings. And as if this were not enough, Captain Bon Giovanni was then confirming that this specifically notorious rat girl situation was not at all unusual for the city and county of San Francisco. She said, there are similar cases to this. One very, very similar case, as assigned to Captain Bon Giovanni. Rat Girl J is currently believed to have been established in new housing inside city limits via an as yet unidentified, it is covert, federal assistance program. Which, by the way, if you take a look at that acronym, FAP, Federal Assistance Program, FAP, like someone jacking off, fapping, which hasn't discouraged Rat Girl J in the least from going back to the parks publicly cavorting with her animal companions at all hours of the day or night. And so you have this quote from Bon Giovanni saying, they come out to meet her and play with her. We understand that Erica has housing again in the city, and I can only imagine that this situation is probably going to continue wherever she lives until she gets the help that she needs. Well, there you go. The madame of the rat girls, breeding and unleashing thousands of rats across San Francisco. And of course, there was another column I wrote about this, where I said, shocking, San Francisco woman known as the queen of the rat girl cult, accused of mass breeding, releasing rats into the city. The 43-year-old transient has been on authorities' watch list for years, and she's been contributing to the multiple public health problems of San Francisco. With one alarming video shot inside her public welfare-sponsored hotel room in April of 2011, capturing dozens of rodents squirming in and out of piles of dirty clothes and trash. So I have another link here I'm going to test. Let's see if this one is still operational. And let's see what we get here.
Stuff like this makes me wish that I had a formulae for a neutron bomb. but the only problem is that would backfire because you don't want to be in the proximity.
Yeah. By the way, I also
that's the stuff. This is the stuff of horror. I mean, this is well, it's real life. There's nothing more horrible
than real life. Yes. Yeah. By the way, so I tried the link and it was scrubbed from the internet. So basically, you have this situation where the municipal authorities could only passively hope that the queen of the rat girl cult would someday voluntarily seek help for her mental health issues, even as her victims continued to multiply. The fact that they keep saying this mental health shit, it's obvious that these guys have never seen her physically. If anyone meets her physically, the first thing you'll understand is this is not a mental health issue. If I look like that, I would have mental health issues.
Yeah. This is a what the f is your government doing issue.
Thank you.
Like how did this happen to begin with?
Yes. Thank you. But
it's the fact that no one's asking that question in what you just shared with us is what baffles me.
Yes. It's there's some profound disconnect going on. In other words, I'll tell you what's going on. All of these authorities are covering for her by not telling people anything about her appearance. The way they describe her, you would think she was a normal human being. You would, in terms of physical composite at least, and you would think of her as morphologically human. Okay, she's morphologically humanoid, but she's no more human than I am. Probably a little less. At any rate, not that I'm downing the... She helped me out, so... but anyway, yeah. Like I said,
and I'm sure that whoever she assassinated, the government got their use out of her too, many times. So it's a win-win for. Well, as long as it was a win for you.
It was a win for me that time, yeah.
That's what matters.
Yeah, the people she took out were a bunch of government employees. But in the end, I think she's pretty immune to even the government itself. I mean, what the fuck can they do to her? But, at the time that before I approached her and I was writing these columns, I was emphasizing the fact that the entire San Franciscan Peninsula was wallowing deeper and deeper under the ever-expanding waves of these rabid I called them rodentine assaults. But Captain Bon Giovanni of the Animal Care and Control was saying that while her department had done their best to exterminate the sick or feral products of the various rat girl mass breedings over the years, that they had also done their best throughout this spiraling pestilential crisis to adopt out the tamer rodent. I've never been able to get over that. The fact that they're trying to...
Why would I guess they're trying to get some kind of financial return from this because they expended too much money. So they're like, how can we make this money back?
It's just bizarre to me. It's just bizarre. So at that time I was beseeching my readers. I was saying, ask yourself how my late neighbor can be federally abducted for insinuated possession of non-existent explosive toxins to vacate a premises, for threatened installation of, government-sponsored carrier of mass contagion, while unnumbered peoples, mostly children, die directly by these mad actions. The rat girl cults, even as the spawn of their own massive broods, are adopted out while human children are dying. That, not that such humane actions need ever be discouraged, but rather one wonders at the dichotomy of the policies. Of course, I was asking then, my question was, could such insanities be propagated in any other culture than that which is inherently beneath satanic? But of course, I smartened up quick, and when they moved in and started beaming me, and I could feel the heat through the fucking walls. I mean, fuck the word through the walls. I could feel the heat in a room that was walls away from where they were projecting their shit. That was when I approached her, and she sent in the rats. Oh, man. See, these guys were working around the clock next door. And by the way, a whole different family lives there now, or rather, the place was emptied out, rebuilt, and a family moved in, thank God. And ironically enough, the mother's from Argentina. But in terms of the government and what they had set up there before, you could see these guys in their engineering outfits going in, their overalls, and they were, they're all dressed like Michael Myers and shit. No, not with the mask, mind you, but with the kind of, a one piece.
Yeah.
And
the coveralls.
Yeah, the one piece coveralls, like they're working under a car or some shit. And they'd be going in there, going out, eating lunch and shit. And anyhow, they were doing this 24 hours a day. keeping their shit working. The place was unbearably hot just from all the rads they were pouring in here. And, lining up whatever battery of microwave ovens they had stripped and shit. And, of course, they were sleeping next door, too. And when they weren't eating and jacking off over porn or whatever the fuck they were doing in their spare time, hanging out there, doing what they were doing. And obviously they could probably see my human outline amidst all of the heat waves and shit through whatever surveillance activity that or technology they'd set up. Well, she sent in the rats. Oh, God, you could hear them screaming. You could hear them screaming, and it's just, oh yeah,
I'm sure that must have been satisfying as hell.
Oh yeah, they were being eaten alive, and the rats didn't stop there. They chewed through all the wires and caused sparks, which set the place on fire. Believe me, I saw guys running out in flames. I'm not kidding you. They were all like, eventually, of course, nobody was in there. And I'm talking about the place was cleared within less than 24 hours. And they weren't coming back. But the rats kept gnawing at everything. And so what happened was at that point, I called the city and county and said that a bunch of squatters were causing a health problem. So they went in there and condemned the place. And that was when the place got torn down, rebuilt, and the family moved in next door. And totally different situation now. That family brought ants. I never had ants before. But I took care of the ants. That was an easy problem. But there you go. I mean, you get enough people in families, they produce a lot of food garbage, right? And then you get ants. Yeah. But
ants are nowhere near as bad as cockroaches.
Of course not. You know what the Chinese saying is? Chinese saying is, dirty houses have roaches, clean houses have ants. That's the Chinese saying. But I took care of the ants.
And lucky houses have centipedes and spiders.
There we are. It's true enough. And our man,
unless you're in Texas and you get those freaking red widows, then it's a different story.
Oh, by the way, Jonathan Lopez identified the young lady who the police broke into her house and killed her, the young paramedic. She was Breonna Taylor. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. And so that was the young Breonna Taylor, poor dear. And of course, everybody, so we've gone over the rat girl situation. Maybe people now have a better appreciation for what was done. So people who want the whole narrative, basically, when I approached her, she wanted me to sleep with her. I slept with her. She wanted some money to feed her rats. My gang brother Beaver and I provided her that. And then she did what she did. And basically, by the way, I'm sure all of those men that were next door, all the engineers, we're talking about a team of half a dozen of them. They were working in shifts. So I know that they were replacing each other 3 times a day. So, but the team that caught it, once they caught what they caught, the next team didn't show up. And those 6 men, I'm sure all of them died. I can bet the farm all of them died. Like I said, when they were being gnawed on and they were screaming, we're not talking about I'm talking about the screams of people who were being eaten alive. I mean, those people who came out there, you couldn't see some of them because they were burning. But they were eaten through the images that our man Jameson was showing me. People who had their faces ripped off by pit bulls, they ran out looking like that. Those ones that weren't on fire. These rats, when they came in and Rat Girl sent them in, we're not talking about just something here's a half dozen rats, here's 20 rats. We're talking they came in by the hundreds. And when they came in, they were a living carpet of rats. Because I saw them run out with the men when the men were running.
Oh my God! I'm sorry. Even a dozen rats is too many. A dozen rats, and you have the potential of being eaten alive.
Yeah.
One. Well, fuck that. One.
Yeah.
One. You have the potential of being eaten alive.
So imagine a living carpet of fur that just blanketed the street for the time that I saw them. This is the Pied Piper of Hamelin shit, Hamelin. And this young lady, she's got the power. And so, yeah, I find it, I don't know, I'm ambivalent. I think that, in a sense, the Suicide Squad sequel, in which they portray a rat girl, it doesn't really do her justice. It's kind of like, I'm ambivalent in the sense that, well, she deserves some kind of recognition. I mean, like I said, I don't consider her an enemy myself, but at the same time, I know what she's done to others. And so, I mean, this is, but again, you know, we have to hold people responsible for their actions, but at the same time, she's been weaponized. I mean, she's a product of a sick government program. And so these people wanted to create a bioweapon. Now, the question that one could ask is, why are they all girls? Obviously, it's because only females can do this. For whatever reason, only females can somehow have this ability to do what they do. One assumes that. Or is it the case that maybe you've got a bunch of sick-ass heterosexual perverts who will only work with females? I don't think that's the case. I think there's something feminine or psychic in the ability to resonate with mammals, other mammals.
Well, the question, this begs the question as to whether they have programs where they have men resonating with other things.
Probably, but I don't know what.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they have a Spider-Man running around.
I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like that. And again, usually when you have resonance, even with insects, it tends to be female. Some men do things, but most of these men are mostly just they have a different type of obsession or interest. I mean, there's cat men, like. You know, you see these men who like the crazy cat ladies, but they're men and they reek of cat urine and live alone with their cats. And, you know, so obviously toxoplasmosis impacts men as well as women, even though they say men are supposed to be immune. And it impacts, you know, supposedly women only. But definitely a lot of them are impacted. 40 million Americans have toxoplasmosis. So it's just, you know, I personally would not keep mammalian pets. I mean, myself. But, you know, people do.
Well, at this point, I'm thinking about the idea of a few dozen tigers just to stop people with dogs from trying to maul me.
Oh, God. You want to turn into, like, who was that guy? What did they call him? That guy who had all the pet tigers and shit? What did they call him? Exotic.
Yeah,
what was his name?
Yeah, that nut job.
Yeah, you don't want to be like that.
No. Well, there were maybe some spotted hyenas for defense. There we go.
You know, Lena Shea, she watched that series, and then I showed her what one white guy was saying. He had his 2 cents on YouTube. Some blonde white guy was saying, "Oh yeah, this." What the fuck was that guy's name? Exotic Tiger Man. I could look him up. Johnny Exotic or something? Exotic Tiger Man. But when I showed what this guy had, Joe Exotic. Yeah, there we are. And so when I showed her what this guy had said about Joe Exotic or the woman. So I think what the guy was doing, his trip was he was blaming the woman involved with Tiger King for like maybe manipulating him or something. And then she pointed out to me that the guy was just, you know, an idiot. That what he said was, you know, was just, you know, stupid.
He was probably on an incel trip.
Yeah, or something like that. It didn't strike me as that, but you know, whatever he said, she deconstructed it to my satisfaction. Anyhow, it turns out this Joe Exotic guy, the Tiger King, was born in 1963, March 5th, 1963. So he was born in the same birth month and the same year as my late sister. Oh God. So there we are with that. And
you should hope your sister doesn't have any pets.
Oh God, no, she's too fucked up. And what is this shit? Dylan Passage. There's this young guy kissing him. Was he gay? He was gay, right? And they openly.
I have no idea about the guy. I don't want to know about the guy.
Right. Oh yeah, he's with some young guy, and they're all lovey. Okay, so they are obviously involved in a same-sex relationship. So Why this young guy would be attracted to that old sleaze is beyond me, but there you go. Dylan Passage is Joe Exotic's 5th husband. Oh my fucking God. Well, if he's the husband, that means Joe Exotic is the bottom guy. Ooh, gross. And and
I don't want to.
See, Jameson is responsible. I'm getting back at you for all those pictures, okay? This is like, you deserve this for all that shit you put me through. That's
come on. These pictures are just medical curiosities.
There we are. Yeah. Whereas this is knowingly grotesque. Yes. There we are. Yeah.
I mean, come on. Haven't you always wanted to see how just Oh, never mind. I'm not going to ask.
You know, I've seen my share. You know that. It's like, by the way, you know that I handled those pictures with, much more aplomb than your average person would have. People are irrational about that, and I don't blame them. But, many people would hold that against you. They would basically hold that against you, and basically,
what
the images? I mean, those images, and
yeah. Well, there are people who are more sensitive to that kind of thing, and so I'm respectful. I know you have the background of having seen and worked through that stuff. I mean, honestly, if you were just like a regular guy, then I'd have to call the cops to make sure you didn't you're not crying in a corner or something.
Yeah. Like I said, I took a few photographs of that one poor son of a bitch, one on site and one where we brought him. We were supposed to bring him to the hospital, but we just wound up bringing him to the morgue, really. Or rather, the hospital, it was like they essentially treated him as if they were transferring him to the morgue. It didn't look like they were putting him on anything to preserve any life, and we got him there. And so I took a photograph of him straight in the face, and this was the guy who had been, just in his naivete, thought that it would be funny to put an exploding cigar in his mouth. And that exploding cigar was like the power of a TNT stick or something. And he just blew his face off, or a good part of it. I'm almost tempted one of these days just to show that to Jameson or share that with him. I won't do that. I won't do that at the moment because smacks too much of like sharing pornography with Lena Shea when I was doing that with her, which was different. I didn't mind that, and I'm not ashamed to talk about that. But this would smack too much of something similar to that, so that can wait. If I were to do that now, it's just that would be sleazy.
It would be a bit too macabre.
Yeah, and so aside from that, let's see. Jonathan Lopez says Joe Exotic dude was gay. He tricked the kids into being gay. Yeah, I'm looking at those kids. I don't think they needed to be tricked. I
don't think I don't think it works that way. You don't trick someone into being gay. You're either born it or you're not. It's not a choice.
Just in all fairness, this is like when this is one of the arguments, and I'll admit when I was taking my mother around after her brain injury, but I was like taking her to go shopping and stuff like that to keep her active. And at one point we had entered a franchise which is no longer open. It used to be called Lucky Store in San Francisco. I don't know if it was still Lucky or Lee's or what was the name of it, but it was a general supermarket, something like a Safeway, but it was independent of the super major franchises. And so sad, he closed down. But it had been open forever. But when the time that it was open, I took my mother in there one time. There was a gay male couple, and one of them was holding a baby infant in his hands. And the first reaction that just coursed through myself was visceral revulsion and the desire to kill that individual. It was just this sudden visceral desire that to see a gay male couple with a baby like that. Now, of course, this is something that I shouldn't even share, but that's how I felt it the first time I saw that. It just struck me as so repulsive. And so, but the argument, of course, has been made. This is the a argument that has some validity, is, well, how else are gay men going to reproduce other than by basically converting young males? And then you get into the reality of the situation. This is something like that Rick Prestel guy, the Rick Prestel guy who is on the Roswell and Rising Sun video. You will see that ugly guy who's turning the slides for me. That's the guy who later accused me of rape. And that guy basically was somebody who hated his mother, hated all women. That's why he married a woman who looked like a man. And but he was a guy who he hated all women because he projected his mother onto them all. But his mother kept turning him over to a male care provider when he was young, who he kept telling her was raping him. And she would just say, "Oh, shut the fuck up," just to give him back to the male care provider to rape again. And so it's like I told people about this guy before when, I'd had sex with, V, and I was bragging to him about, like men do, man talk, about how I'd got her off, and, oh yeah, she orgasmed, I told him. She came in buckets, I was saying. And, basically talking about, female orgasm and squirting. Some women are squirters, and many more of them are than men know about. But in terms of he responded, well, I thought only Asian women did that. Of course, at that moment, I realized why his original blonde wife, who was a female news anchor, I realized why she divorced him. But he had never satisfied her. That he had never, brought her to the point of any real orgasm. And aside from that, I also realized several other things about him. But when I said, "Oh, so your wife orgasms," and then he was like, "Oh yeah, get her off, and then I have to get myself off." And I was like, "Well, how do you get yourself off?" Because once she was off, apparently she lost all interest. Once she orgasmed, she lost all interest in the act. And I was like, "Well, how do you get yourself off?" "Oh, I don't want to talk about it." Well, I realized what it was. He was anally stimulating himself. And this, of course, I've run across. As a matter of fact, that was the point with, V's husband, was that the serial killer she married was someone who kept asking for anal stimulation. These guys, they get anally stimulated when they're young, and it's the only way they can get off after that is to be have the prostate stimulated. And so
it comes out of trauma then.
For at least a number of people, obviously this is fairly common. Obviously, it's fairly common. So what happened with Rick Prestel was he had to watch porn while stimulating himself prostrate-wise, meaning he had to stick a dildo up his ass while watching porn so he could get off himself after his wife got off and just checked out. And kind of like, it's usually a male problem, or usually a female problem, where, the guy shoots off and then he turns around and falls asleep. And then, that's the problem that females have with men. And but in terms of his case, it was like the opposite. But with this, when V confronted the man's mother about, hey, this guy keeps asking me to shove a dildo up his ass to stimulate him prostate-wise. And, the mother said, when she confronted the mother, he says that he got this from you. You did this to him when he was young. And then his mother just said nonchalantly, well, he asked me to do it. He asked me to stick a dildo up his, and stimulate him. And so I did it. It was like, she said that like everybody did it. It was like,
what the hell?
But of course, the question is, obviously there's something more going on there. This is all part of some.
Obviously,
this guy was military, so he was obviously a product of a military mind control program. But the whole point was he wound up, I was able to ascertain he was working for Michael Aquino, because it turned out that this guy would go out in his overalls and he would fix air conditioners. And what happened is he would stick like these little vials of biotoxin, botulism, in the air conditioners, and that's how he would kill people. And this was done, to Lori and Ann Fenton. There was at one point, Lori and Ann Fenton was considered expendable. She turned on the air conditioner. a bunch of shit came out. And then she wound up going to the hospital immediately. And the doctors told her when they x-rayed her lungs that they had never seen anything like it. And they said, your lungs are full of cotton ball sized like bubbles, like your body's reacted to some kind of botulism or toxin to the point where your lungs have filled up with these like cotton ball sized bubbles of phlegm. And so she almost died. I mean, she went through like periods of feverish hallucination and shit. And it was like, of course, everything about her, you may as well have been in a period of feverish hallucination. Lorien Fenton had several factors she talked about repeatedly. One of them was the fact that her aunt or whatever, when she was very, very young, we're talking about crawling infantile stage young, or some shit like that, just above it, beyond it, 1 year old maybe at the most. But they left rat poison around. And of course, to make rat poison appealing to the rats, it tastes good. I don't know if anyone's ever tried it, but I don't recommend it. Don't try it. But Lorien Ann Fenton swears by it and says it's the best tasting shit she ever had in her life. Was as a young girl, she couldn't get enough of the rat poison. So all the trays of the rat poison were left out, but she ate it all. And so when she was brought into the hospital, they said, well, because she's thrashing so violently, we have to basically put these, something like sandbags, over her limbs so she doesn't injure herself by thrashing so violently in her agony as the rat poison courses through her body and, desiccates her insides and atrophies her muscles and obviously warped her fucking brain for the rest of her life. So while she was lying there with the sandbags over her limbs, obviously these weren't sandbags because at her age, the sandbags would have probably severed her limbs, but heavy bags, whatever they were, put over her limbs so she couldn't move them. Heavy enough for a child, might as well be sandbags or rice bags, whatever. And so all she could do, since she couldn't move her limbs and thrash, was scream. So she lay down there and screamed. So the one thing I knew about Lorien Ann Fenton was for the rest of her life, she always had to talk. She was constantly needing to talk. And she had to talk all times because otherwise she would hear the screams in the back of her mind. So, because for the rest of her life, she heard screams in the back of her mind, like she never stopped screaming. In other words, when she was screaming young because of the rat poison, she never stopped screaming. In other words, that primal scream in the limbic area of her brain or the reptilian cortex kept screaming the rest of her life. So, she would get on stage, and when you would see her fumble, that was because of all the screaming she heard in the back of her mind. And so to prevent herself from hearing that, she was talking constantly and nonstop all the time. This is why Lorien Ann Fenton just has to keep talking and always is speaking all the time whenever you see her. And that's why she eats while talking, and she'll eat while she's doing her radio show on Revolution. It's disgusting. You would always, and this is why she's so fat. By the way, that makes you fat to eat while you're talking because you never chew the food. You're swallowing it without chewing it. So yeah.
And so you have to eat more of it because your body's not breaking it down.
Yeah, that's right. So this is one of the reasons why she's disgustingly fat. So anyhow, this is all part of this is the same Lorien Ann Fenton, don't forget, who raped Max Spears. Now, I've made jokes before and talked about how impossible it is for a woman to rape a man, but in this case, it's real. She raped Max Spears because she threw him into a hypnotic state using the pre-controlled words that she was taught by Michael Aquino. And of course, he was a product of Aquino's mind programming. So whenever she just said the right word, it would throw him into a hypnotic trance where he would revert to his premature alter, his 9-year-old alter. He was infantile or, coming into prepubescence. I mean, a very young child, 9 years of age or so. That's when she would have sex with him, telling him, that she was this, basically, when you're at that age, of course, you're not even thinking sexually. So you're responding to basically an adult telling you what to do. You become very tactile, and you're basically the adult is saying, does this tickle? And put this in your mouth. I mean, this was how she was raping him. So this is, of course, I can't imagine any rape more abhorrent than that. It is beyond rape. It is mind-controlled exploitation of somebody who's been dehumanized, infantilized, and Lorien Ann Fenton was so proud that she had this control over someone who so many other women were dying to fuck, like Max Spears. And then Travis Moss is asking, was Aquino a Mason by any chance? You know, I never got that impression. There was never anything he brought up.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. I mean, not that I've got anything for Masons, but not defending Masons.
Yeah, it's just you know, at the level he was working on, something like Masonry would be.
It's just beneath him. It's just beneath his dignity.
Exactly what I was I was going to say something like that. But I mean, it would be like it'd be like what a child's coloring book is to a professional graphic illustrator. It'd be like,
yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, by the way, did we temporarily, we lost, just for the briefest of moments, we lost connection there. But we got excellent connection now. But if anybody heard that weird sound, boom, boom, you know, that was the connection going off for just a second. Have no idea what caused that, you know, so long as it's working in general. No one will even notice that other than review. They might hear that sound. By the way, I noticed Veronica Barrera gave me the peace sign because she has that hippie theme. She's got that puppy mafia hippie company, and of course she uses that in all innocence. But do understand, if you want the closest thing to a diabolic symbol out there that really is truly diabolic from the ground up, that's the peace sign is that. It is an inverted and sundered cross. It is a upside down and broken cross. The upside down cross is not satanic. That peace symbol is. The lovely Tricia Whitmer, shout out unto she. She commented on my post. Let's take a look at what she said. And certainly, okay, that was the post that I wrote on Germany. She says, incredibly detailed, profound, and appreciated information as always, Sir Douglas. Oh my God. So love you dearly, Tricia. Hope you're listening right now. And let's give her a reply. And of course, with something like that, hard to reply with anything other than the most profoundest of flowers. Meanwhile, our man Jameson has abandoned me. He'll be back soon enough.
Yeah, I just got to get some water.
Oh, yeah. Take your time. Let me know when you're back. And in the meantime, I'll try and burn bandwidth while looking for a suitable flower to give to Tricia Whitmer here, this lovely human being who's contributed in the past. And, oh, yes, I need to remind people to contribute to myself. I've given credit, of course, to the wonderful people who have, and should give more credit to them. But in the meantime, let's give this wonderful lady a significant flower. And here we are. Tell her, blessed be. Blessed be. Lady. Yeah. And, of course, to keep everybody listening, I've got to say something with some meaning to it, or something, you know. I don't know if I could say anything substantial because I can't multitask like that. But you know, just to keep you all listening while I burn bandwidth here, I'll try and say something that's at least entertaining. So just about to get her the correct flower here, and this isn't particularly entertaining, but blessed be Lady Tricia Whitmer. So there we are with that. Okay, good. So there we are. With that being said, turning back to my listeners, turning back to the audience, I should speak of some other subjects now. And what else comes to mind? Travis Moss says, Masonry would probably be like kindergarten to him. It's a bit peculiar that he has no wiki page. Oh, dude, haven't you heard me speak on that at length? Oh my God. I mean, I produce the official, like, the microbiography of Michael Aquino, and I've published it oftentimes enough. So when I was speaking of Michael Aquino last, let me take a look at our episode for that. And what I did on that episode was I pretty much outlined why he has no wiki page. So let's go back to that episode, which was the 16th of September, which, by the way, his birthday is the 16th of this month. And so it was on the wrong month, but the right date, that I suddenly thought it was Aquino's birthday. And did an episode that introduced us to the subject of the Vox Arca more deeper than I ever had before with the general public. And what I'll do now is, let me see, with Michael Aquino here, get the link to show people. Now, hopefully this is still working, or did they fucking scrub that from the internet? Well, they did not, thank the gods of my ancestors. So I will share that now in our chat room. So let me go over to the chat room. And here we are in live stream. Our man Jameson is back, I'm happy to say. And so he says, Travis Moss says, I suspect that his death may have been another one of his psyops. You know, many people have said that. In a sense it is, but not really. So there's the link for you. And that should explain to you why Michael Aquino has no Wikipedia page. Okay, so what I'll do is share with everyone what, our man Jameson has probably seen before, but I'll put it into his Facebook Messenger at any rate. Let me hand this to him just in case he hasn't seen it before, but I'm certain he must have. And so what it is orders for deletion of all articles on Michael Aquino and the salting, as they use that term, to make certain that no one can ever produce an article on Michael Aquino, and that all traces of anything on him are wiped from Wikipedia. In other words, you find out there what they say is that Michael Aquino is a primary Wikipedia contributor. In other words, Michael Aquino was one of the people who made Wikipedia. He's one of the people who released Wikipedia on the public so that he could control your very perception of reality. And because of that, he gave the direct orders that no articles about him be allowed. And the end result, of course, should be, well, you see it. You can't find any shit about him on Wikipedia. So there you go with that. So hopefully people who see that, you've got your answer. The order went out from the man who organized Wikipedia himself. If you're using Wikipedia as a source of information, I'm sorry, you're an idiot. It's not even allowed as a source material for school reports or any kind of school projects. You're not allowed to source from Wikipedia because Wikipedia is the bathroom wall of information intercourse. Anyone can go in there and say anything they want, and anyone can go in there and delete everything that's on a page, and reverse the entire message that was originally there. It is you can't take Wikipedia seriously at all or anything on it, and if you do, you're a fool. So the very fact that they don't allow it for reference at schools tells you everything you need to know. I mean, if you were to turn in Wikipedia as a reference on school reports, your school report would get an automatic F. It would be rejected. So Jameson Reese says it's like watching Fox or CNN. It's worse. It's much worse. I mean, like I said, it's right along, meaning that people can go in and change the writ. So it really is a bathroom wall. And Aquino arranged it so that he could control it, but you cannot. Anyhow, Travis Moss says the last interview he ever did in August 2019, I believe, just after Epstein's quote-unquote suicide, he claimed Chump would win the election, or Trump. Yeah, he calls him Chump, which I'm not going to argue with that. It sounds like something like Aquino would have said. I'm sure Aquino was probably sure Trump would win the election. He says Wikipedia is an example of how whatever is publicly floating on the internet should deserve scrutiny. Whatever is publicly, I guess. I mean, well, not really. Most of what's publicly floating on the internet should be ignored. What the COVID. Oh yeah, I was wondering what you meant by the vid. It's funny that at this time of the day, this happened on the last transmission too. Jameson's throat got sore and he felt the vid. And the COVID.
Well, my throat's been messed up for a while, but that was because I was like screaming into pillows at like supersonic speed because I was like really angry earlier on in the week. So that.
Did your family hear that?
No, because I had the pillow wrapped around my face so tight that it wouldn't have been audible to anyone but me.
My God!
Yeah, it was a period of the time where I was dealing with a lot of anger. Luckily that's passed.
But that was recent, right?
Yeah. Well, we did touch upon a very dark subject that I am glad to say that I am over. And I didn't do any of the things that I thought I was going to do that I intended on doing, so that's good.
Not that I need to bring the subject up again. What the hell was it?
Oh yeah.
Was this public? Was this something private?
Yeah. It was something we talked about publicly. It was that.
Oh, that bitch! Was it the bitch with the ass?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That literally triggered the worst in me. So it's I'm thinking the more I think about it, the more I realize it's better to stay away from that person permanently and never have anything to do with them.
You knew that. So just so people understand what we're talking about, there was a young lady who took money that she stole from Jameson, basically, and she.
Well, no, she didn't steal it from me because I didn't give it to her, but because I wouldn't give it to her, she got pissed, and I found out she was like,
selling her ass so she could get ass implants.
She liked to call them erotic massages, but I mean, come on. We all know that there's more that goes into that than just giving guys massages.
Yes, oh my God. And so there you go with that. And aside from that, so all right, let me see if I can get my act together. I know I can't, but forlornly I'm going to try. And in terms of what we can talk about, let me see. We spoke about Rat Girl, and was there any other supernatural kind of thing I could bring up, or should I go a bit into we were talking about Rat Girl, we were talking about the Kaiser, we were talking about my sitting on his lap. We were talking about so I could go a bit into the German geopolitics. I'll tell everybody what I mean. It's 4 a.m. on the East Coast. And here on San Francisco, let's take a look at all right, time in San Francisco. Let's see if we can take a look at this time in San Francisco. Let's see what time it is, and it's 1:45 a.m. When I take a look at the amount of time we have left on the live stream, it's an unbelievable amount of time. I mean, we have 3 hours left at least, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. So we've got at least 3 hours left and some minutes. Okay, but Travis is saying, right, what I mean is whatever info is at your fingertips should either be questioned or ignored. The Miles Bases channel was also wiped. So May videos, interviews seem to be lost or buried. Many. Well, with Miles Johnston's bases, let me check that out.
I wonder why anyone wouldn't even look for that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, you don't even bother with Miles Johnston's bases. I mean, that son of a bitch was the guy who was exploiting poor Max Spears, among so many others. And, he's just downright funny in terms of how stupid he is. For those of you who haven't heard it before, we're talking about a guy who was pissing live on air, so everybody could hear him piss, on both sides of the Atlantic, thousands of people listening. He was on with myself and, Christine Joanna Hart. Actually, that's an episode in which I was not on with her, but she told the story to me so well, and so and Laura Lee Solomon was producing for her at the time, so I heard it from both ladies. I heard both sides of the story, and it was the same. They both confirmed and cross-referenced and confirmed this really happened, and they both described it so well that if I feel like I was there, I feel like I was on the episode, but I wasn't. But basically what happened was, Miles Johnston basically was on a cell phone. He would always call in on a cell phone to talk with Christine Joanna Hart as her handler. And one time he just decided he needed to take a piss, and he didn't turn the cell phone off or put it on mute. So he just sat down on the toilet and depressed his stomach the way, old men with bladder problems do. They just push their stomach in, push in their bladder, and the piss comes out. That was basically how he was pissing. I could tell by the way the ladies described it exactly what happened, because I've seen old men do this. Not my dad, mind you, but I had to kind of do that with him when my dad lost his urinary ability to piss that time. They fucked him all up and put him on diuresis, and then blocked his bladder up by shoving a camera up his dick to take to see if there was any residual penile cancer. And blocked his penis up so he couldn't piss after feeding him full of diuretics to make him piss. It's just this horrible thing. I mean, and he got over that because I had him do a bunch of Kegel exercises until he could control his own piss again, which took, months and months and months. But in terms of, Miles Johnston, the way the ladies described it, they said, and then he pissed and he wouldn't stop. He just kept pissing and pissing. I said, yeah, that's what happens when these old men, they just press down on their bladder and then emptied the bladder out by doing that because they can't piss like normal men anymore. So they sit down on the toilet like a bitch and depress their bladder and shit. Now, granted, I sit down on the toilet to take a piss like a bitch because, I'm disguised as a woman half the time anyway, and I find that that's much more comfortable to me than fucking whipping my wang out and spraying it everywhere. I
actually have a harder time emptying my bladder sitting down than standing up.
Well, most men probably do, but it's mostly psychosomatic. It's just, I can't do this. I gotta be a man.
No, it's not that. I don't get hung up.
Oh, I know it's not that with you.
Such quips.
Yeah.
I'm just a phenotypical abnormality in and of itself.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, not terminally unique.
Yeah, understood. Understood. So Travis is going on with. I was referring to Miles Johnston's interviews with Max Spears. Miles is definitely a shady guy and rumored that he worked for Aquino. There's no rumor there, buddy. He would bring Aquino onto the fucking program. Where does this rumor shit come in? Aquino was brought onto his program. Dude, what the fuck? And
all the strings.
Yeah, and then he would bring Aquino on so Aquino could say, I never met Douglas Dietrich, and and that's when people would come on and say, why don't you bring Douglas Dietrich on to talk to Aquino while he's on? That's when Miles Johnston would say, Douglas Dietrich is two-faced. Two-faced, meaning I turn on people like I turned on Aquino. Get it? I mean, that's the whole point. Here's these guys saying I'm two-faced. By the way, that's a very specific kind of term. It's not like they said Douglas Dietrich is a dick or Douglas Dietrich is a bitch. They said he's two-faced, meaning I betrayed them. They're saying I betrayed them, which means that they knew me and worked with me, and I betrayed them. Right? That's the.
That would have been an awesome interview, though. You, Michael Aquino, and Miles Johnson? You blowing them both out of the fucking water?
Well, it just would have been
Michael Michael Aquino giving probably. Well, Michael Aquino would probably just stare at the camera a certain way, and Miles Johnson would go into convulsions or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, you know what would have made that fun and funny is the fact that Miles Johnson does not have the capability to impose himself. Certainly not on me. So that would have been like that. That's why he wouldn't do it. So he's too old and he's too fucked up to be able to, like, you know, he can't press the mute on his fucking cell phone when he's taking a piss. So how's he gonna, like, you know, shut somebody down on an interview? You know, he couldn't do it.
I mean, the very fact that he was able to even run that broadcast is incredible in and of itself when you think about that.
Thank you. Yeah. And there we are. Here's Travis is going on saying, I recall Aquino appearing in the comments of one of your interviews with him or someone else, acting as if he were oblivious to who you were. Wait, you might be conflating a memory there, because I was, of course, never on an interview with Michael Aquino. It would have been funny if I were, for all the reasons that Jameson just articulated. But whatever you remember, I'm sure you remember something.
I don't remember if Michael Aquino left a comment to one of Douglas Dietrich's.
Oh, that he did. He actually did. He actually did.
He did?
Yeah, he did. Not on my broadcast, but on people who interviewed me, like Sean Stone. When I was interviewed by Sean Stone, then Aquino, he would go.
I remember he would go on those trips with, like, I never met the guy.
Yeah. And he would put himself in full uniform, of course. He'd show the image of himself in full uniform, green beret.
And he always had the pentagram with the medal.
Sometimes he would. It was like, he didn't do that often the time he was leaving comments that I remember, but of course later on he might have changed the symbol, and it might have automatically changed on comments he had interviewed before. That was funny when I brought him up just the other day, and V said the same thing. He said he didn't know you, and I'm like, oh, come on, just rolling my eyes. It's like,
of course, he's saying it from the perspective of I don't recognize you. It's meant to be one of those types of things.
Yeah.
He's not saying he literally doesn't know him. That's.
Hey, actually, he did claim that at times, but nobody believes him. I mean, it's like one guy left on a YouTube comments. One guy wrote, "You sure spend a lot of time denying you don't know someone." And he said specifically with my name too. He said, "You sure spend a lot of time denying that you know Douglas Dietrich for someone you never knew, or for someone you never knew. You sure spend a lot of time claiming you didn't know it." But he had my name in there too. It's so funny the way it was written, but yeah, you get the point.
It's hilarious. I mean, why go through the effort if you don't know someone? If you don't know someone, it'd be like,
it wouldn't matter. It'd be like,
it wouldn't matter.
It would be an issue. It wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, it'd be like,
it's like Joe Blow says, it's like someone walks up to me and says, "Dude, Joe Blow says that you do this and that," and I'd be like, "Okay, whatever. I don't care."
It wouldn't make any sense. First off, it wouldn't register, but there you go with that. I mean, everybody gets the point. So, one of the things that like I said, I was gonna cite this column written by this Vietnamese doctor in California here, and I think this, let me relate this to people. So basically, what happened is. This Vietnamese doctor, Tan Neville, she said, "My experiences in the ICU these past weeks have left me surprised, disheartened, but most of all, very angry." And she says, "I'm an ICU doctor, and I cannot believe the things unvaccinated patients are telling me." Basically, she starts this column off with the quoted statement, "We cannot let COVID win." And she says, "This was my colleague's mantra when the pandemic started last year. And for the almost 18 months ever since, healthcare workers have rallied to the battlefields, even at times when we had no weapons to brandish. We took care of the infected, and the critically ill when no one else would. We reused N95 masks, carefully placing them in labeled brown paper bags in between shifts. We witnessed lonely deaths and held up iPads for families to say their heartbreaking goodbyes. We created elaborate backup schedules and neglected our personal lives. We stepped up during surges and when our colleagues fell ill. Camaraderie in the ICU had never been stronger because we recognized that this was a team effort and all of humanity was battling against a common enemy. But as healthcare workers, we were also painfully aware of our own vulnerabilities. We can run out of ICU resources for our patients. We can run out of personal protective equipment for ourselves. We can be exposed on the job and get sick. And we can die. And all too many of us did. More than 3,600 of us healthcare professionals died from COVID-19 in the first year that the government is willing to admit to. Many of us quarantined away from our families to protect the ones we love. We counted the risk factors of our children, our elderly parents, our spouses, and came up with our own formulas to decide whether to come home at the end of the shift or hole up in a hotel room. One of our ICU directors wrote and rewrote our COVID-19 clinical guidelines to keep up with the evolving literature, and somehow she carved out the time to write her own will before she died. I worked daily to adapt our end-of-life program to the changing needs and restrictions of the pandemic and signed up for a vaccine clinical trial as soon as one became available. I also updated my own advance directive and printed it out for my husband because our chances of death are almost certain. Then effective vaccines became widely available in the U.S. I briefly saw light at the end of the tunnel. The number of patients with COVID-19 in ICUs across the country plummeted. It looked like our sacrifices and commitment as healthcare workers had paid off. We believed herd immunity could become a reality, and we could return to some sense of normalcy. But the relief was short-lived, the hope was fleeting, and we are amid another tsunami surge. A surge that is fueled by a highly transmissible variant and those unvaccinated who are the willing carriers of Delta. My experiences in the ICU these past weeks have left me surprised, disheartened, but most of all, extremely angry. I am angry that the tragic scenes of prior surges are being played out yet again, but now with ICUs primarily filled with patients who have knowingly chosen not to be vaccinated. I am angry that it takes me over an hour to explain to an anti-vaxxer cultist full of conspiratorial misinformation that intubation isn't what kills patients, and that their wish for chest compressions without intubation in the event of a respiratory arrest makes no sense. I am angry at those who refuse to wear muzzles when grocery shopping for half an hour a week, as I have been so-called muzzled for much of the past 18 months. I cannot understand the simultaneous decision to not get vaccinated and the demand to end the restrictions imposed by a pandemic. I cannot help but recoil as if I've been slapped in the face when my ICU patients tell me they didn't get vaccinated because they just didn't ever get around to it. Although such individuals do not consider themselves anti-vaxxers, their apathetic inaction itself is a decision to not protect themselves or their families, to fill instead a precious ICU bed, to let new variants of disease flourish within themselves, and to endanger the healthcare workers and immunosuppressed people all around them. Their inaction is a willful decision to act as an agent of disease and expedite the continued rage of this pandemic. I am at a loss to understand how anyone can look at these past months of the pandemic, more than 700,000 lives lost in the United States that we are willing to admit to, and more than 4 million worldwide as officially admitted by the various governments, and not believe that it's real or take it seriously. And meanwhile, immunocompromised people, for whom vaccines don't generate much immunity, are desperately waiting for herd immunity. I have no way to comfort my rightfully outraged transplant patients who contracted COVID-19 after isolating for over a year and getting fully vaccinated as soon as they could. With angry tears, these patients tell me it's not fair that there are people who are choosing to endanger both themselves and all the vulnerable people around them. They feel betrayed by their fellow citizens, and they are bitter and angry, and I cannot blame them. I am at a loss to understand how anyone can look at these past months of the pandemic, more than 700,000 lives lost in the U.S., more than 4 million worldwide, and say it's all a conspiratorial hoax. But the unhappy truth is that there are people who do not. They did not in the beginning take it seriously, and many are doubling down now. I thought when this pandemic began that we were all in this fight together, engaged in a war against a common enemy. Now I painfully realize we were never on the same side, and we never had a common enemy. The war has been among ourselves all along. We have won many battles, but unvaccinated Red America is choosing to let COVID win the war. Well, there you have it. The cult of the kings of Edom as manifest in the Republicans and their decisions not to vaccinate themselves and to become thereby incubators of the new variants of the disease that will forever keep incubating within them. And one can hope they're the ones who pay the price and that they're the ones who die off. But they're taking all of these compromised people with them. Of course, that would mean Derek Talley's immunocompromised since he's on the, dialysis. If it's real that he's on dialysis at all. We can hope it takes him out as a cultist who serves the forces of entropy. And so our man, Jameson Reese, says literally a red earth policy. I mean, think about what you've got in the Tennessee in particular. When I took a look at the case of Tennessee, it's just, there goes a prime example of this kind of mentality, the astonishing hypocrisy of anti-masking conservatives. I mean, thanks to COVID-19, schools in Tennessee's third most populated county were closed all throughout last week. But it's not for the reason you'd think. Earlier last month, the Knox County School Board voted against requiring students to wear masks, which prompted some families of children with disabilities to file a lawsuit alleging the school was infringing on their children's right to an education under the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so within midweek of mid-month of yestermenses last month, the U.S. District Judge J. Ronnie Greer agreed, prompting Knox County Schools Superintendent Bob Thomas to issue a statement informing parents that the district would close in an effort to ensure they were in compliance with the ruling. There you have it. So they just close the school down so the kids don't get an education. This is why the South is so fucking illiterate. Honestly, they should be outraged, embarrassed, fed up, Put masks on the goddamn kids. It's completely straightforward. Muzzle them, as you anti-vaxxers would say. And, of course, parents have made the situation anything but, well, they don't handle it the way I would. Jameson says South is where people who want to be stupid flock. Yeah, that, or they're just born there. You know, I hate to say it at this point. You know, you have to say it. I mean, honestly, there were protests outside of some of these Knox County schools that I saw with grown men and women carrying signs calling school children sheep for complying with a federal court order. I mean, that's disgraceful behavior from adults who clearly do not respect the rule of law. And still, that lawsuit, the school's response, well, it might give some hope. I mean, for too long, they've allowed the anti-science, pro-pandemic folks to control the narrative around masks, vaccines, and public health. They bleat on about their rights. But the reality is that those of us who do not wish to be vectors of disease also have rights. And it's time we start fighting back. There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding on the part of the pro-virus crowd about rights versus responsibilities. After all, vaccine mandates are not new. Tennessee requires children to be vaccinated against several viruses before they're allowed to even enroll in public schools. Obviously, many children cannot be vaccinated against the coronavirus. It isn't approved for kids under 12, but they can wear a goddamn mask. And requiring masks is not an infringement on any constitutional right a parent or child holds. Public health measures that protect people from themselves and others have been regularly adopted across the country. You cannot drink and drive because of the threat intoxicated motorists pose. Seatbelt laws, though met with the same resistance as masks when they were passed, are now they're a ubiquitous part of life across the country. Bear in mind, the United States surpassed 11 million coronavirus cases last Sunday, adding 1 million new cases in less than a week, according to a tally by Johns Hopkins University. So, in that context, when we speak about seatbelt laws, similarly in many parts of the same, many of the same people complaining about businesses adding masks to their no shoes, no shirts, no service policies, they seem to have nothing to say on, wearing shoes and shirts. Indeed, those same folks frequently assert the rights of business owners to refuse service based on reasons even federal law prohibits. Take Senator Rand Paul, a Republican from his own home state of Kentucky, just an hour's drive north of Knoxville, Tennessee. Earlier this year, he introduced a bill prohibiting federal mask mandates for public transportation, and he is on record opposing businesses requiring employees be vaccinated. This is the same Rand Paul who has publicly mused that perhaps businesses should be allowed to discriminate against people based on race, and who opposes protecting LGBTQIA Americans from discrimination in the workplace. Clearly, what the anti-mask crowd wants is not a protection of their rights. What they want is to be granted special privileges they would never extend unto others. But there be a reason that lawsuit after lawsuit challenging mask mandates has been thrown out of court. No one has a constitutional right to infect others with a deadly disease. Anti-mask activists are lying. There is, however, a right to an education. The Americans with Disabilities Act requires schools make educational opportunities and facilities accessible to all students. As Judge Greer noted in his ruling, this conclusion and the evidence supporting it is an attestation to the extreme contagiousness of the Delta variant and the reality that, among the unvaccinated, it is untamable without community-wide masking inside schools. In other words, the Delta variant is so pernicious that it requires a public health answer to assure fair access to children with disabilities. Things like autoimmune conditions, respiratory conditions, and so on, which would make catching COVID-19 an even more dangerous prospect than it is for the rest of us. When presented with a choice between a student's right to go to school and a student's privilege not to wear a mask, the judge correctly sided against the anti-maskers. Requiring children to wear masks in the classroom is not ideal. Masks can be irritating and annoying. You know, for the first time yesterday, today until, relatively a short period of time ago, I put on a mask, and for the first time ever, I felt like I was suffocating in it and had to remove it several times to breathe. So I know children won't enjoy wearing these things for extended periods of time, but it's the best solution we have for ensuring schools are safe and open to every student, regardless of their health conditions and in accordance with federal law. This is a matter of utmost urgency. Our union currently has, how about Tennessee as a state in our union? Currently has the dubious distinction of leading our nation in COVID-19 related school closures, meaning their children are at risk of not only catching the coronavirus, but of losing another year of in-person education. Most families cannot afford to homeschool their children or put them in a fancy private school. Closing schools for COVID or because of parent-led anti-mask protests disadvantages their most vulnerable kids. Tennessee's children deserve an education. Instead, they have hypocritical red leaders. Honestly, these red states, scorched earth. It's just, I honestly don't understand how they can remain a part of this union. When our country sunders, of course, it will have to be reorganized at the county level. The states will no longer be states as we recognize them. They simply can't be. Mostly, it will be an ethnic division because, of course, ethnicity tends to decide politics. But in the time we have remaining, let's see if I can muster the energy to provide an arc of narrative that is, relevant. Let's see what we've got saying. Here we have. There we are. Here's an attacker, a troll. So let's do our reports and see what we got here. There we are. Here's one which should be. Let's see now. Okay, there we go. The one I've just hit. Let's do this here. Make certain I hit the right one. By the way, they're all hidden until I show them. So he doesn't get the satisfaction of anyone seeing what he writes. So let's start off with this one. Okay. And choose one. There we are. And report. There we go. And the second one. Yes, before I do that, let's see if we can create a block on this channel here. Think of that and conduct a search on it in YouTube. And there we go. Until I find the channel here. I need to add that channel. There we go. And see what we can find. Okay. Who is this bozo in chat? Don't handle it. I'm handling it. Yeah, so give me a second to handle it. Just leave it there for now. Our man Jameson is back. Right now I'm looking for his channel, the source of it, so I can block it. So I'm just scanning until I find it. So everybody's just going to hear me mumble out loud. I'll bring Jameson on just to help me burn bandwidth, because it's hard for me to multitask. So what was going on with Jameson was I was checking into the chat room to see what amount of time we have left, deciding whether or not I would go into some other arc of narrative. Then I saw this guy leaving his channel, leaving his trollery. So I reported one, but I'm leaving the other up, and I'll report that when I find his channel and block it. Let's see if it's possible for me to do that. Rolling down now and trying
I was able to hide him. You want me to unhide him? Or?
Oh, let me look inside there. Don't hide him. I need to, report him, for God's sakes. I just said that. Yeah, so at any rate, so let me report that and get that out of the way. And there we have that. And okay. So there, he's reported. You got to report these things. Don't hide them.
Okay.
I know you're not thinking at the moment because it's that time. But yeah, remember that for the future. So obviously we reported him. And by the way, I'll do that again here. And so let's see if that can be done here. There we are. And so what I'm doing is unhiding the messages just to report them. And there we have that. First one, report that. And press OK. And the second one, then place a report on that and place hate speech and graphic violence. There we are. There we go. So now they're both reported, and that deletes them. So with that taken out of the way, what is it? Travis Moss says, I remember now Aquino appeared in the comments of the stream you did addressing claims that you were a disinfo agent. So James, I reported him as well. Thank you, Jameson. Appreciate it. Yeah, I have no doubt that what Travis is remembering here is correct. Aquino appeared in comments of the stream you did addressing claims you were a disinfo agent. Of course, who would be employing me as the disinfo agent against him? So that implies, of course, I'd be working for the feds, which was his job. He's the guy who works for the feds. So what he's saying is someone in the feds is hiring me to spread disfo against a fed, which is... that's, that there you go with that. I mean, think of the, does anyone ever, honestly, I do give people credit enough where I presume most people who hear him and what he says, just, it goes in one ear and out the other. Yeah, nobody really believes him. You'd have to be an idiot to believe it. The only people who say, who cite Aquino and what he says are cultists. It's the only people, like Jameson says, turbo gaslighting is a good way to phrase it. But yeah, nobody's going to believe what Aquino says other than a cultist, which they won't believe what he says either. They're just regurgitating what he says because they want to stay on his good side. So let me continue rolling down here and see if I can find this. I don't think I will find this. Oh my fucking God, this is disgusting. So as disgusting as anything that I saw that our man Jameson was showing me. Definitely, I'm looking at something disgusting here where this guy has gotten, plugs in his stupid face so that you can see the inside of his teeth and cheeks and shit. He's a screenshot. No, I'm not in the mood. I mean, okay, well, here we go. I mean, you've probably seen this before. I mean, sure, why not? I mean, I'm trying to look for this stupid, hex guy anyway. So here you go. You can see the screen share. Let's take a look up further then. It was a little further up, so here we go. Let's see now. This will roll up a little further. There we go. There we are. The guy who got plugs in his cheek. I've seen things where people do things like that. There you can see his tongue in the middle of his cheek and his teeth and shit. Yeah, disgusting. And exposes people. It has to expose people constantly to disease. Your mouth being open like that. How do you sleep at night without completely dehydrating? That's but there you have that. So I'll stop the screen sharing now, and probably cease searching soon enough because I'll just get tired of looking for this idiot. But I guess might as well leave the screen share on for that while I continue looking for him. In the interim, Jameson, you can come on and help burn bandwidth, just basically, until we decide to go off.
Yeah, I imagine the hole in the face thing also has to be a breeding ground for tooth decay. I'm sure they have like tonsil stones.
Yeah. What would be, why tooth decay though? I mean, it's just just shit getting in the... Yeah.
Well, it's that there's the constant exposure of the dryness, the lack of bacteria coating the teeth to prevent that.
There we are. Thank you. Okay, now I get it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then there's also the oh my gosh, oh yeah, there was something I was looking up. It's called aerophagia. Mm-hmm. Which is the fact that, a lot of people who have CPAP machines and use CPAP machines, they wind up, some people who have their mouths open when they sleep, they ingest a lot of air that gets, backed up into the digestive tract, causing all types of problems, such as a bloated gut. And, that's I looked it up because I was having a problem because I thought I had that because I was like really gassy and stuff, and I was yeah. Well, it actually does happen if you drink a lot of carbonated drinks. So there we go. That's a problem with the energy drinks.
Yeah. Go on. I'm not yawning because of you. It's one of those things where I hear you. This is like. So yeah, that's a problem. And
you're still looking for that dude.
I mean, since you're just going down and you're helping to burn bandwidth,
I could actually help speed up the process as well.
Okay.
I might be able to find him before you.
Okay. Unlucky hex.
Let's see.
Yeah. Would you remember what his icon looked like? I mean,
yeah, it was some stupid. It was some silly ass looking icon. Geez, yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah,
it's not something that's gonna pop up right away.
It may not pop up at all. I mean, it's one of those things where these people are, but a lot of these people, they work at YouTube, so or they work in these various companies that the cultists infiltrate them into. So
that would explain it. That would explain a lot of it. And that's probably the case with this asshole.
Oh yeah, and so that it's not like you're going to necessarily find them. It might be in such a manner that they're just not listed, so to speak, almost like unlisted. But I've got the how would I say it? I'm in the frame of mind where I don't mind scrolling for a bit. So it's not like it's taking that much effort or energy. So I'm just kind of rolling down. And since we're kind of holding a conversation, I can do this without trying to, narrate a monologue and put my energy into that. Oh my God!
There was something else that came to mind that the hole in the face reminded me of. Oh my gosh! And now I can't. And that was it slipped away from me.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something I was gonna muse on for a little bit, just to like kill some time. Oh my fucking God! It's just I hate when this shit happens.
Like what? You forget what you were going to say or something?
Yeah. This has been happening too often. I am literally starting to wonder if I don't have what I would call postsynaptic burnout from the repeated use of stimulants and stuff.
Well, I hope not, but I think you're a bit of a hypochondriac. I mean, I think normally at the end of episodes, you tend to start thinking, I must have COVID. And you worry about the various things that might happen.
No, that's just a running terror.
Yeah, for all of us.
Running terror. Unfortunately, not enough of us. When you consider the amount of people who want us to respect their right to carry disease.
There you go. So you heard me while I was talking. You did hear me while I was talking about all that shit. Will you?
Yeah. I needed to use the be right back so I could shift positions and get away from my desk, because my knees are starting to get all cracky, and so I'm gonna probably lay down, but try not to sleep in the process.
Oh my god! Yeah, well, when you lie down, you usually tend to fall asleep. It's hard not to.
Well, I'm sitting up since the beds were literally right on the ground. So yeah, I'm not actually lying down in the bed. I'm just sitting on the bed.
There you go with that. That's well, we all try our best. So I'll give up on this at this point. So they almost certainly.
The shit that people watch. I mean, how do people even? I wouldn't even want to watch videos that are, with the way they're not catchy at all. There's no aesthetic. I mean, I'm definitely not one to talk with my weird occult graphic shit, but I mean, geez, it's just too many bright colors. It's too bright.
Yeah. It's just
It's not dark enough. That's what it is.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true. It needs a dark screen or something like that. At any rate, well, we'll check out of here. This isn't going anywhere, but at the same time, it was just mildly or moderately amusing. She looks kind of hot.
She was back in the day.
You know her?
Yeah, when I was a kid and I used to watch MTV and Beavis and Butthead and all that shit.
You're kidding! Holy shit! 11 years ago. Well, there you go. Who is she? Fuck, never heard of her. That's our media database.
I think that's Gwen Stefani.
Gwen Stefani. Fuck, you know her name. Holy shit.
But isn't she oh my gosh, what is it? Isn't she anorexic now or some shit? I don't know.
I don't know. That's well, that turns me off right there. That stupid exchange. But there you go.
You're not gonna get much as in terms of what do you call it?
Anything really stimulating, right?
No.
But let me see, just a little further down.
Black magic hex alternatives. What the hell is gonna be an alternative to a black magic hex? Maybe walking up to the person, shooting them in the face.
Hey, well, that'd be quicker. Yeah, that'd be all right. Enough of that. So so I take it now that I think I've run out of steam, and we did our bit for tonight. Considering the fact that that I pretty much came here totally burned out anyway. I think it's amazing we got here as long as we did. The unlucky hex guy, I'm just glad that we caught him, at the end, dispensed with him, reported him, and then, and then we got that out of the way. It's kind of like, I guess, kind of a way to conclude the night. So it's a bit longer than the other episode I did, which was fairly short. Hopefully people enjoyed, what they heard. When going into the German reunification and the various geopolitical implications, read my column. Get yourself a Facebook account and look up the ŵoaumphyieorai Facebook timeline. You will actually find that at facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich. And all the D's are uppercase. Everything else is lowercase. Facebook.com /uppercase D OUGLAS Douglas D. Dietrich. That's two adult D's or capital D's, uppercase, and followed by IETRICH, Diet Rich. Douglas D. Diet Rich. So Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich. Just the D's in uppercase, everything else lowercase, and you're set. You know, do that. Set yourself up a fake account so that, you know, they don't steal all of your info. Get yourself on Facebook and look up Facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's in the uppercase, and you will find yourself on the ŵoaumphyieorai timeline, or the timeline gifted myself by ŵoaumphyieorai. And with that, you can see the columns that I publish that talk about things in depth, like the German reunification and what happened, the repercussions, everything else about it. And you'll find that column, of course, underneath the photographs of myself sitting on the lap of the Kaiser at his bachelor party. I mean, you wouldn't want to miss that. And
oh yeah, that's the expression on his face is priceless.
Yes, there we are with that. I'm just glad that he didn't punch me. But
he showed an incredible amount of restraint.
Yes, that's right. Even was kind enough to balance my ass in his hand so I wouldn't fall back when I grabbed his hat. Quite the gentleman. And so there we have that. Well, my love to all of you. Before I go, let's try and give some credit to people who have contributed in the past. And what I'll do is take a look here. By the way, we're not on screen share, are we, at the moment?
Yeah, we still are on screen share.
Holy shit! There we are. Okay, so let's stop that. And, okay, so let's stop sharing. Just make sure we get that turned off before we turn off everything else. And let's take a look at what we got in PayPal. And that should bring me to the majority of the people who made their contributions. And matter of fact, in order to do that, I need to get out of drafts and get back into inbox. There we are. And the lovely Selena Khan has published this episode on the website. And, you know, God bless her for that. With that, we will enter the PayPal zone. And so here we are. Again, we want to thank Mr. Stephen Myers, who contributed another 60 United States dollars. He had done that not too long ago and did it again. And then we have, of course, this other human being, and he contributed 99 United States dollars, or at least that's what reached myself. It says total amount, actually, so I guess that's what he decided he was going to deliver, was $1 less than 100 for whatever reason. And probably occult symbolism there, inverted sixes or something. And that was Robert Binda, who says, great job, thank you, and friend of Peter Moon, as he is. Yes, so Peter told me this was coming from him. Deeply appreciated. And of course, what else have we got noted here? See if we can find someone else. And if I can't find them now, we'll go back over them on Wednesday, which will be here before any of us fucking know it. Oh my God! So
that's if that supermassive tsunami doesn't hit us first.
Oh, that's right. Well, you son. I mean, you know, I'm not there on the East Coast with you, but
watch out for those oil slicks.
Yes, there we are. I gotta watch out for Mount St. Helens, right? And
dude, you gotta watch out for skateboard.
Yeah.
You don't want to go rolling down those hills.
Yeah, that's right. Holy shit! And actually, it's Yellowstone. It's Yellowstone now that we got to worry about. That's it's closer to me than it is to you by far. But at the same time, you know, holy shit.
Yeah. There's just no escape. Well, look, it could be worse. We could be in the central states. Oh hell! Could you imagine the suffering of that, man?
What's going on in the central states aside from the fact that they're all red and shit? What's the?
Those places get flooded like shit.
Oh yeah, the floodplains. Yes, that's right. And all those white people live in those floodplains. And I never understood that. It's like, oh my God, why? Why? And then, of course, someone questioned me, well, why do you live on top of an earthquake fault? You know, well, you know, you know, compare and contrast, okay? I mean...
yeah, but at least you could say ring control.
Yeah, there you have that. Yeah, thank you. Ring control. But at the same time, you know, how many times do earthquakes really happen? I mean, comparatively speaking, you know, they just don't. Really, not that often compared to floods now. Fuck, they seem to be seasonal. You know, so there you go with that. But by the way, did you have a chance to... I don't know if you noticed this. I need to go back on screen share to show you this. So let's go back there. Okay. So here we are. Start sharing. Okay. So you can see the cursor moving around. Okay. Let's lower the screen. Go over to Sora AI. And so with the transmission from not too long ago, last transmission before tonight's. Holy shit, this was a long column. So don't forget to read that. Look forward to your review. And damn, it's a long column. And then yeah. And oh shit, what did I just do? Got this stupid thing up there. How come that's not going down? That's
Are they as long as my freaking post to you, my rants?
Oh, yeah. That's longer even, yeah. And so where were we now? Here we are. So with this one, did you open it up and see that I had a column written by my gang brother Beaver? He actually fingered that out on a cell phone, which is one of the reasons why it's illegible. He was also drunk and high, and that's why he accommodated myself by fingering out on the cell phone a little column on these particular flowers, the red spider pot.
Yes, I actually did read that.
Oh, you did? So,
Yeah.
That's cute. Okay, that's good. I knew you would appreciate that, as you know, hopefully many other people have read that as well. And so they're...
I can totally see using them in a spell for, you know, I don't know, making someone sick.
Well, there you go.
Since they are venomous.
Yeah, they're venomous, and as I explained last time for our listeners, they are called hurricane lilies because they blossom in hurricane season, which makes them true forebearers of doom. In case you didn't know it, and I'm sure most of you didn't, a single hurricane unleashes the power equivalent, the equivalent of energy. The equivalence in energy. It releases the equivalence in energy of every single nuclear weapon on Earth going off simultaneously in the first 10 minutes of a hurricane. So just in the first 10 minutes alone of a hurricane, the amount of energy it releases is equal to that would be produced if every nuclear weapon on Earth was detonated simultaneously. So that's every hurricane does that in the first 10 minutes. So since these are hurricane lilies, they're foreboding or just foreshadowing a truly destructive events, and they would be a very fitting flower for Set. Yes, yeah, very much so, and so with that in mind, my love to you, son. My love to all who are listening. And I will be checking out one last check around to make sure we're properly shutting everything down. And aside from that, our man Jameson almost guaranteed he'll be lying down, going to sleep, and waking up feeling fine and refreshed. And then just don't go out. You said you felt like you shouldn't go out today. Then don't go out today. And
no, well, mostly because it's going to rain, and these rains are like freaking deluges.
There you go. Holy shit. These days, yeah, more so than before, more so than they've been. Because, you know, the weather's getting worse.
Yeah, and soon we're all going to wind up wishing we were in nuclear blasted out bunkers from Operation Plowshare. Shit.
There you go. And and the Greenland ice sheet is melting, and there you have that. We just have a fucked up world, and we're going to have to learn to adapt. So, again, especially to those who have supported me, my infinite gratitude. And you join us on Wednesday. It'll be here before you know it. And as for tonight, you've all done well in providing myself the support I need to have made it this far. And with that, I'll be checking out for now. We got a lot of upvotes from a lot of wonderful people. And, you know, in a sense, tonight I didn't really earn them. But nevertheless, we were here and we were entertaining enough, I would hope. And with that in mind, thank God for the reunification of Germany. Now, of course, what we need is for the Germans to get themselves together, get their heads out of their ass, reinstitute a constitutional monarchy, and reestablish themselves as the Central European power. With that in mind and having been said, I will now end the live stream and say goodnight to our listeners, dear Jameson.
Good night, our lovely listeners out there.
Thank you. That was wonderful.